Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders. Business of supply. Consideration of an opposition motion concerning oil and gas emissions cap standing in the name of Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Small, moves that the House call on the Prime Minister to immediately repeal the oil and gas emissions cap, which in effect is a production cap. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Breaking news today, really good news for some, $8.5 billion. That's how much TC Energy just announced that it is investing in the energy sector. In fact, they said that they were betting big on the energy sector. Bad news is that's in the United States. $8.5 billion from a Canadian company invested in the United States instead of investing that here in Canada. That's $8.5 billion that will put people to work, pay royalties to state governments, create thousands of jobs in spin-offs, and of course provide Americans with safe and secure energy sources. I remember when TC Energy was called TransCanada Energy, and after 10 years of Liberal policies absolutely devastating the energy sector here in Canada, they decided to take that word Canada out of its name, and now they're just known by TC Energy. So the Commonwealth of Virginia will see a major pipeline built by Canadian companies. That could have happened here, but it is not. Now, before I go on, Mr. Speaker, I should just mention that I am sharing my time with the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Aquia Wenrack. Let's be very clear about why that investment is not coming to Canada. Because there is a production cap. The Liberals like to call it an emissions cap. It is, in fact, a production cap. And if you take away one thing from today's debate, Mr. Speaker, it should be this. If you say yes to that cap, you are saying no to a new pipeline. It is as simple as that. Right. Now let's think back to the election campaign when this Prime Minister was desperately trying to convince people that he was going to do things differently from the previous Liberal government, from the Trudeau government, of which the Prime Minister was a senior economic advisor. When he needed Canadians' votes, he was pretending to be in favor of energy sector developments. He said all kinds of things during the campaign. But as soon as the votes were tallied, this Prime Minister showed himself to be just another Liberal, because he's broken those promises and broken all those commitments. He's got a long history of opposing energy developments. He cheered on and congratulated the previous Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, when Justin Trudeau vetoed the Northern Gateway project. The Northern Gateway project would have taken Western Canadian energy to a deep water port in northern British Columbia, opening up billions of dollars of market access in Asian countries, growing countries with increasing demand for oil and gas, India, Japan, Korea. All of that was killed when Justin Trudeau vetoed the Northern Gateway, and this Prime Minister cheered him on. It is completely impossible to build another pipeline as long as this cap stays in place. If this cap stays, no new pipelines will ever be built. It's increasingly clear that this Prime Minister has performed a complete bait and switch, saying something during the election, changing the rhetoric of the Liberal Party, but delivering the exact same policies as the previous Trudeau government. TC isn't the only company building in the United States, Mr. Speaker. Enbridge is as well. Enbridge is building 2 pipelines in the U.S. And again, these are Canadian companies with strong, proud histories of getting things built in Canada that have to go offshore into the United States to get new projects built. What does that mean for Canadians? Well, it doesn't just mean lost jobs. Remember, oil and gas production in Western Canada fuels the entire country's economy. And it's not just Canada, I should point out. I know we have colleagues that will be speaking to this motion from Atlantic Canada too, where their hopes for economic growth are underpinned by the ability to develop their abundant natural resources. The world is consuming more and more oil and gas. Pipelines are being built in other countries, In fact, it's ironic to note, and Canadians should never forget, that while this Prime Minister was cheering on Justin Trudeau, advising him to cancel Canadian energy projects, his company, Brookfield, was investing in other countries to build pipelines in other countries, to develop other countries' natural resources. Of course, that was fine for his shareholders, and those projects would have been even more economically viable in other countries if Canada is not producing its own natural resources. You see, if Canada develops its own natural resources and we build pipelines here in Canada, well then Brookfield's investments in pipelines in other countries will be worth less because they'll face increased competition. That's something Canadians should never forget about this conflicted Prime Minister. It's not just the direct jobs that oil and gas production create, Mr. Speaker. Every road you drive on that's paved, every hospital you might have to visit or your loved one, every school that a child goes to is in some way, shape, or form funded by natural resource development. When companies invest, they create jobs along the production site. Those workers support local economies. The royalties gathered by the provincial governments and federal governments pay for important social services. And maybe it's policies like the production cap are the reason why over $50 billion of foreign investment have fled the Canadian economy, right at a time when we need to be firing on all cylinders to respond to the unfair U.S. tariffs. We need more and more money flowing into the Canadian economy to develop our natural resources, to bolster our GDP, to put Canadians back to work when their jobs are disrupted by trade disputes. But instead, this government is continuing the attack on the oil and gas sector, continuing the attack on the natural resource sector. Now, let's be clear about a few things. Not only will this emissions cap keep those investment dollars out of our economy, but it will also mean that Canada continues to sell at a discount to the United States. You may have seen it, Mr. Speaker, on CBC when the Polish ambassador was explaining where Poland's getting its LNG from. That's right. The host said, well, you're buying your LNG from the United States, and the ambassador actually had to stifle a laugh. He started to chuckle because he said, well, not all that LNG that we're buying from the U.S. is American. Some of it's Canadian. Of course, they buy it from Canada at a deep discount and then sell it to us at a big profit. We are literally subsidizing the American economy by this Liberal government's policies. So Conservatives have a better idea, Mr. Speaker. Instead of pipelines being built in countries that have terrible human rights records, instead of royalties being paid to governments that do not share our values, instead of people being put to work in other countries, let's bring those dollars home. Let's bring those investment dollars here to Canada so that Canada can provide the world with clean and ethical and a safe and reliable source of energy. Let's put those steel workers in Regina back to work, building the pipelines. Let's put the engineers back to work. Let's put the blue-collar workers who tap a well and see it all the way through to completion. Let's support our hospitals, our schools, our roads with the royalties paid by these companies. Greenhouse gas emissions do not need a passport to travel around the world. If that production is going to increase, Conservatives believe that we should see it increase here at home because we know that we can extract our natural resources, the highest environmental standards, the lowest emissions intensities, and Canadians see the benefit of that. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, Liberals have a choice. They can vote in favor of our motion and lift the emissions cap, lift that production cap. Or they can say today that they oppose new pipelines, that there will never be a pipeline built under this Liberal government. They could at least be honest with Canadians, honest with provincial premiers who are desperately clinging to hope that this government might reverse the Trudeau policies. If they vote in favor of this motion today, they are effectively saying that there will be no new pipelines in Canada under this Liberal government. And their list that they came forward with C5, let's be clear, giving the power to selectively enforce Canadian laws when it comes to new energy production, the new energy projects, will not matter as long as that production cap is in place. As long as that emissions cap is in place, it doesn't matter what they do with the powers they've given themselves under C5, because nothing will be able to flow through any kind of project that they might support. So the key to energy independence and abundance, the key to getting off of the US market and diversifying our customers and natural resources is to lift the emissions cap. Liberals have a choice. We call on them to support the energy workers in this country and pull their emissions cap, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order today on Friday in question period.
Order on a point of order.
On Friday, I had misspoken during question period while answering a question. I said that emissions are 41% lower than they have been in the past, when I intended to say that they are 41% lower than they would have been under a Conservative plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the Prime Minister has actually been very clear to Canadians and members opposite in terms of how it is that Canada is going to continue to build a strong economic economy. And at the end of the day, that factors in energy. I'd like to contrast even just the beginning of what the current Prime Minister had compared to Stephen Harper. When the member was sitting in the Speaker's chair, during that period, it's important that Canadians realize that under Stephen Harper and the Conservative government, they didn't even build an inch of pipeline that led to the Tidewaters.
Wow.
That is the reality.
Wow.
The member opposite might say that that's not true. Then give us the pipeline that went directly from Alberta to either BC, Churchill, or Atlantic Canada.
Good question.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I know we don't debate points of order, but I think it's so telling that the first moment of this debate kicks off with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change admitting that what he said on Friday was not true, that emissions aren't going down under this Liberal government's plan, that they're in fact going up. And he has to make up some kind of hypothetical qualifier to get away from accusations of deliberately misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, 4 major pipeline projects, including access to Tidewater, were built under the previous Conservative government. This Liberal government inherited a proposal list with 18 LNG facilities that they have completely blocked or sat on. This Liberal government cancelled Northern Gateway and cancelled Energy East, which would have taken Western Canadian oil to displace foreign oil imported from other countries. It is clear if Canadians are hoping to develop the natural resource sector, it won't be with a Liberal government.
Question et commentaire. L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the member is simple. Do they have any scruples among the Conservatives? The same week when the Climate Institute said that we won't reach the greenhouse gas targets for 2030, the same day the Conservatives bring a motion that would create even more greenhouse gas emissions. So we can only draw a parallel with what we experienced in the spring. Is this the new leadership? How did the Conservatives understand the message from Canadians when they supported time limitation on C5? What is their role as His Majesty's loyal opposition if they support C5, but at the same time they bring a motion to produce even more greenhouse gas emissions? Where are their scruples? Where are the Conservatives heading with this? The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. Canada can help lower global emissions by developing our own natural resources. The two go hand in hand. After 10 years of a Liberal government vetoing natural resource projects and chasing away foreign investment, those investment dollars have just gone to other countries that don't have anywhere near the same environmental standards as we have here in Canada. Just take LNG alone. By exporting more LNG, we can help other countries get off of coal-fired electrical generation. That's what the Conservative plan is all about with technology, not taxes. We can help lower global emissions while developing more of Canada's natural resources.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this past election, every door I knocked on, 1 out of every 3 doors, the question was, Mr. Gill, how is your party going to facilitate diversification of the economy? Our economy is totally dependent on auto sector jobs. The Honourable Opposition House Leader attended my riding a couple of weeks ago, and he had the opportunity to attend a company called Southwest Manufacturing. This was a tool and die business that has diversified into oil and gas and nuclear. I would like the Opposition House Leader to enlighten the rest of the House as to what his discussions were and what he heard from the folks at Southwest Manufacturing. Thank you.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader, about 40 seconds.
Well, a great question. It was a fantastic meeting that we had, and we heard loud and clear that as long as there aren't new major pipelines built in Canada, as long as there aren't new major energy projects, then those companies will have to continue looking to the U.S. to sell their products or to make their products. And as long as those tariffs are in place, Canada is even more vulnerable to this situation. When I tour energy facilities all over Western Canada, you can see parts, component pieces, heavy equipment, vehicles, all manufactured in Ontario. So the link between manufacturing jobs in southwestern Ontario and development in Western Canada or in Atlantic Canada is obvious to everyone who's not a Liberal.
Please, the Honourable Member for Waterloo on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know you are newer to that chair, but the Honourable Member from Regina Capel has occupied that chair, even has a portrait on these walls. And so then to use terminology such as deliberately misleading is him doing indirectly what he cannot do directly. And I think we should have much more professionalism in order in such an important debate today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for intervention, and we should all use judicious language. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent, Aquia-Wenrac.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent, Aquia-Wenrac. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to take part in today's debate. Today's debate will make things clear for Canadians about who we are and what we could be if we reached our full potential. Mr. Speaker, Canada is rich and wealthy from its people and from its hundreds of thousands of innovating businesses. And of course, we are rich in natural resources. Mr. Speaker, of course, in Canada, we are very lucky. We have absolutely all natural resources, be it critical minerals, be it energy, green energy, like hydroelectricity, biomass. We have everything we need in Canada to reach our full potential and to meet all Canadians' energy needs. So, Mr. Speaker, as long as we need fossil fuels, as long as we're still using them, they should be from Canada. Let's take advantage of what we have in Canada to reach our full potential. And as my colleague said, we should also share Canada's natural resources with countries around the world. And that, of course, would be advantageous for the Canadians who work in those industries. Mr. Speaker, we need to allow these businesses and these resources to thrive. It's a shame to see that the Prime Minister said there is no business case. He said that there was no business case for some fossil fuels. That is manifestly false, and I'll explain why later in my speech. Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that every day in Canada, 51 million litres of oil are consumed. While Canadians need oil, that oil should be Canadian. This government, Mr. Speaker, has been blocking natural resource production in Canada. I'd like to quote something from Radio-Canada in Quebec. This was published on March 19th by Olivier Lemieux. He said, "The oil industry, Canada is making poor choices, according to a Texas expert." Then the journalist explains why we're making poor choices. The oil leaves Alberta, goes to Texas, then comes back to Canada, near my riding, to Lévis, Quebec, to be refined. We could do things differently. Rather than sending our oil to Texas to send wealth to Americans. I continue, he wrote, "Canada is at a disadvantage." Paul Rodrigue, a professor of maritime studies at the University of Texas, said, "Canada has made poor choices for ideological reasons, says the Montrealer who has been in Texas for many decades. Canadians could fully exploit and use their natural resources. So, as I said, Alberta oil goes down to Texas, then goes back up to Lévis, and of course, Texans profit from that. Also, Mr. Speaker, on August 26th, and this is just shameful, on August 26th, the CBC bureau head interviewed the Polish ambassador who said, you Canadians are buying natural gas from the United States. And the ambassador was so embarrassed about that, he couldn't even help himself from laughing. He said, yes, we do buy it from the States, but, you know, the gas from the States is actually originally from Canada. So Canadians take gas, they send it to the United States, and then they send it in Europe. We are missing out on countless business opportunities, Mr. Speaker. That's what Montréal Dumont said in the Journal de Montréal. He said, while the Canadian Prime Minister was visiting his country, the Polish ambassador to Canada said on interview with the CBC that Canada was not taking advantage of its natural resources. The oil we send to abroad does make it abroad, but with huge profit margins for the United States, which is basically just a gift to Americans. And that is just foolish. End quote. That's what we're debating here today. Are we going to keep pretending that everything's fine? Oh, we're Canadians, we're so nice, we're so good and kind. Rather, we should take advantage of our resources and reach our full energy potential in all sectors, in all industries. That's what we deserve as Canadians in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, the Polish ambassador said very clearly, there is a business case.
Well, sorry, but there is no business case here. What a missed shot, Mr. Speaker. What a missed shot. Because, yes, there is a business case. It has been very clearly identified by the ambassador of Poland in an interview on CBC that it's time for the government to open their eyes and act correctly for all the wish for the good of all Canadians. Parce que, Monsieur le Président, rappelons.
Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that these Liberals have formed government for 10 years. They've only taken action once when it comes to oil projects. C-69 blocked everything, blocked all momentum. But what did the Liberals do? They decided to buy a pipeline. They bought a pipeline. It was very contradictory to their general stance.
Not really. Look at the result, Mr. Speaker. Parce que quand le gouvernement...
When the government bought the pipeline, when you buy something that's not even on sale and you decide to buy it, you will pay more. The government paid $4.5 billion to buy the pipeline, the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which had not yet been built. That was twice its value. But the pipeline did have to be built. When the government purchased it, the Liberal government, the estimated cost was $4.7 billion. How much did it end up costing, Mr. Speaker? Not 2 times more, 3 times more, 4 times more. It cost 5 times more than that originally estimated amount. $32.4 billion is what it cost, plus the $4.7 for the purchase. So there you have almost $40 billion of Canadian taxpayers' money spent on building a pipeline, but that is not at all a government's mandate. Government serves to ensure that everything is done correctly, following the rules, rather than being pipeline owners. All experts agree that if the government sells the pipeline, they will sell it for half of what they paid for it. Well done, bravo. But Canadians can sleep soundly, of course, because this new Liberal government has set up a new department, a Department of Governmental Efficiency, a new agency. And who is the minister? The one who had the brilliant idea to buy the pipeline in the first place. Wow. My neighboring riding, the member is the member for Louis Hébert. I respect him, and I hope he will take a look at what's been done in the past so that he can do the exact opposite in the future. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to be a Quebecer. We have had great vision in Quebec. In Quebec in the 20th century and still today, we really took full advantage of our electricity industry. We have untapped potential for oil and gas. Let me tell you what the situation is for Quebecers, Mr. Speaker. According to an annual analysis by a business group, they say that 36% of energy in Quebec is oil, 13% is natural gas. This is annual. Last year in Quebec, 9.7 billion liters of oil were consumed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm a fan of electrification, of electrifying. That's all well and good, but in Quebec, we still need oil. And as long as we need oil, as long as we're using it, then it should be Canadian. 9.7 billion liters was a record in Quebec, so our use of oil and gas is increasing. Mr. Speaker, the current provincial government in Quebec seems open when it comes to gas. Recently, Quebec's premier said that he would not be opposed to there being a plant if Quebecers were in favor of it. Even just yesterday, he said that he wanted to take inspiration from the federal government, from Bill C-5, and pass similar legislation provincially in Quebec. But, Mr. Speaker, C-5 contained C-375, which I had tabled originally with assessments, one single assessment, but the Liberals blocked that. And now, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take questions.
House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I can appreciate the concerns that the Conservatives might have today in regards to the issue. They've talked about the pipelines. And, you know, it's interesting. What we have heard from the current Prime Minister is nothing but positive, encouraging signs for the prairies in particular in the whole energy field. And I think that we have to provide the Prime Minister the opportunity to be able to demonstrate how well he's been working with, whether it's the premiers of the different provinces. But I think that we need to be a little bit more optimistic. After all, if you contrast this Prime Minister to the actual results that Stephen Harper had while he was Prime Minister, I think that the members of the Conservative Party would be best to cooperate a little bit more and maybe be a little bit more optimistic.
Hear, hear. Louis Saint-Laurent, Akiwenrak.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent, Akiwenrak.
To answer a question to the member from Winnipeg North. Winnipeg North, is that correct? Okay, thank you. Sorry, but it's the first time I speak on direct after you have something to say. So, Mr. Speaker, let's be serious. Obviously, you can do worse than what you have done in the last 10 years, obviously. The member asked me to be more cooperative. Well, you pick up our bill. You pick up our ideas, canceling the carbon tax. But would you pick up my personal idea to have one project, one evaluation? I tabled a year ago the Bill 375, and what this member and all the colleagues around him did, they refused it. Never time to be good, but it's time to be good for this energy sector and to be open to new projects as soon as possible.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right. Let's get back to the topic. Canadians who are tuning in today are wondering what on earth is going on because the government, on the one hand, is buying pipelines. Then, on the other hand, the government wants to repeal our emissions cap for the oil sector. I don't get it, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General and the Environment Commissioner, do we believe them? Do we trust what they're saying? Given all these facts, how are we not meeting our targets? There's a climate emergency, so how are we debating this in a context where the planet is burning? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent, Akiwenrak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her very important question. What we are debating here is meeting Canadians' needs. As long as we need oil and natural gas, we should be producing it in Canada. Why not? Half of what we're using comes from abroad, comes from the United States. And a lot of that which comes from the United States actually originates in Canada. What's the reality here, Mr. Speaker? I know that my colleague loves Quebec, loves Quebecers, but she, like me, knows that use of oil in Quebec, consumption is not decreasing, it is increasing. The F-150 is the most sold vehicle in Quebec. Natural gas is also being used increasingly in Quebec. And now the provincial government of Quebec is open to natural gas plants. And so, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that my colleague really tune in to what Quebecers want.
Well, Minister, or Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Culture and Identity.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Louis Saint Laurent. In Quebec, we are well aware of the climate situation. Our government has really emphasized becoming an energy superpower, especially in clean energy. We want to bring down emissions while strengthening our economy. So this is not only a cap on emissions. That's not the only way to solve the problem. So why don't we work together better to find solutions? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akio-Henrec. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question, and I congratulate her on her election. This is the first time that we are debating here in the House together. Now, it has decreased by 37% in Quebec versus 8% in the rest of Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, we are open to teamwork and collaboration, but the government needs to know how to make the right decisions.
Using our natural gas facility. No, c'est faux.
I just quoted the Prime Minister. He said there's no business case for natural gas, but that is patently false. As the Polish ambassador said, order. Order.
Order.
Order.
Resuming debate. Prise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for LaSalle-Marne-Verdun. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives have brought forward a motion designed not to help Canadians, but to divide them. And today's motion proposing the end to the oil and gas emissions cap, a regulation that has not even been finalized, is an example of this. I'd like to be crystal clear as we begin debate on this motion. This government does not make policy decisions based on opposition motions. We are focused on results, not conservative games. What Canadians elected us to do is make this country an energy superpower, one that leads the world in both clean and conventional energy, that grows our exports and reduces our emissions at the same time. And that is exactly what we are doing. We are retooling Canada's economy by advancing nation-building projects, LNG terminals with Indigenous partnership, carbon capture and storage, transformative clean energy projects. Just last week, we approved the Silissum LNG project in British Columbia, led by the Nisga'a Nation, which will be paired with a natural gas pipeline owned by First Nations. It is the second largest private investment in Canadian history, and it will export the cleanest LNG in the world. And this is how you build an energy superpower, with low-cost, low-risk, low-carbon projects that get Canadian energy to market, cut emissions, and create jobs from coast to coast to coast. In Alberta, representatives from industry as well agree building a responsible, competitive oil and gas industry means advancing projects like Pathways. That is the core of the grand bargain, pairing transformative emissions reduction with new infrastructure that diversifies our exports. And let me remind my colleagues, if you don't get these things done, you don't get them done by negotiating in public. Serious governments work with provinces, industry, and Indigenous partners. Conservatives want to blow up those discussions for their own partisan gain. It is worth asking the question, why are Conservatives so frustrated? And I think the answer is because their own allies in Alberta have found common ground with the Prime Minister. As Premier Smith has said, I found more common ground with the Prime Minister when I met with him yesterday than I have in any meeting with the Prime Minister. She encouraged Albertans, quote, not to lose faith in the process. And I agree with the notion that we should work together on nation-building projects, because we're all stronger together when we work together. Premier Smith has also said, and I quote, I am more optimistic than ever that the concerns of Albertans are finally being heard. That is why Conservatives are angry. Their whole playbook is rage farming and division. When the Prime Minister is working productively with provinces like Alberta, it leaves the Leader of the Opposition asking, what's my purpose? The truth is, Mr. Speaker, that Conservatives can't stand the progress that's being made that they could not have made if they had won the last election. They talk about C69. They now talk about the emissions cap as being barriers to pipelines being built. I mean, I don't think there's an environmental reg they don't think would kill the pipeline industry in Canada. But it is stronger than they think, and the Chicken Little routine is getting a little bit tiresome. They are desperate to derail sensitive discussions by negotiating in public. But Canadians know better. They know that cooperation is how we build projects of national interest, not through performative motions in this House. And let's be clear about what's missing in this Conservative motion. If they want to repeal the emissions cap, then Canadians deserve to know. What is their plan to reduce emissions in the oil and gas sector? Building the strongest economy in the G7 means unlocking us as a conventional and renewable energy superpower with high environmental standards. Members opposite need to stop treating that as a conflict. In the last 10 years, we increased oil and gas production as a country 34%, by the way, compared to globally it being up 6%. Population grew 15%, and yet total GHG emissions declined 6.5%. Strong environmental protections, Indigenous support, they're increasingly table stakes for our trading partners. Where are their ideas to ensure we remain competitive in a world that is demanding cleaner energy? Will they support Canada's enhanced methane regulations, some of the most economically efficient emissions reductions possible in the oil and gas sector? Will they support Canada's industrial carbon pricing system, which has already attracted more than $57 billion in investments and is a key reason our allies see us as a responsible supplier? Or is their plan simply to do nothing, to walk away from progress, and to make Canada less competitive? Mr. Speaker, the silence from the other side is telling. They rail against our plan, but they have nothing to replace it with. No credible path to reduce emissions, no plan to attract investment, and no strategy to strengthen Canada's energy sector in a world where climate competitiveness matters more every day. And let's also place this debate in its global context. The evolving geopolitical landscape is directly impacting Canada's economic and climate ambitions. We are in the midst of an unprompted trade war. Investors are weighing Canada against our peers and asking whether we will remain attractive compared to other markets. And the reality is that the world is moving fast. We need to meet the federal government's goal of attracting $500 billion of private capital into clean and conventional energy to build the projects that will secure our future. That is why the Prime Minister has made clear that our government is working on a climate competitiveness strategy. It is about results, not rhetoric, strengthening our economy while reducing emissions, securing investment, and ensuring Canada wins in the global race for energy competitiveness. Rage farming just doesn't work anymore. Canadians want solutions. The House leader on the other side talked about selling oil and gas at a discount. Well, last I checked, the WTI-WCS differential was $14, which is actually pretty low when you consider the quality differences and the fact it's a spot price and transportation costs are involved. I am curious what he thinks an appropriate differential would be. He talked about Canadian oil and gas being sold to the U.S. And then to Europe. Well, they act as though there's never heard of a spot market before, the fact that this is a very integrated economy, just as the auto sector is. So let me close with this. Our government is delivering real results. We are increasing exports of Canadian LNG off the West Coast. We are approving transformative projects like Ksi Lisims LNG, and we are advancing the Pathways project as part of a grand bargain that cuts emissions and grows jobs. And by developing a climate competitiveness strategy that will allow us to attract $500 billion in investment, we will make Canada the strongest, most competitive economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, we offer a plan to build Canada into an energy superpower while reducing emissions and fighting climate change. That is a test that Conservatives failed to meet during the last election, and it is a test that this motion fails to meet. Mr. Speaker, this motion does nothing to advance Canada's interests, and it fails to acknowledge the fact that Canada is in a trade war. For these reasons and more, I do not believe I will be supporting this motion, which seems unserious. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I heard the Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources talking about how they want to make Canada a natural resources superpower. But I wonder, does he know that Newfoundland and Labrador's oil and gas is already at Tidewater, and the Bay du Nord project is going to be the very last project in Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore, by the looks of it, because it'll put us up against the emissions cap. Just a few weeks ago, Muse Energy Limited announced a $14 billion, $15 billion project to liquefy natural gas. I wonder how that could happen, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to be up against our emissions cap. So was that announcement by Muse Energy Limited just election fodder for the provincial Liberals, or will they lift the cap?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member opposite underestimates the ingenuity of our oil and gas sector. Certainly, we've seen that it has done an exceptionally good job of reducing the emissions intensity over the years. That said, there is more than one way to skin a cat, and I think this is a pragmatic government that is keen to talk to partners about how we can best meet our global climate ambitions while still developing the strongest economy in the G7.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. But despite all of the promises and the Liberal good intentions, almost all experts agree that the 2030 GHG emission targets are not going to be reached by Canada, and it's a climate failure. And it has been confirmed year after year by the Environmental Commissioner. It's the same conclusion year after year. It's a climate failure that we're observing. So what does my colleague think of that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my remarks, oil and gas production in Canada is up 34% in the last 10 years, and that is while emissions went down 6.5%. So we have found it's possible to decouple these two, and to create the conversation as though there is a conflict inherent in these is not accurate. And certainly, I think we can all agree we are in a very different world and a very different situation than we were recently with this ongoing trade war with the United States. So it will certainly require us to look at things a bit differently going forward, but our climate ambition has not changed.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the approach of this Prime Minister on energy issues is much the same as the approach of Justin Trudeau, which is to feign interest in energy development and at the same time to pile on barriers that make it effectively very difficult, if not impossible, for projects to move forward. The member asked what our plan would be. When Conservatives were in government, we had major pipeline projects move forward. We had a fifth, the Northern Gateway project, approved, and the government passed Bill C-48, which was designed to kill that project. They piled additional regulations never seen before on any project on the Energy East pipeline, designed to prevent that project from going forward. And then they acted surprised when the private sector pulled back in response to the additional burden that the government imposed. So, Mr. Speaker, isn't this just more of the same Liberal approach to energy, which is to feign interest, but to pile on things like a production cap that makes it nearly impossible to move forward?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So glad to have the opportunity to talk about Northern Gateway, which I noted came up in the opposition House Leader's remarks. The fact of the matter is that was a project that was rejected by the courts for failing to meet an environmental and consultation standard. And that, as a result, is why that pipeline ended up declining.
Questions, comments? Time for a brief question. Now, member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, 20 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, the Trudeau Liberals, very much the same as these Liberals, passed Bill C-48, which was explicitly designed to block pipelines from going to northern BC. Would he have supported Bill C-48 had he been in the House at that time?
Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds.
Yes, I think so.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing that we are gathered today on traditional Anishinaabe unceded territory, I hope that we can be guided by the wisdom of Indigenous peoples, and more particularly of their elders who have managed these lands for millennia. Mr. Speaker, Canada is at a decisive moment, marked by global uncertainty, economic transformation, and the urgent need for climate action. The choices we make will have impacts far beyond our borders and our lifetimes. They will determine whether we rise to the challenges of a changing world or fall behind in a race we cannot afford to lose. Our energy sector has long been a pillar of Canadian prosperity. It has powered our homes, fueled our industries, and supported hundreds of thousands of workers from coast to coast. Today, the sector must generate growth and confidence, the confidence of workers, investors, and the world at large in Canada's ability to provide reliable, secure, and affordable energy that is clean, responsible, and resilient. Mr. Speaker, much of the answer lies in clean technologies. Clean tech allows us to reconcile economic ambition with environmental responsibility. And this is how we'll achieve the goal of net zero by 2050 while supporting growth. And this is also how we'll build an energy future that is both sovereign and sustainable. Across Canada, clean tech is already transforming the oil and gas sector. It enables producers to reduce their emissions while producing more competitive oil and gas. It allows operations to be more efficient, transparent, and competitive in a world that increasingly favors low-carbon solutions. In Alberta, Enhance Energy is developing the Origins Carbon Capture Hub, supported by $5 million in federal funding. This project will allow permanent store emissions from multiple industrial sources, including oil and gas operations, and could eventually sequester up to 20 million tons of CO2 per year. That's like taking 3.5 million cars off the road every year. And that's not just a climate solution, it's a model for decarbonization on an industrial scale. Occam's Technologies, a startup based in Nisku, is tackling one of the most difficult segments in the sector to decarbonize, namely diesel fuel engines in oil operations. Thanks to $2 million in federal support, its direct carbon capture system using Oxyfire is designed to capture more than 90% of CO2 emissions from diesel engines. It's this kind of ingenuity that turns a challenge into a technological opportunity. But carbon capture is only part of the problem. Canada's clean tech ecosystem is vast and growing. Electrification of operations is replacing diesel equipment with electric motors, reducing direct emissions and paving the way for the integration of renewable energy. Predictive analytics and artificial intelligence are optimizing drilling and refining, reducing energy waste, and helping companies meet their emission targets. Methane detection and mitigation technologies, supported by the federally funded Centre for Excellence for Methane, helps producers identify and eliminate fugitive emissions, which are much more potent than CO2. These innovations are not theoretical, they are being deployed today, and they're reducing emissions today. They are positioning Canada today as a global leader in responsible energy production. Mr. Speaker, these results are intentional. They're the result of strategic and deliberate investment. And through the Decarbonization Incentive Program, the federal government has invested $150 million in 38 clean technology projects in Canadian industrial sectors. These projects include advanced carbon management systems, electric boilers, and biomass deployments, all aimed at reducing emissions in hard-to-abate sectors such as oil and gas. And this is not just climate policy, it is industrial policy. It is about building the infrastructure of an economy built to excel in the future, an economy resilient to global shocks, that responds to market demand and is anchored in Canadian innovation. Canada's leading energy producers are not just waiting. The Pathways Alliance, a coalition of 6 major oil sands companies, is proposing a $16.5 billion carbon capture and storage network in Alberta. This project would capture CO2 from more than 20 facilities and transport it 400 kilometers to a storage facility in the Cold Lake area. These efforts would store between 10 and 12 million tons of emissions each year and are considered one of the most ambitious decarbonization efforts in the world. Mr. Speaker, the world is hungry for clean energy, and Canada is uniquely positioned to provide it. Our liquefied natural gas exports, including those from the LNG Canada facility in Kitimat, are among the cleanest in the world, with emissions well below the global average. As Phase 2 of LNG Canada progresses, with the support of the federal government, we are opening doors in Asia, Europe, and beyond. Clean tech is making this possible. It allows us to meet the demands of our global partners, comply with new carbon standards, and attract investment from ESG-conscious markets. Short, they are turning emission reductions into economic opportunities, and these opportunities are not just limited to large producers. Across Canada, SMEs are developing clean tech solutions that are being exported around the world. From hydrogen fuel systems in British Columbia to biofuel innovation in Saskatchewan, Canadian companies are proving that climate action and economic growth are not mutually exclusive, but mutually reinforcing. It's about the people and the workers in Fort McMurray and the engineers in Calgary. It's about Indigenous communities shaping the energy future on their lands. It's about young Canadians who want climate action to go hand in hand with economic opportunity. Clean tech is allowing us to bring these interests together, and that's how we build a united, strong, sustainable, and sovereign Canadian company. Let's be clear about the stakes. The world is changing, markets are changing, and if we're not leaders, we'll be left behind. But if we focus on innovation, invest in clean technologies, and support industry leadership, Mr. Speaker, we will set the global standard. It's not time to hesitate, it's time to act. Let's choose to lead by example, to invest, to build a cleaner, smarter, and more competitive energy future. Let's move forward together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard my colleague mention that it's time to act, it's time to move forward. Well, the real fast way to move forward, Mr. Speaker, is to start developing Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore oil and gas, which is already at tidewater and requires no pipelines. But of course, the emissions cap has us at a point where we're about to develop our last project, which is Bay du Nord. So for companies like from Hughes Energy that just announced a $15 million, $1 billion LNG project, how can projects like that go ahead? Will Newfoundland and Labrador's natural gas be stranded under the ground, under the sea, because of this emissions cap? Or does this government intend to lift the cap so that projects like from Hughes Energy can go ahead and liquefy natural gas?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Question, Honourable Member. Look, our government is making Canada an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. This includes increasing our export of Canadian LNG with the lowest carbon footprint in the world. To allies who are asking for more of our energies and share our values, not just our borders, we will advance LNG project while protecting the environment and respecting Indigenous rights. We know demand will continue to exist, and Canada is the best, cleanest supplier that will meet that demand. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How is that possible by 2030 for us to achieve our targets in terms of reducing GHG emissions? Mr. Speaker, this means, as of right now, we're talking about 40 megatons per year by 2030. Canada has committed to reducing emissions by 40 to 45%, but I'd like to say what the analyst at the Canadian Institute said. We have seen zero megatons of emission reductions in recently, and there's even less forward. How can we explain this. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It gives me opportunity to talk about the progress we've accomplished. For the first time in Canada's history, emissions are going down while our economy continues to grow. Emissions went down 9%, which means we've removed more than 19 million cars off the roads. Canada's emissions are now 41% lower than they would have been under the Pierre Poilievre plan, which would have done nothing. Canada's climate plan is based on our economy and our trade reality, and it focuses on our strengths for critical minerals and innovation. Thank you. Before we move on to the next question, I'd like to remind the honourable member that he cannot use names of members. Questions and comments?
Resuming, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, Bikishan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite. I just wondered if he is concerned that after all this talk about how they're going to build, that this current emissions cap, which is really a productions cap, is actually contrary to the plan to build.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Mr. Speaker.
Canada's economy by advancing nation-building projects that will make Canada's economy stronger and more competitive. And this means shortening project reviews to 2 years and removing duplication while maintaining environmental standards and respecting Indigenous rights. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say a bit more about increased investment in clean tech and carbon capture. Can we play a bigger role in that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Well, Mr. Speaker, these are opportunities that are immense. We see them one after the other, and we want to be a global leader in carbon capture, and it represents many opportunities for innovative companies across Canada. Thank you.
Resuming reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, this is a bit far-fetched to have a debate today on an opposition day to scrap the emissions cap for the oil and gas sector when there is no such cap. Why not? Well, because everything that's been put on the table is a draft regulation that would put a cap on production for oil and gas because that's the most highly polluting sector in the Canadian economy. But there is no cap currently. And why is that? Because the Liberals, who were in power for 10 years, were unable to adopt a regulation. And a regulation is something that the government can impose at any time. But they waited, they delayed, they watered it down. And so today there is no cap. And why should there be a cap? Well, as I already said, oil and gas is the main problem in Canada, the main producer of greenhouse gas emissions. It's the most highly polluting industry, and it's a growing industry because the Liberals favored expansion of oil and gas output, and that began with, among other things, the Trans Mountain Pipeline being twinned. They spent $34 billion Canadian dollars on that and increased our capacity to export. So that's an increase in oil and gas production. Between 2010 and 2022, greenhouse gas emissions coming from oil and gas increased by 83%. 83% since over 1990 levels. But I would point out that we're supposed to be reducing emissions, not increasing them. So yes, our emissions have gone up. Yes, the government bought an oil pipeline. And yes, in addition, the government spent even more money than the Trans Mountain in 2024. They funded oil and gas to the tune of billions, 28.5 billion in 2024 alone. And if you add it all up, we're getting to 75 billion in total in funding for oil and gas under the Liberals. 5.7 billion for carbon capture and sequestration, which is a very problematic investment because it doesn't work very well. It requires a lot of public investment for carbon capture and storage. And so this is what the government's doing there. And then they turn around and call it green oil. It's a joke, I think. That's the best joke I've heard all year, green oil. And if you look at the expanding output from the oil and gas sector, it's become giant. If just greenhouse gases coming from oil and gas, just from the oil sands, that's more greenhouse gases from the oil sands than all of Quebec's emissions put together for all industries in Quebec. What that means is that while we're making efforts in Quebec to reduce our emissions, Alberta, Saskatchewan, are increasing their emissions without any limits. There's no limit on their emissions. And today, our Conservative friends are calling us to scrap a cap that doesn't even exist. What is going on in this country? If one province like Quebec makes efforts to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions, but the other provinces don't, well, it becomes impossible, absolutely impossible, to reach our emissions targets. And that's why last week the Canada Climate Institute published a report that clearly states for the first time that it will be impossible to meet Canada's targets for 2030. And the main reason for that is emissions from oil and gas, which are out of control. They're increasing. And there is no pride to be had among the government in saying that emissions have gone down by 0.1% year over year. Those emissions should be falling off dramatically. If this government were serious, our emissions should be dropping off far more dramatically. And if we're to meet our goals under the Paris Agreement, if we're to listen to scientists, if we're to be responsive at all to families that are experiencing the impacts of more and more forest fires that are more frequent and that are more devastating because of climate change. And that is directly related to oil and gas production. So we're talking human lives. We're talking health problems. We're talking about being serious about the climate crisis. And today, the Conservatives are spending a full day wanting to unravel and dismantle everything, things that haven't even been adopted, like this cap. And it's so extreme that the Liberals are basically copying the Conservatives' game plan for oil and gas. They scrapped the carbon tax for individuals, for consumers. Why did they do that? Because the Conservatives spent years saying it wasn't a good policy. But at the same time, all economists said very clearly that there needed to be a price on pollution. And they said that it was an effective public policy. Because if the polluter pays, then everyone is better off. When you look at what the government is currently proposing, well, it's very worrisome. Not only was the Canada Climate Institute very clear in saying that we would not meet our targets, they said that we will miss our target for 2030. And the government's response is the government's backing down. They scrapped the carbon tax. They backed down on incentives to buy electric vehicles, which they had previously created. So they're not restoring those incentives. And at the same time, they're encouraging people not to buy electric vehicles because people are going to wait till the incentives come back. Everyone understands that. Who's going to buy an electric car today when they know that eventually those discounts will come back? So nobody's buying electric cars. They're all waiting for the rebates to come back. And meanwhile, there's more demand for gas. And the government has said that this request came from the auto industry itself, that they didn't want to have a mandate, an electric vehicle mandate. So the government backed down on the Zero Emissions Act. They were supposed to force manufacturers to provide more electric vehicles, but they backed down. And the other thing we've seen, obviously, is there's a liberal conservative they've gotten together on this to pass C5 to allow for the construction of more pipelines. This was done under time allocation. The official opposition muzzled itself so as to not question the government because this suited them down to the ground. They want to roll out the red carpet for oil and gas. And they basically are, it was the oil and gas that wanted C5. C5 is an anti-democratic act. Not only was it passed with limits on debate, but it also means that there may be no environmental impact assessment. This is the biggest backward step in the history of environmental protection. And this is not me saying this, it's Eco-Justice. They're the ones who said that. Because there were 12 acts lumped together in C5. And now the government does not have to follow those acts. They can bypass all those acts, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, the Endangered Species Act, the Marine Mammals Act. So a whole bunch of acts can be ignored now. It's unprecedented. And why is that? Well, because there are some bad projects. There are bad projects that will now be approved. Now, we in the Bloc, we are in favor of development, but not any old development. And in the oil and gas sector, those projects are inconsistent, incompatible with reaching our climate targets. Now, if there are any good projects, they should be done with respect for the environment. They should be done in keeping with all the legislation we already have in place to protect the environment. But that's not what they're doing. In fact, they're going to go even further. They're going to bypass even more environmental protections. So they're going to back down, just like they did with the Zero Emissions Act. The Conservatives are just listening to the oil and gas industry. They want to do away with any limits. And then there's transportation, which is the second biggest industry that is, and it's connected to oil and gas. There's a link. So this backward vision, we're seeing it from the government. They can't even stand up to defend their own policies and regulations. They're backing down all across the board. And the opposition is proposing nothing to combat climate change. All they're doing is furthering the agenda of the oil and gas industry. But when you look at, there are things being done properly in this country. When you look around, there are good things being done for the environment, good regulations that are also good for the economy, for health, for people. But none of those measures are in the Conservatives' playbook. And to date, we haven't seen anything from this new Liberal government, just backing down on everything that would protect against climate change. So we have reason to be worried. We're talking about the future of our children, and we're talking about our health today. When you look at the air quality in Toronto, it was among the worst in the world because of the forest fires. We had to keep our windows closed in Montreal. When that happens, it's a problem. And what do the Conservatives propose for that? Less regulation, less limits on oil and gas, fewer limits. And instead of asking, should the government stop subsidizing oil and gas? This has been bandied about for years, this idea, but all the Liberals have done is a baby step in that direction towards limiting the subsidies for oil and gas. But they're not talking about that anymore. There was they were supposed to do something else, but they're not talking about that anymore. So this worries us, Mr. Speaker. We know what game is being played here. The Conservatives are campaigning for oil and gas to force the government to back down on its intent to put in place a cap, a production cap. And we're going to spend a whole day hearing them talk about that. And in the weeks to come, too. What we're asking for is for this government to stand up on behalf of Canadians, not on behalf of oil companies. Stop listening to the Conservatives. Stop adopting their ideas. Let's have a genuine plan to reduce emissions. And the main industry at fault here is oil and gas. Because the government did propose a regulation. They could have adopted that regulation, but this government is turning its back on its former environment minister, among others. He proposed that regulation, but this is a total about-face that we're seeing on the government benches. And the draft legislation that should have been adopted a long time ago, it wasn't even ambitious enough. We weren't happy with it in the bloc. Obviously, we reject the idea of not having a cap on oil and gas production, like the Conservatives are suggesting, but we would have gone even further than what the government was proposing to do, because the government had proposed to water down its climate action once again to the benefit of oil and gas. They didn't want oil and gas to have to reduce its emissions as much as other industries in Canada. So the oil and gas industry is pulling less than its own weight, and the government wanted to support that. So the government wanted to give oil and gas even more relaxed targets than was originally proposed. And what's worse, when you look at the draft regulation, there was compensation for oil and gas. They could buy emissions credits. So in terms of reducing emissions, it was wholly inadequate. It was tepid at best. And the Conservatives are proposing to do away with that. They're saying, get rid of it and forget about the climate crisis. Let's pretend it didn't exist. Trump is in the U.S., and some states are going in the wrong direction, like the United States as a whole. But we need to be able to look our children in the eyes and say, yes, there is climate change, and we need to develop our economy. And that's what we're asking this place to do, is to be responsible so that you can go back to your constituents and look them in the face and say, yes, we take our role seriously. We are fighting climate change. We are improving the cost of living. We're improving health. We're improving quality of life in general. But all the Conservatives are talking, I don't hear them talking about developing public transit. They're wailing and gnashing their teeth about oil and gas. But and Quebec's not getting its fair share of the funding. And it's about time someone stood up and said, wait a second, this is not fair. The carbon tax rebates went everywhere but Quebec. Quebec taxpayers pay into the Consolidated Revenue Fund, but those checks went to everyone but Quebecers all across the country. And there's no Liberal from Quebec or Conservative from Quebec standing up and saying it's unacceptable that Quebecers had to pay $800 million into this fund so the checks could be sent to Canadians everywhere but in Quebec. This is the type of debate we'd like to have, not debates about scrapping regulations that don't even exist that would put a cap on production. When you look at the impacts for health, this is not fictitious what's going on. It's reality. there are seniors in my riding who are experiencing lethal heat waves. People are dying. That's what this means. People wind up in the hospital, they're having heart problems, and they're stuck with this reality that isn't getting any better, and it won't with this approach that we're seeing. If you add up the human costs, the healthcare costs, these are record costs, $8.4 billion. And there are droughts. Farmers are struggling. They're more than stressed out. So if you look at all these other factors and the cost of climate change, well, the Liberals are just going to sit down with the Conservatives and work out their game plan. But one thing you can rest assured about is that the Bloc will stand up and take this government to task and demand that we meet our 2030 targets, because we're a wealthy country. Canada is a rich country, and it, in part because it was built on oil and gas. But when you look at what's going on elsewhere in the world, if we were serious, we would be focusing on solar, wind power, e-cars, and public transit and electrification of transportation. These are places where there are advantages that are both environmental and economic, and Quebec has everything to gain. It costs us over $10 billion every year in Quebec to buy oil and gas. But if we were to electrify transportation in Quebec, we could electrify home heating, electrify our small businesses, because Quebec is very proud of its hydro production, and Quebec has said we won't be doing any oil and gas exploration. We're among the best situated in the world to have this green transition, but we're being held back by the rest of Canada because Canada is still focused on oil and gas. And what the Conservatives are proposing, as well as the Liberals, because they haven't even adopted this emissions cap, and this is very disappointing to us because oil and gas is the most polluting industry. It's very worrisome, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for the speech. Completely agree, the world is changing, markets are changing, climate action is essential. This is a big change, a multi-year change, and it sets our goals. However, we are in the middle of a shock change, this trade war, this more erratic world, and that does have to set our strategies and tactics. I believe we share the same environmental goals, I truly do. I'm wondering if the member could expand on other ways to tackle climate change, either in addition or, to replace some of the actions that have been proposed.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I have to repeat my great concern hearing the Liberal government today saying nothing about the Conservatives' proposal. You can see them backing down. No one opposite on the Liberal benches has committed to retaining this intention to put a cap on oil and gas emissions. Yes, they'll talk about energy efficiency, green energy, electrification, and all the other solutions. And we can talk about that. But what about talking about not backing down on this regulation to put an emissions cap on oil and gas? That's what's worrisome. Don't change the subject. Let's talk about real things here, the real problem. This would be the biggest back down.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent Akiawenrak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I would also like to commend him on his work for the environment over the past decades. I welcome him to this place. We would have liked him to be a Conservative MP, but we respect what Quebecers want and vote for. Now, a question about the carbon tax. During debate, we made a suggestion to pay sums directly to Quebecers. Our amendment was not accepted. It's on the public record, in debate record, that we made that suggestion. Now, there were experts around the world who said that that was the best way to fight climate change. But every single Liberal MP for 10 years, they were crying out that it was the best way to fight climate change, their carbon tax, but then they scrapped it. When did they scrap it? Before they were reelected, and they did it Trump style. They signed a government order. The ministers applauded the former environment minister when they scrapped their own carbon tax. So here's my question, Mr. Speaker. Does the member listen to Quebecers and what they want? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, as for amendments, of course we listen to Quebecers. We said that the $874 million that the Liberals sent to send checks to all Canadians, we called for that to be reimbursed to Quebecers. That's not what we hear from Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to climate change, all Quebecers, in fact, the vast majority of Quebecers, want more effort from their government, not less effort, as the Conservatives are suggesting. Quebecers are among the strongest provinces in fighting climate change. We are reducing GHG emissions, or trying to, but you're not suggesting anything. You're just suggesting that we move backward in our fight against climate change. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Conservative motion, it's like kicking down an open door. They want to scrap a cap that does not exist, in fact. Could our colleagues speak to that aspect? Earlier, a Liberal member said that GHG emissions are down 9%. Is that accurate? Because I'm under the impression that our emissions are not decreasing fast enough. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. It's obvious that that emissions are not down in Canada. In some sectors, emissions are stable. In some sectors, emissions are decreasing, like in the electricity sector. But in the oil and gas sector, Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that emissions are increasing. This is a matter of science. This country cannot achieve its GHG emissions reduction goals if it doesn't have a serious cap for the oil and gas sector, which is heavily funded by the government. Now, there is double funding. First, in 2024, $25 billion was handed to the oil and gas industry, double funded. The second type of funding is because there are costs, healthcare costs, all types of costs related to climate change. And we have to pay for that. Can the Conservatives speak to that? Questions and comments?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just hearing this speech, I'm very alarmed again why the Bloc Québécois want to take a position that increases the power of Ottawa. In British Columbia, we don't want the federal government to impose tanker bans on our coast. In fact, removing this tanker ban will allow Canada to fulfill a critical mineral strategy. It will empower First Nations in the region who are opposed to the tanker ban. So why can't the Bloc Québécois understand British Columbia for a change, understand that we want to see the economic development that's going to drive Canada forward and give them more money through equalization payments? Can they not respect our sovereignty for a change?
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I'd be delighted to discuss sovereignty with my colleague. We could send him a check to cover the costs of climate change-related problems in Alberta. It's clear, though, Mr. Speaker, there should be a cap on oil and gas emissions in the oil and gas sector, and Canada can do so. Currently, Alberta isn't doing a thing. Their emissions are increasing, and that's a huge problem in Canada. We can't bury our heads in the sand here. That's what the Conservatives are doing, but we will not back down on our climate commitments. We need to do more, and that's what the government should do. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle, questions and comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here's a question to my colleague. Should we put a price on climate change, on emissions. People say that we need oil. Where are my 67 Quebec colleagues in supporting us? We know that we need everyone to work together. In Quebec, we are bringing down our emissions. So would my colleague agree that we will need statistics in order to bypass lobbying and bypass people trying to protect their own local economies? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I would like my Liberal and Conservative colleagues to take a hard look at science and data. There is an agreement called the Paris Agreement, to which Canada is party. The agreement calls for us to decrease GHG emissions by 50% by 2030 as compared with 2009. We cannot pretend that climate change doesn't exist. We know what's going on today, what the consequences are. There are thousands of Canadians who have had to leave their homes. They had to leave their homes this summer because of forest fires. The same goes for the increase in floods, droughts, deadly heat waves. That costs billions of dollars each year, but no one's talking about that from that party. They're only talking about oil and gas. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière, questions and comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my colleague tell us about the Government of Quebec's intention to withdraw from the carbon market? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my colleague, I'm not sure where he got that information. I've not heard anything about Quebec intending to withdraw from the cap-and-trade system. In fact, on the contrary, in Quebec, all parties support a cap-and-trade system. It's not perfect, the system, but it allows us to work with California and states which are progressive when it comes to fighting climate change. Quebec can be a leader in Canada and around the world. This is why we're worried that the Conservatives want to scrap all restrictions and caps on the oil and gas sector, because that would not be helpful for Canada or for Quebec. Resuming debate.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal illusion is now on a collision course with reality. See, the Prime Minister ran an entire election campaign promising to be the opposite of who he was and to do the opposite of what he had been saying and writing and what the Liberal government had been doing for the prior 10 years. It wasn't just on this question of developing our resources, it was on questions of fiscal policy. He had obviously caused a massive inflation and housing crisis in the UK by printing nearly endless sums of money over there, and then came back here promising that he would spend less, a promise he promptly broke. He advised the Prime Minister in this country, Justin Trudeau, to do likewise, and then promised to do precisely the opposite. He argued that not only should there be a carbon tax, but that tax should be raised even further, only to promise that he would get rid of it, a promise that he is already in the process of breaking. And he had campaigned around the world to defund the energy sector, convincing financial institutions to stop loaning and investing to Canadian energy, and writing, and I quote, that he believed that as much as half of oil reserves, proven oil reserves, need to stay in the ground if we're going to get where we are, And he further said that it was a, quote, sensible decision to cancel the Northern Gateway pipeline. I think it is the right decision, he said. Those were his positions up until, about 2 months before he launched his campaign for Prime Minister, at which point he suddenly reversed himself and tried to plagiarize the positions of the Conservative Party. Now, here's the problem with someone pretending to believe something he clearly does not, just to get elected, is that after the election is over, he reverts quickly to his original course. And that is what we have seen. While there have been many illusions that he would change course, that he would approve projects, that he would, quote, build at unimaginable speeds, none of this has materialized in any form of reality. Here we are, 6 months into the latest Liberal term, and there is not a single new project that was not already in the works which has been given the green light, and certainly not one that is under construction. And so today, we have an opportunity to find out what the Liberals' real position is on the subject of a pipeline. Because yes, this motion is about our ability to ever build a pipeline. Let's break it down. We all agree that Canada has the most resources in the world. We all agree, at least Liberals and Conservatives agree, that the only reason we can't build pipelines to move those resources to tidewater is because of federal bureaucracy and federal laws. Now, you might ask, how can you say that the Liberals agree with that proposition? Well, the answer is that they passed C5, the foundation of which is that we need to go around all of the Liberal laws and bureaucracies in order to get things built. The law literally allows the Prime Minister, through the stroke of the pen, to go around all of the environmental, public safety laws and the associated bureaucracies, which means that he believes that those laws and bureaucracies are neither necessary to protect the environment nor possible if you want to get anything done. So we agree that the laws and the bureaucracy are the obstacle. Here's where we disagree. His view is that to solve the problem of Liberal laws and Liberal bureaucracies, that we need more Liberal laws and Liberal bureaucracies, which is to say he confuses the problem with the solution. We believe that if there are Liberal laws and bureaucracies roadblocking development, then get rid of those Liberal laws and bureaucracies. Put simply, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Let investors pour the hundreds of billions of dollars of private investment into building the projects of the future, projects that will pay tax rather than take government handouts. Get out of the way, grant fast permits so that our workers, our prodigious welders, pipe fitters, industrial carpenters, and laborers can get busy earning six-figure paychecks so that they can build our country and make us independent from the Americans. And I will split my time with the member for Edmonton West. In other words, get out of the way. Now, Liberals would retort that you could still get a pipeline built without removing all of the destructive laws and rules that are in place, because their new powers will allow them to go around those laws and rules. But here is the problem. Even if the Prime Minister were to use the powers in C5 to lay out a path to build a pipe from, say, Hardisty, Alberta, the biggest tank farm in Canada, all the way to the Pacific, either Kitimat or Prince Rupert, no one would build that pipeline today because the government bans the production of the oil going into it and the shipping of the oil coming out of it. Another illusion. You see what the Prime Minister is setting us up for here. He wants to be able to say, geez, we'd really love to build a pipeline, but there's no proponent. No one wants to build it. Just not a market case for it. Too bad. I guess we can just move on to another money-losing corporate welfare project that will make the Prime Minister's friends fabulously wealthy, making other people poor, because no one wants to build a pipeline. I guess pipelines are just out of fashion. Forget that they're being built far and wide outside of Canada, including by Canadian companies. But in Canada, they're not being built. Now, why is that? Well, it turns out that nobody wants to build a pipeline when the government bans you from producing the oil to put into it or shipping what comes out of it. So you ultimately have to get rid of the production cap that is preventing the oil from going in and the shipping ban that is preventing the oil from coming out. Two things that this government has so far refused to do. To put this into context, the production cap that this government has imposed, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, will cause over 54,000 job losses and blow a $20 billion hole in Canada's GDP. It will also make it impossible for us to get our oil to any market other than the United States of America, making us more dependent, ever more dependent on the U.S., exactly what the opposite of what the Prime Minister promised. And so here we have yet another Liberal bait and switch. The Prime Minister who ran on elbows up has been elbows down, and now he prevents us from shipping to overseas markets, making us even more reliant on the Americans. It's no wonder that President Trump said it would be a lot easier for him to deal with the Liberals. He was right. He knows that the Liberals want to continue to hand over our resources to the U.S. at enormous price discounts. And that's why Conservatives propose to get rid of the production cap. And we're giving Liberals an opportunity to vote here and now. If they vote to keep their production cap in place, it'll be a signal that all of the flirtations that the Prime Minister has done with the possibility of producing more or building pipelines were nothing but an illusion, a tragic and extremely costly illusion. Let's put the illusions behind us and get to the real deal. And here's what it is. We need to pass a Canadian Sovereignty Act that will get rid of the production cap, repeal the anti-pipeline law, C-69, legalize shipping oil off the northwest British Columbia coast, axe the entire carbon tax, the industrial carbon tax, the fuel standard, and all of the taxes that make our energy uncompetitive. We need to replace it with a law that will allow us to approve major projects in just 6 months. Axe the capital gains tax for any business or person that reinvests their money in Canada. This will be economic rocket fuel for our economy, Mr. Speaker. That's what we need. This is a plan for stronger take-home pay with a more powerful dollar that will buy food, fuel, and homes at a more affordable price for our people. The goal in all of this is to make our people richer, to give them bigger and bolder opportunities, to make this, once again, a country that is strong, self-reliant, and stands on its own 2 feet. This is a patriotic act. We call on the government to adopt it. We will work with anyone from any party to get this done because, as always, we put Canada first.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the leader of the opposition's comments, but I do have a question for him. How does he explain to energy workers that he spent 10 years in cabinet and did not build one single pipeline to Coastline, which costs millions of dollars to Canadians? What does he have to say to those people today?
The honourable leader of the opposition.
The answer is we did. We approved and completed 4 pipelines, Mr. Speaker. 4 pipelines, and then we actually approved the Northern Gateway Pipeline, which would have shipped 500,000 barrels of oil from Hardisty, Alberta, to the Pacific before the Liberal government came along and vetoed and shut down that project. I was curious what the now Prime Minister thought of that decision. So I hauled him before the Industry Committee. I said, do you agree with Justin Trudeau's decision to kill the Northern Gateway Pipeline? He said it was a sensible decision and that he agreed with it. And as a result of that decision by Justin Trudeau and the present-day Prime Minister, those 500,000 barrels have to go at a price discount to the Americans, making us weak. That's exactly what that's exactly what this Prime Minister has delivered.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the leader of the Conservative Party for his speech. I'd like to know, how does he explain the increase in the number of forest fires, floods, and natural climate disasters, global warming? Does he think there is a climate crisis?
The
honourable leader of the opposition. There is very poor management of our forests by this Liberal government. For example, the large forest fire that took place in Jasper, Alberta, where public servants and the Conservative members, the true conservationists, they warned the government to manage these forests and get rid of the deadwood for years. And they saw that lakes, there was a track record on that, but they did nothing. And they accused everyone that was against the carbon tax, accused them of being arsonists and setting fires. It was poor management. We have to properly manage our forests, get rid of the dead wood. Yes, we have to cut down trees in forestry to avoid big forest fires.
Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech here today. Canada has the gift of natural resources, abundant natural resources, and yet for the last 10 years we've seen a government here in Ottawa telling this industry that they don't matter, telling this industry that their jobs shouldn't exist. So while now they have started to change some of their tune and are admitting that their policies have caused this change, the reality is we don't have proponents for pipelines because those laws still exist. So my question to the honourable member is, what solutions does he have for Canadians who are struggling right now? They're struggling to put food on their table. They're struggling to find jobs in these industries because of the policies from these Liberals.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, the member is quite a very tough but fair question, by the way. But the member points out that the Prime Minister has changed his tune. Yes, he's plagiarizing Conservative words, but he's governing like Justin Trudeau or worse. In reality, he has not changed anything, and that is the grand illusion. In reality, he has a Keep It in the Ground caucus that are rebelling against him, and that's why they'll never be able to get anything done over there. You'll need a Conservative government in order to do it. How do you get more affordable food? One of the ways you do it, in addition to getting rid of all the carbon taxes, getting rid of the inflation tax, and all the other Liberal taxes, is have a stronger dollar. How do you get a stronger dollar? You grow your biggest export sector. What is that? Oil and gas. That is right. If you're selling more oil and gas, you have a stronger dollar, and everything that is priced globally becomes more affordable to your domestic market, because that dollar goes further and buys more. You will have more affordable food, fuel. You will have more affordable homes, Mr. Speaker. That is all part of our Conservative plan to bring stronger take-home pay and a better life for our people.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and somewhat pleased, somewhat not pleased to be rising today on this opposition day motion. You have to wonder, in what world do you have a country so blessed with natural resources has to have members of parliament stand up to advocate for actually developing and selling the resources?
Exactly.
Only in Canada do you have that. Now, I want to quote the dearly departed Rex Murphy. He was talking on a very similar bill brought forward from the Liberals. It was Bill C-50, but applies today. He offered up a title for it. He calls "An Act to Inspire and Lubricate in All Manners Facilitate the Separation of Alberta from Canada." Now, this is very much what this government seems hell-bent on. At a time when separatist leanings are on the rise in Alberta, along comes this Liberal government to try and make things worse. President Reagan famously stated the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm here from the government and I'm here to help." But with this government, it seems to be saying, "I'm from the Liberal government and I'm here to make things worse." Now, I want to start by listing all the countries in the world that have an oil and gas cap. It's none. Not a single country in the world has an oil and gas production cap or an emissions cap. Just to be sure, I asked ChatGPT if they could name any, and it came back, "I couldn't find credible evidence that any oil-producing country has in place a regulatory cap." There are effectively no other countries that have a cap on oil and gas production emissions. I looked far and wide, no one else does it. So why are the Liberals the only government in the world looking to have their country commit basically economic suicide? And that's basically what an oil and gas cap is. Now, the Fraser Institute just came out with a report showing the last 5 years, GDP growth per capita has been the worst since the Great Depression. That is, the wealth creation has been the worst since the Great Depression the last 5 years, which of course coincides with the 5 years the current Prime Minister was the economic advisor to Justin Trudeau. So here we have the economic advisor for the worst 5-year performance for our economy, our wealth creation, since the Great Depression. So what's their solution to all this? What's their solution to our issues of rising unemployment, catastrophic youth unemployment, a productivity crisis? Well, let's push the economy off the cliff altogether. I want to quote some chilling numbers from the Conference Board of Canada on what will result from an oil and gas cap. We previously heard the Parliamentary Budget Officer state some numbers, but this is from the Conference Board. To illustrate the magnitude of the impact, under the most likely scenario, the cumulative reduction GDP over 11-year forecast would be $597 billion in nominal terms between 2030 and 2040. So almost $600 billion loss in GDP. We have a productivity crisis, as mentioned. The most productive work in the country, the most value add, is from our oil and gas industry. And the government is bent on destroying it. The report further says real GDP in the oil and gas sector alone will be reduced between 14 and 27 billion, 11% from the baseline. Says total employment will be a loss of 151,000 jobs by 2030, boosting unemployment despite a modest reduction in the labor workforce participation rates. So they're saying that even with less workers in our economy, unemployment's going to go up. Put that in context, 151,000 jobs. There's about 26 million people working in Canada out of a population of about 42 million. So that would be the equivalent of every single person in Burnaby working currently now would be without a job. Every single person in Kitchener, Ontario would be without a job. Longueuil, Windsor, every single person. That is what this government will do. Manufacturing will also take a hit to lose about 10,000 jobs by 2030. Members from the Liberals from Ontario, who do you think is buying all those Ford F-150s? Construction workers, oil and gas workers in Alberta. Manufacturing will be wiped out. Commercial services employment will drop by 52,000. And slackness in the labor market will contribute to a 1% reduction in nominal wages. We're already having an issue right now with dropping wages. Apart from this government flooding the country with temporary foreign workers, blocking young people from able to take jobs, but also suppress wages. So the government wants to come along and say, hey, I'm here from the Liberal government. I'm here to make things worse. For Alberta, now I'm hoping I will see the Liberal member from Edmonton Centre rise in this House to speak on this motion, to see what she has to say. Or the member from Calgary Confederation. I'd like to see them stand up for Alberta in today's debate. Because this is what the Conference Board says is going to happen to Alberta. Real GDP in Alberta will decline $28.5 billion. We're looking at a $6 billion deficit in Alberta this year. And the government wants to take another $28 billion. About a 7% drop in our GDP relative to a baseline for 2030. Alberta's GDP will decline a further $31 billion per year between 2030 and 2040 in real dollars. $30 billion, that's almost the total money we spend on healthcare in the province right now. And this Liberal government wants to take that money away for no reason. So I really do look forward to the member from Edmonton Centre and the Liberal member from Calgary Confederation to stand in this House and explain why they're going to back the Liberal government and try and shut down our economy. The report continues. Unemployment, of course, will be shattered. 102,000 less jobs in Alberta. But the report goes on. There is some good news from the report from the Liberals' attempt to destroy our economy. Here's the great news. There is an upside. because of the negative economic impacts of the oil and gas production cap, we will be slightly mitigated by lower interest rates and the depreciation of the Canadian dollar. Why? Because we'll have economic collapse. It was quite funny watching the Minister of Finance last week cheer. It's a great day for Canada. Interest rates dropped. He doesn't seem to realize interest rates are dropping because the economy is in the tank. It's collapsing. A lower economic output results in lower interest rates. And this finance minister is cheering it on. He doesn't seem to understand low interest rates are a problem. So we are going to see lower interest rates because of lower economic activity and a continued depreciation of our dollar. The oil and gas industry right now is the main thing actually propping up our dollar right now. It's our largest export. And the Liberals want to crater it altogether. I'm going to quote a great comment from the past Liberal Minister of Energy, the one who's probably going off tail between his legs to a posting overseas. He says, oil and gas is probably peaking in this year. That was 2024. A year later, the International Energy Association releases a report. Now, the IEA is probably one of the most ideologically captured international organizations. No longer a friend to the oil and gas industry. They actually say demand is going to increase to a record high this year, not a record drop. OPEC and Goldman Sachs say we will have growing demand to 2050. Canada is the third largest surplus producer in the world. And by surplus, there's a difference between what we produce and what we consume. Higher than us is Russia and Saudi Arabia. Shutting down our oil and gas does not mean the world reduces oil and gas consumption. It moves on to the next producer, Russia and Saudi Arabia. Probably in the Kremlin's cafeteria right now, they're changing the Employee of the Month picture to show the Liberal caucus as Employee of the Month, because all it's going to do is drive jobs and money from Canada and put it in the pockets of dictators. We need to reverse that. We need to grow jobs in Canada, revenue in Canada, and not send it away to foreign dictators. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
See, the problem with using ChatGPT for this member is he's not the only one that has it. So I asked the same question as him. I said, what countries have regulatory emissions caps? To which the response was European Union, United Kingdom, South Korea, China, Canada, and some United States. So then some of the states. So then I said, okay, well, I bet he asked a really specific question, of which I said, are these oil and gas caps? And the reply was Canada and some of the United States. So what this member is doing is he's selectively choosing information. In reality, according to ChatGPT, his source, jurisdictions with economy-wide caps, which include oil and gas, are the EU, United Kingdom, South Korea, China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. And in addition to that, other countries such as China, Vietnam, and Indonesia are currently exploring them. Would he like to apologize for his misinformation?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
You certainly always count on the member from Kingston to stand up and blabber mistruths in this House. If he actually looked at it, he would actually say the information says that no one has it similar to Canada or what Canada is proposing. It also quotes, these are oil and gas producing countries. There's not a single major oil and gas producing country in this world that is willfully committing economic suicide or planning economic suicide like this government. This government should wake up and look at reality. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says it will crater our economy. Conference Board of Canada says it will crater our economy. We are in a crisis right now, a looming deficit, productivity crisis, unemployment crisis. It's time for the Liberals to actually get on board and stop their virtue signaling and support Canada.
Question and commentary.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get the feeling that I am decades back. I can't even believe we're in 2025 right now. The topic we're discussing is so behind the times. We're supposed to be concerned about energy transfer. Now we're talking about pipelines, oil. lowering regulations, rather. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, are these MPs talking to their electors over the weekends? Because how come it's up to the bloc to say we're taking a step back and we need to take action right now?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Ogo as well for the question. The reality is oil and gas demand is going to continue to rise for the foreseeable future. And it's either going to be sold to the world by an ethical, lower emission country like Canada, or that is going to be filled in by a higher emission oil producer from Russia, putting money toward dictators promoting war, or it's going to go into countries like Saudi Arabia that actually have higher flaring than Canada. Perhaps in 20, 30 years, when oil production will lower a bit, it might be a proper conversation. But for the foreseeable future, the world is going to need oil and gas. Canada should be the one to provide it, not dictators.
Yes.
Questions and comments. Question on a commentaire. The honourable member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton West for a very enlightened speech on an ill-conceived liberal idea that is going to ruin our oil and gas sector, the emissions production cap. Now, I have a question about another ill-conceived liberal idea, and that is the North Coast tanker ban. This is what the National Coalition Chiefs says, the CEO, no proponent is going to look at investing in pipeline to the North Coast with that kind of legislation in place, talking about the tanker ban. So I wonder if my colleague could comment on what a productive oil and gas sector could do for Indigenous reconciliation in British Columbia and throughout Canada.
The honourable member for Edmonton West in about 40 seconds.
That's an excellent question. The oil and gas industry is probably the largest private employer of Indigenous in Canada, the largest wealth creator for First Nations. We need economic reconciliation with First Nations, build up jobs, build up prosperity. We need economic reconciliation, not just simple virtue signaling reconciliation that the Liberals offer.
Debate. Please do that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak about a very important issue. After all, the prairies is something in which I'm very much a part of, having grown up or lived in all three of our prairie provinces. I understand the importance of our commodities, the oil, the potential that is there. And I'm actually fairly excited about the future, looking forward to seeing how it is that Canada is going to continue to evolve to be an energy superpower. That is something that we hear a lot of coming from the Prime Minister of Canada today, because I believe he truly understands the needs of Western Canada and the desire for people that are living in the prairies and beyond, wanting to see the commodities and our energy to be developed in an environmentally responsible fashion, of course, Mr. Speaker. And for me, it's interesting in following the debate over the years. My colleague, the Deputy House Leader, had pointed out a question to the Leader of the Conservative Party and challenged him to say, what pipeline did you actually build? Yep. Remember, the current leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, sat around the Stephen Harper cabinet. Mm-hmm. And if you reflect back to the Harper days, you will find that they were unable to build an inch of pipeline direct to the coastal waters, Mr. Speaker. So as much as they like to jump up and down and pretend and say all these wonderful words about the development and promotion of our energy, I question to the degree in which they were actually effective at doing so, Mr. Speaker. The most recent generational pipeline, if I can put it that way, to coastal waters was in fact the Trans Mountain pipeline. I remind members opposite, that was not a Stephen Harper initiative. That was a Justin Trudeau initiative. So they can't take the credit for that, Mr. Speaker. As I say, being from the prairies, I understand, in Manitoba, my home province, hydro development is the best energy source that we have in which we are promoting. We still have oil and so forth, but there's no doubt it is about hydro development. We have other resources that are there that we want to see being utilized in one fashion or another, Mr. Speaker. When I think of Saskatchewan, I think in terms of, and I lived in Saskatchewan, everything from potash to oil to copper and so much more. When I was serving in the military, I was actually posted in Edmonton. I think of Strathcona and the different the oil sands and the opportunities that are there. We can talk about LNG out in British Columbia. We can talk about nuclear in the province of Ontario, in which many of my Ontario colleagues talk a great deal about, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about Atlantic Canada and how, in particular, Nova Scotia and Newfoundland Labrador is looking at off winds. Remember the Atlantic Accord? 2 provinces working with Ottawa to have mirror legislation ultimately to advance green energy. I recall it for the simple reason, not only was it good for the economies, but you had the federal government working with the provincial government on an idea and legislation that was going to have a seriously positive impact on energy renewable in Atlantic Canada. I was shocked to see Conservative members of Parliament vote against it, Mr. Speaker, as many of my Atlantic colleagues were. So I'm hopeful with this new Prime Minister. And when we talk about making Canada an energy superpower, as opposed to taking the negative side of things, as they have continuously done over the years, Mr. Speaker, they're actually ramping it up.
Yep.
When you get a Prime Minister that's going out and making that special extra effort for our prairies, and I'm seeing prairie MPs standing up, being critical in terms of the approach that the currently Prime Minister is bringing forward. Whether it's discussions and meetings from the Prime Minister to other ministers in Calgary, Edmonton, or even our national caucus going down to Edmonton, reaching out, wanting to better understand the needs, not only of Albertans, but of all Canadians, so that we can actually get this right. We brought forward, 5 months ago or 6 months ago, we had a national election. The Prime Minister made it very clear, we want to build one Canadian economy as a way in which we can actually have more independence as a nation, be more sovereign, Mr. Speaker, because in good part of what we were witnessing south of the border. One of the very first initiatives that we brought forward was legislation to build projects, Mr. Speaker. Major projects in Canada. We had a Prime Minister that was meeting and having discussions with premiers of all political stripes, all premiers, territorial leaders, Indigenous community members, to try to be able to say, let's identify some projects together. Let's get behind some projects that are going to ultimately help advance Canada's one economy, Mr. Speaker. That was the big push. And what we saw was a great sense of cooperation that was taking place. And I think that's what we need to see. But it's not only government that needs to play the role. We have to look for other stakeholders. So when you think of the big projects that are out there, think in terms of the investments and where the billions and billions. I believe the first 5, my memory serves me correctly, Mr. Speaker, I think it's in and around $60 billion. That's with a B. $60 billion worth of investment in 5 projects, Mr. Speaker. 5 projects where there was a consensus in different levels of government coming together saying, this is what we need as a nation to build these projects. We brought in the legislation in a very short time frame. I know earlier we were being criticized by the Bloc because they said we time allocated it. But believe you me, Mr. Speaker, if we did not time allocate it, if we didn't get some support from the Conservatives, that legislation never would have passed. The economy matters. The Prime Minister wants to see action, and that's the reason why we had to bring in time allocation on that legislation, so that we can in fact get those projects on the table. And they are substantial projects. And we know the private sector has money. They're prepared to invest, Mr. Speaker. You know, I was talking with the Minister of Agriculture just, a couple hours ago, and he was telling me about Imperial Oil. And if I take a look in terms of what it is that Imperial Oil in itself, as a private company, is doing. I printed off a few things that I was able just to pick up from the internet. Imperial Oil, this is some of the things that Imperial Oil is doing. This year, over the summer, Imperial Oil completed $720 million Strathcona renewable diesel facility. That is an incredible project, Mr. Speaker. It is Canada's largest renewable diesel facility, and it's saying that it will produce somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 billion liters of fuel. That's virtually on an annual basis. That's converting biofeedstock product type stuff, canola as an example, Mr. Speaker. They're investing in carbon capture and storage. They're investing $16.5 billion as a part of a consortium, I should say, in terms of oil sand companies. In this year, Imperial Oil donated actually $37 million in research in a research lab facility to a Southern Alberta Institute of Technology, which is located in Calgary, Mr. Speaker, establishing the Imperial Energy Innovation Centre. This is actually the largest, as I'm reading it, Mr. Speaker, this is the largest corporate gift ever to an Alberta post-secondary institution and aims to advance energy research. It goes further on to say, the Cold Lake operation is piloting next-generation solvent technologies to improve production and reduce emissions. This is one corporation, albeit a very important corporation, that is contributing to the bigger picture, to the larger picture. Now, as Imperial Oil makes these types of investments, they're looking for certain types of returns. They're trying to please a board, their investors. I can tell you that the Prime Minister and the entirety of the Liberal caucus sees Canadians as our board members. And we are committed to working hard to deliver for our board members. And that is what those 5 major projects are all about in terms of C5. And even though I'll go through those projects, there is going to be another coming out, I think it's just before the Grey Cup game or shortly in and around that time, Mr. Speaker. And I'll expand on that because I have some things that I would like to see actually a part of the grander national plan. We should all recognize, I've heard many Conservatives stand in the chamber and talk about LNG and how important LNG is to the nation. The first project that was been listed off was the expansion of LNG. We are looking at virtually doubling Canada's production of LNG, Mr. Speaker. Canada LNG is world-class gas, liquefied gas, that is going to make a difference and make our environment in the long run that much better. And again, we're talking about billions of investment. Well, when you think in terms of that particular project that the Prime Minister has highlighted, that includes Indigenous people being directly involved. It includes the province being directly involved. It includes, obviously, Ottawa being directly involved and many other different stakeholders. Many jobs will be created. A natural resource here in Canada will actually be utilized around the world because we have a system in place through the passage of Bill C-5, which was a priority piece of legislation from the Prime Minister, is going to ensure that it actually happens, Mr. Speaker. We've actually even established an office, which happens to be located in Calgary.
That's right.
I see that as a positive thing. When you think in terms of all the national projects that we're talking about, where's that head office going to be? Calgary, Alberta.
That's right.
I think it's the appropriate place, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't think of a better place. Mind you, I might have suggested Winnipeg had I been asked, but that's for another debate. The bottom line is that that office is there to facilitate and ensure and support quick action so that we see that project get off the ground in a very tangible way to the degree in which it gets finalized. Doubling production. Very, very incredible project. The Darlington Nuclear Project. When we talk about energy and we talk about the issue of emissions, I can tell you that my Ontario colleagues are very much proactive on this particular file because they see the value of nuclear energy and the commitment that's being made here will have an impact around the world. Let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. Last year, I happened to be in the Philippines, a part of a mission that went with the government. I sat around a table with individuals from the nuclear industry in the Philippines. And they talked about Canada and how Canada might be able to contribute to the development of nuclear energy in the Philippines. There is all types of opportunities. I would encourage Doug Ford, along with the Prime Minister, and take a look at that. When you think of nuclear industry and how it is that we can export our expertise, don't forget about the Philippines. There is a wonderful special relationship between these two nations. And I think that we can look at this as being one industry in which we can have some back and forth. So I was especially pleased to hear about that. Canada needs and can be a leader, a world leader, when it comes to development of nuclear energy. And this investment is going to ensure that Canada remains a world leader. When I know it's about energy that we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, I did also want to make reference to the third part, indirectly, the expansion of the Port of Churchill, the expansion of the Port of Montreal is another one of those major projects, which is going to be an incredible project, and I look forward to seeing that materialize. Because not only will the people in the surrounding area around the Port of Montreal benefit by it, but all Canadians will benefit, whether it's directly or indirectly through that project. Back to the prairies, Mr. Speaker, when you take a look at number 4, the copper mine projects in Saskatchewan. Major project. Again, you're going into the billions of dollars. We can then go back to the West Coast, where we have the Red Chris mine, I believe it is. Again, it's copper and others, Well, over there, Mr. Speaker, take that mine, the others, the LNG, all those projects that I just listed off. Run the total, $60 billion. And that's just part one. We are going to be getting another announcement, Mr. Speaker. And at this point, I'd like to give my personal plug, join others like the member from Winnipeg South and my other colleagues. I know a member from Winnipeg South, my good friend for several decades now, has been a very strong advocate as our minister in Manitoba for the community of Churchill in developing the Churchill port. To me, that is one of Canada's hidden treasures. We need to look at the Port of Churchill, and from a personal perspective, I would be very much wanting to see some sort of a potential pipeline going to that particular port, Mr. Speaker. I want to see that port developed, and I know that politicians of all levels of government want to see that developed, and the Prime Minister is currently at least looking at that particular project through what he has established to review and recommend projects. But we'll have to wait and see. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a Prime Minister that is committed to making Canada an energy superpower while at the same time being sensitive to the needs of our environment. A Prime Minister that is listening to what Canadians have been saying. You have a Liberal caucus that is determined to generate the jobs that are necessary not only for today, but for tomorrow also, Mr. Speaker. And to not take a look at the energy needs of the world and our own energy needs, and the exports of our many commodities, Mr. Speaker, would be irresponsible. And that's why it is such a high priority for this government. And hopefully, unlike what the Conservatives did on the Atlantic Accord, that they will see the benefits of what it is that we're talking about and get on side. And Mr. Speaker, I think it can make a great difference, and I thank you for the opportunity to say a few words.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask a question, but I want to first off state something from the PBO. He estimates that oil and gas production caps will lower real gross domestic product in Canada by 0.39% by 2032, reducing nominal GDP by $20.5 billion. Here's the other part that concerns the people of Canada. The PBO estimates that achieving the legal upper bound will reduce economic-wide employment, so the employment numbers by 2032 full-time equivalency will be down 54,400. How do you explain that to the Canadians that are relying on jobs to feed their families and support their homes? Thank you.
Questions through the chair, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. What I would suggest to the member is that the member look in terms of the actions that are currently being taken. You have a Prime Minister that is working very closely with the premiers of Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, and British Columbia, much where those resources are, and you have Doug Ford on the nuclear file working with this government. There's a high sense of cooperation, and all those politicians combined understand the importance of the environment and emissions, but they also understand the importance and what it's going to take in order to make Canada an energy superpower, and I believe that is the end goal, and that's what I'm going to continue to advocate for.
The
honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the colleague for Winnipeg North for his speech. During his speech, he touted Canada's investments in LNG, elsewhere, major projects. He defended C5. He went so far as to say that C5 was passed in agreement with Indigenous stakeholders. Yet, most of them say that they were not consulted. You had to have been there in Winnipeg. I was in the member's riding this summer, near his riding. I attended the Assembly of First Nations assembly. They said they had not been consulted. The Canada Climate Institute tells us that we will not meet our 2030 emissions reductions goals. Is the government proud of that? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I've said is that the Prime Minister and, in essence, the leadership of the government has, in fact, been working with Indigenous community leaders because you cannot advance energy projects without doing so. And at the end of the day, it's a solemn commitment that has been made. And if you take a look at the projects that have been approved, you will see a very strong Indigenous influence to the degree in which it also includes some form of ownership. So in terms of C5, that's totally different than what I'm referencing. In regards to C5, I indicated that C5 was an important piece of legislation, and it was with the support of the Conservative Party that we were able to get it passed through the House. Otherwise, we still wouldn't have it passed, and it was critical to see that passed in order for us to continue to have the negotiations with Indigenous leaders, premiers, and others.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister responsible for Canada-U.S. Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate my honourable colleague's words. He talked about cooperation, and he talked about, I think we can all agree that that Canada has the potential to be an energy superpower in the world in both traditional and clean energy. The Major Projects Office is something he talked about. This is a place where stakeholders, projects, federal government, provincial, territory, Indigenous nations, anyone can come together and we can work together to expedite projects. Can the member expand on how important the Major Projects Office is going to be in this process?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
I appreciate the question. And just to amplify, from a Prairie's perspective, as a Member of Parliament, I was really pleased. And I think it sends a very strong message to the Prairies that it was, in fact, located in Calgary. Having said that, I believe that no matter where you are in Canada, any stakeholder will have the access to that particular office to ensure that the projects that are in fact being designated will in fact materialize. And I'm very pleased to the degree of the nuclear industry as an example that I cited extensively in my comments. I believe in the nuclear industry in terms of Canada plays a strong leadership, world leadership on nuclear development, and this will further enhance it.
I'm a member for Standish Gulf Islands.
And to my honourable friend from Winnipeg, it's really hard to know where to begin with the number of narratives and fantasies that were included in the speech. It does seem to me, as a parenthetical comment, and I will put a question to my friend, that there's a desperate attempt here from the Liberal Party to try to steal votes from the Conservatives and abandoning all the people who thought that Liberals were once part of what we thought of as a progressive group of parties in this place. I will ask him this: is he not aware when he accuses falsely the leader of the official opposition for failing to do anything when he was in Harper's cabinet? Does he forget Bill C-38 that repealed the Environmental Assessment Act, that the Kinder Morgan pipeline was given a red carpet with accelerated speed and a long process?
I do have to give the time for the member to respond. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate the concerns that the leader of the Green Party would have. I believe, we had a discussion once inside the chamber, and the Green Party wouldn't have any problem in terms of decommissioning pipelines where they could. At least that's what I could recall, and you're nodding your head in the affirmative, or the member's nodding her head in the affirmative. I believe that sustainable economic development can take place that shows economic growth and the protection of the environment. I know that the Prime Minister also believes that. I see that as a positive thing. Canada can be an energy superpower to the nth degree, and this is something in which I would like to think that all members can get behind. You can still care about the environment and still cheat.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
You to the member. The current regulatory authorities have no idea on how projects will get assessed through the Major Projects Office. They have no idea on whether or not the standards and regulations that are formed inside the Impact Assessment Authority, for example, are going to get implemented. Is there a plan to implement the current environmental standards to the Major Projects Office? And if not, why not?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, with all honesty, I couldn't provide the details in terms of an answer that the member might be looking for. I can appreciate that the general political will of different levels of government have expressed the desire to see these projects sped up. I believe it's within that 2-year time frame. I would expect that the necessary regulatory work or any other work that's necessary would be done in order to be able to accommodate that.
My commentaire, l'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's rare that we get the opportunity to ask a second question. I'd like to continue to ask questions about C5, which can have an impact on emissions. Indigenous peoples are the safekeepers of our lands, and I thank them for that. In the Indian Act, they were excluded from decisions often made by the Privy Council. Now, in this current context, does the member for Winnipeg North support the Bloc Québécois work because we were able to remove the Indian Act from Annex 2 or Section 2? Was that a good thing, or could it have had significant consequences?
I'm going to choose to answer it in the framework of Bill C5 and the relationship that I have with Indigenous community members, in particular the Grand Chief, Cindy Woodhouse. And I've always had an open door policy in terms of listening to whether it's a premier or a chief would have to say in regards to developments, in particular nowadays because of the passage of Bill C5. I think it needs to be amplified that much higher. But I would like to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that when you talk about these major projects, Indigenous concerns are in fact being seriously looked at and considered, and Indigenous involvement is there, and it's very, very real.
Reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, of course, to address one of the issues that's been dogging this country for years, and that's, of course, a cap on our emissions in our oil and gas industry. And a cap on emissions, of course, is a cap on production. To pretend otherwise is to be talking out of two sides of your mouth, if you will. And that is something that this government is becoming better and better at, but eventually it has to land on some real solutions here. It talks about an energy superpower, which is old words that it chose from a previous government, but recognize what that means. An energy superpower is one whose actual economy contributes to energy around the world so that we actually influence security outcomes around the world, not just the price of oil and gas, although that is part of it. We think about our supply to the world, we think about what we do for oil and gas around the world, we think of what we do for the environment around the world. All of these things are connected, but the most important thing in the unveiling world context right now, of course, is our energy supply as a strategic resource for the world as it faces a more and more conflict-based, more and more risky future. So I analyze this as far as what we're talking about getting an emissions cap canceled, which is frankly a production cap on the oil and gas industry, by design or by consequence. Now, this government has, for the past 10 years, tried to punish the most productive part of the Canadian economy. When I say productive, I mean the most value per job, the highest export value in any industry in Canada. So we've got to get back to the point where we're actually adding some value here to make sure that we actually contribute to the world. And before I proceed any further, Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that the House understands that I'm splitting my time today with my honourable colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, if you don't mind. But in order for us to contribute to the world from both a security perspective, an energy perspective, an environmental perspective, we need to make sure the world is doing better with the outcomes we have. Now, one of the consequences around the world, of course, is the economic and strategic messaging that we have in this country versus what we have to deliver to the world. The world's begging for energy. Think about how many countries in the last 5 years have said, please give us natural gas. We need LNG delivered here. And then Russia, of course, started a war in Europe that has to cause the actual disruption of the energy industry all the way across Europe and as a result around the world. Suddenly, it became obvious to many people, the United States in particular, that it could export its resources to a Europe that was desperate for those resources. Who else needs those resources? Well, Mr. Speaker, everybody in the world is demanding those clean resources, because you look at where the world goes for energy right now, it increasingly goes towards coal. Most people that are in Parliament don't realize this, but the consumption of coal around the world has increased significantly over the past 10 years, primarily because most developing nations want power more than they want something green. And we all know, we think we know in this House anyways, that coal is a larger emitting energy source than natural gas or than oil. So the fact that coal itself is increasing in consumption around the world is an indication that the world is going towards the energy solutions that it can find first and foremost, as a result of the fact that we cannot supply our liquefied natural gas, which we have in abundance here in Canada. We're the 5th largest producer in the world. We could be much higher if we actually took advantage of the opportunities of providing this much cleaner fuel to our allies, to our friends, to the developing nations around the world that don't have that option right now. And that option will increase their standard of living, will increase their environmental outcomes. And I do beseech you, Mr. Speaker, to recognize that there is one atmosphere, that when we emit CO2 around the world, we're emitting CO2 for everybody around the world. So any type of reduction that we can benefit from here in Canada, that is the production of Canadian resources to abate emissions around the world, we should take advantage of. And we have ignored that for far too long because of prejudicial policies that have been put upon our oil and gas industry by this government for 10 years. We need to make sure those are repealed in order for us to contribute to the world, to contribute to solutions for the environment, and contribute to our economy, contribute the way we can to security as well around the world. Now, there's a lot that goes on here with liquefied natural gas. And I noted from the Prime Minister's statement of his first 5 fast tracks from his major projects office that he announced for Calgary, the city where I'm from, Mr. Speaker. He announced a major projects office, and then he announced 5 first projects that he's going to move to a fast track here. One of those projects, of course, is LNG Canada, the only liquefied natural gas export facility that's been built in Canada over the last 15 years. Why is it taking so long to do in Canada when at the same time as we built one in Canada, they built 14 in the United States, and they're exporting their natural gas around the world as a result. Higher cost, higher CO2 intensity, natural gas being distributed from the United States to allies in developing countries around the world, while we in Canada have sat on our hands because we're trying to limit our potential here and limit our contribution to the world from both an energy, environmental, and security perspective. This has to change. Of course, the first way to make that change is to undo the cap on emissions, because the cap on emissions is a cap on production. There is no other formula that equates to how you actually reduce emissions. But when we do talk about emissions, let's talk about what we've actually succeeded at in emissions in Canada. Because many organizations have looked at the emissions reductions we have in our oil and gas industry across Canada. We have a 32% reduction in the CO2 associated with our oil production, our oil sands production, over the last 16 years in Alberta. That is a significant contribution to the actual emissions reductions that we have in this country as a whole. Matter of fact, it is the largest contribution. And the tough part is they're actually measuring that in the industry. When you take a look, and I quote the Environment Commissioner here in Canada, we talk about Canada's emissions reduction. Canada's emissions reductions are largely determined by the Environment Canada, who keep changing the formula year by year, very opaquely. And the Environment Commissioner has condemned Environment Canada for that opacity in actually showing the real numbers to Canadians and how they calculate those actual reductions in CO2 emissions. whereas the oil and gas industry in Canada knows those numbers and has done a great job in reducing the CO2 impacts associated with oil and gas production in Canada. Coal, as I said, has gone up. It's record production around the world. But let's also look at oil. What's happening in the oil markets right now? For years, we've been hearing about how oil is peaked. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you right away that this year will be another peak and another peak and another peak. This peak that should have happened 20 years ago, according to some of my colleagues on the other side and their actual reading of partial and prejudiced information, hasn't happened. Will be over 102 million barrels a day of production this year. And that tells you that we're going to continue to consume this around the world. Why aren't we contributing more to that? Because we've got a cap. We've got a cap on production. What's the point of exporting energy if you can't produce it? You've got to make sure you produce the energy at better environmental standards than anybody else around the world. OPEC just increased their target for production by 137,000 barrels per day, Mr. Speaker. It's a significant increase, and of course, people think it's going to have an impact on the price of oil around the world. They're probably right, but the fact of the matter is they wouldn't be increasing oil production if they didn't actually see that there is demand for that oil that we don't seem to recognize in Canada. So we've got to get out of our own way here in order to make this work for the Canadians, work for the environment, and work for our partners in security around the world. It's eminently important that we get this cap off. This cap, as I said, on emissions is a cap on production. Why bother with an LNG expansion that the Prime Minister asked, or reported, when in fact you can't do that without increasing your emissions? So cart before horse here, folks. We've got to make sure that we actually get the ability to produce and get those products to the world market that's demanding our product from Canada, clean, dependable, safe, environmentally friendly energy to the world so we can actually develop better, develop our country, develop the environment around the world, make sure we're a security partner for all our partners around the world. Step one, we have to remove the emissions cap. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm listening closely, and I agree that we should be a leader when it comes to conventional energy and clean energy. Why talk about a cap when we can talk about how to increase our leadership throughout Canada through conventional energy and clean energy so that we can really make a difference for Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. It's interesting, you know, because clean energy means different things to different people. The definition seems to vary. I get the impression that for the member across the way, clean energy means solar and wind energy. But I don't know that that's as clean as the energy we have now. Natural gas, LNG, is a clean energy for the world. It is cleaner even than electricity production around the world. It is both important and necessary for us to pave the way to being able to export LNG to all. Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a contradiction in my colleague's remarks. Many today are suggesting that we can decarbonize oil, that we can get green oil or make oil less polluting. But on the other hand, we're hearing that if we decrease the cap, we decrease production. So they're admitting that it isn't true, that there is no green oil. They're admitting that more oil production means more emissions, GHG emissions. So here's my question. Does my colleague agree that we should decrease our GHG emissions in order to avoid further climate disasters? Thank you.
Senator. Encore, je remercie mon collègue pour la question.
I'm good. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Yes, global warming is an issue. We're addressing it here in Canada, but it's better here than any other country in the world. But we do need to produce energy for the global market. It's more important than coal-fired energy in Asia. It's not as clean as the energy produced here in Canada. LNG Canada is really important to the world in terms of lowering GHG emissions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Calgary for his remarks. So the fact of the matter is that the need for oil and gas is increasing worldwide. And if we don't meet those needs, we're not stepping up, then it's being taken by other countries and other producers. And I wonder if the member could just comment more about the fact that by reducing and holding back this, the production, how that negatively impacts services for Canadians, such as healthcare, such as everything, transportation, infrastructure, and how we're really shooting ourselves with this policy.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is an excellent question. I alluded to it a bit in my speech here, but the fact of the matter is we've got an industry here that this government has held back for 9 years, done their best to punish the Canadian economy by punishing the oil and gas industry. And they found out after 9 years, and it has not worked. The rest of Canada is slavishly now deeper and deeper and deeper in debt, and we have to address that as quickly as possible. They talk about crises. They talk about the crises in housing, the crises in productivity, the crises one crisis follows another. The fact of the matter is that the most productive industry that we have in Canada, that is the dollars per job, is the energy industry. And we've got to make sure that we're contributing to the world here. By contributing to the world's needs, we're contributing to ourselves as well. The energy industry provides the most taxes for Canadians' benefits of any industry across this country. That's how we're going to benefit Canadians going forward here.
Comment, a very brief question. Honourable Rosemont.
Honourable member for Rosemont-Le Petit-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're in the midst of a climate crisis with droughts, floods, forest fires increasing, and now the Conservatives put forward a motion saying we need to pollute more. Last year, we've been told that we won't reach our GHG reduction emissions because of the oil and gas field. What does he think of that?
Calgary Centre, a brief response.
Merci, Jeannot.
Thank you. I'm not sure what report he's referring to, but I'm certain that greenhouse gas emissions from Canada are much cleaner than what's being produced in China and the rest of Asia, as their emissions are rising considerably now. It's important to decrease GHGs around the world.
Debate. Please do debate. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to be here on behalf of Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I've never had the chance, so I'd like to thank all the people of Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I'd like to thank the EDA for all their work and all my supporters and all my volunteers. But I'd especially like to thank my family because I've been doing this kind of work for 20 years. As a councillor, chief councillor, as an MLA, now as an MP. And it does take away from your family life. And my wife is actually in Ottawa today. She actually, I got her to come over here to join us. All right, that's quite the accomplishment to get your spouse to join you. But it's, I wouldn't say it's timely that we're talking about emissions and major projects in Canada. Because like I said, I've been doing this for 20 years. For all the reasons that I've heard from all the different members. And none of the reasons have changed for me. But for some reason, this Liberal government has awoken to listen to the people of Canada in terms of what Canadians want. Well, back in my region, my province, Canadians and First Nations have been asking us for 20 years. I mean, you think about LNG project in BC, 18 major projects in 2018. All but 3 left Canada. All that investment. You think about one major project being $40 billion, and the next one, underneath it in Kitimat, being $30 billion. The $30 billion project left BC. Shame. That's lost investment. Now, as a First Nation community, we had to learn environmental assessments, permitting, economics. But it never escaped us that our people needed a future outside the Indian Act. And if you haven't experienced poverty, exclusion, or the Indian Act, then you have no idea how important the job is to somebody that's never experienced one, let alone a group of people that want a better future. And First Nation leaders have gotten it from both ends. They've gotten opposition from a Liberal government that does want to entertain oil and gas projects over the last 20 years, or they get it from environmental groups that oppose. And yet the simple fundamental underlying factor is how to address poverty and the violence of poverty. I haven't seen an in-depth conversation in either this House or the provincial legislature to talk about how bad that is. And you talk about crime and drugs, violent crime, that's what First Nation leaders have been trying to address. But this new aha moment in listening to Canadians and listening to First Nations, when the Liberals imposed the tanker ban, their treaty partner Niska opposed it for the reasons I just outlined. Plus, they thought they had a partner in Canada to actually breathe life into the treaty. Lac Williams opposed it because they hadn't been fully consulted. And they thought the tanker ban was going to put a limit on their future for their people. You've only got to come to Kitimat. If you want to talk about emissions, you want to talk about permits, environmental assessments, and you want to talk about the quality of life, come to Kitimat Village. We've talked about these issues for the last 20 years, and it's hard. It's a hard conversation, given the opposition from political parties and environmental groups. But for a First Nation, you've got to talk not only about air impacts, which is what we're talking about here today in terms of emissions cap being imposed, but you also got to talk about impacts to water and land. And if anybody can talk about that, it's Kitimat Village, because we've had industrial development for 70 years. You'd think for a territory that's been so degraded by industrial development that we would say no to development. In fact, it's the opposite. We actually engaged to make those standards and regulations higher. But we also did it not only to uplift our people, but to uplift all those other First Nations along the pipeline route. Those First Nations that are experiencing tanker traffic down channel. And to uplift our non-native communities that surrounded us. Because as a judge once said, and I'm paraphrasing here, we're all in this together, and none of us are going anywhere. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we do not have services on reserve. We don't have hospitals.
Clean water.
Water, a lot of us don't have water. We depend on non-native communities for services. So it only stands to reason that you want to see your own community succeed, but you also want to see your non-native community succeed. For those medical services, for the highways, for the schools. I think this is a relevant conversation given the nation-building conversation that we're currently having. This existential crisis that the United States has put us in. We've got a lot of work to do. A lot of work. Not only in terms of emissions, but in terms of what we are leaving for future generations. We're addressing affordability. We're trying to address that. We're trying to address housing. But what's in it for the next generation? When you're exporting all your product and all your services and all your jobs to the United States, in BC, they shut down the logging industry. That means a number of mills all across BC closed down. Where'd they go? They went to the United States. Now, these big corporations can come and go at their will. It doesn't matter to them. They have different interests in different countries, but the worker has got to find a different employment income. The family has got to think about, does their children graduate from the school that they grew up in? The municipality has to think about a tax base. Everybody else benefits because of bad Liberal policy.
We're talking about an oil and gas emissions cap. And somehow it's a new era with a new Liberal government. But everybody in Canada has known for years that over 90% of oil and gas product goes to the United States at a discount. And what does the United States do? They use it for domestic and export purposes.
That's right.
United States is an energy superpower. United States never thanks us for supplying them with a good quality product at Kmart prices. Poland was smirking at us and almost laughing at us in terms of how we export our oil and gas to the United States. I don't know about you, but when another country laughs at you because of your policies, your legislation, your regulations, I'd say that actually contributes to your conversation about nation building and emissions caps. Germany came here from LNG because they're in a crisis of their own. Given the war in Ukraine, what did we do? We said no. There's no business case for LNG, but we'll sell you hydrogen. That's what they left with. The world still needs energy. They still need and want resources. Canada is rich in energy and resources, but we have artificially put a restraint on our exports, not only for the international market, but for our own domestic needs. There's a number of projects in the Environmental Assessment Act that propose using natural gas to produce electricity. They've been there for years in energy deficient areas. Given that BC imports electricity from the United States, we should be looking at this seriously. Considering the United States uses natural gas and coal to produce electricity, but BC having a clean record, a green record, we import electricity. We are not going to become an energy superpower if we put more limits, like the industrial carbon tax, on Canadians, because it will trickle down to Canadians. We will not become an energy superpower if we put limits on them, unreasonable limits on emissions. We have got good, robust regulatory standards, but there's got to be a balance. What is good for the average Canadian and First Nations? What is good for our country? And what is good for the environment? We haven't had that conversation yet. I'm hoping to have that here today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I take a look in terms of the motion that's before us today, and I think that the priority for Canadians, even conservative voters, is that we need to see a higher sense of cooperation inside the House. And a part of that is to take a look at what it is that the government has actually been proposing by the new Prime Minister. These 5 major projects are critically important to the advancement of Canada's national economy. And the LNG is a great example of that. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts specifically from an Indigenous perspective of why it's so important to do what we have done in terms of incorporating Indigenous ideas, thoughts, partnerships as a part of these projects.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Definitely. Stop the politics with LNG, because it provides benefits to Aboriginals and non-Aboriginals alike. It increases GDP. But I'll tell you this, Mr. Speaker, there are no permits or authorizations needed by the federal government to approve Phase 2. It's all approved. And we just found that out today in committee hearings. So it only stands to reason, what is Canada fast-tracking? There's nothing else to approve.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about his concerns with respect to the future of the planet, quite simply, because we can't keep on doing oil and gas exploration and production without worrying about the consequences this can have. And getting rid of environmental laws and mechanisms and protections have consequences. what will happen at some point? Is this a real concern, or is it just a race to be the most performant? Is there any feeling of emergency or consequences with the Conservative Party?
We're for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Yes, and I'm not the only one that thinks that Canada already has the highest environmental standards in North America, if not the world. But like I've said for the last 10 years, you can't have this conversation in isolation. We are not the biggest polluters in the world. China, Russia, United States, emerging economies have no environmental standards. They have no emissions cap. They have no carbon tax. So yes, let's keep doing what we're doing in terms of environmental standards, but let's take a bigger lens and look at the rest of the world if we're going to look at a global situation.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his incredible speech and certainly advocating for his constituents and First Nations across the country. But this Liberal government is showing it as much of the same as the previous Liberal government when we had some of our most important allies come to Canada requesting access to Canadian LNG. Germany, Japan, Italy, Greece. And this Liberal government said we don't have a business case scenario, but now we see that Japan has signed an LNG contract with the United States for 20 years, worth billions of dollars. I would like to ask my colleague what he thinks the economic benefit to First Nations in his constituency and across Canada. What would have been the financial benefit to First Nations had Canada been able to sign those agreements instead of the United States?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome to the chair. You know what? Come to Kitimat, and not only will I show you the benefits that have actually accrued to First Nation members in my community, but along the pipeline route as well, and down channel. One of the concerns that we had, and one of the statements we made when we started getting into real LNG development, is that we wanted to get away from the Indian Act. We wanted our people to build their own lives. We wanted to be independent. And I'm very proud to say we accomplished that. And there's a number of First Nations in our communities in BC that are on the same path. That development that went to Alaska instead of BC, that would have contributed to First Nations health and safety, but it also would have contributed to BC and Canada overall. We sure missed an opportunity.
Time for a very, very quick question, almost a statement. Yes, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his enlightened speech. This weekend, I actually had the opportunity to go out to Fort McMurray 468 First Nation in my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake and see a fall fair. And part of why they could put on this large fall fair was because of the natural resource revenue that the nation has, because they have been partners in prosperity for generations in my region. And it sounds like it's very similar to what he has experienced in Kitimat Village. And so I was just wondering if he could explain why specifically caps on emissions and caps on production are so detrimental to Indigenous communities in their growth.
The Honourable Member has about 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, great. Hey, I do recognize all the work that's been done by First Nations all across Canada. Very progressive, but it all comes down to what the benefit is to the people. My colleague from Alberta as well knows the benefits. There's a lot of First Nations in Saskatchewan. And if you want to take a look at the real benefits, take a look at the status quo of First Nations that don't have economic development. It's always the same saying. There's nothing to do here, there's no jobs. That's what an emissions cap will take away, the future of First Nations and Canadians in general.
Statements by members, déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Gender Equality Week, I rise not just to celebrate progress, but to challenge us to go further. Despite making up half our population, women's voices are still too often dismissed or diminished, even in places of leadership like the House of Commons. Research shows that women are interrupted significantly more than men, and when they do speak, their ideas are often only recognized when repeated by someone else. I've seen this happen to family, to staff, and to colleagues, some of the strongest women I know. And I'll admit I haven't noticed it enough. But once you notice something, you can change it. Men have a crucial role to play, so here's my call to action. Men, be the ally in the room. Listen more, interrupt less. Give credit where it's due, speak up when you see bias. Gender equality isn't achieved by one group, it's everyone's responsibility. Let's commit to making this real together.
Hey, bravo. Bravo.
L'honorable député de Port.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, on June 20th, on the North Shore, a tragedy cost the lives of 3 rescuers when a helicopter crashed. Olivier Blouin was there, a constituent of mine. He was respected and admired, and he leaves his partner in bereavement as well as his family members and colleagues. He was known for his dedication, his professionalism, and his generosity. He was inspired by one mission: to serve and rescue. Like his colleagues who were also victims of this accident, he was brave and altruistic. These men and women who spend their lives saving members of their community are true heroes. Today, it is with great sorrow that we underscore their dedication and the legacy they leave us. And I would extend my condolences to the other victims and their friends and families. Thank you for your service. We will remember you.
The honourable member for Milton East, Halton Hills South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we honored Armenian Independence Day. Today, I stand before you representing the good people of Milton East, Halton Hills South to recall a pivotal moment in Canadian history, the arrival of the so-named Georgetown Boys to my riding in the 1920s, a group of over 100 orphaned Armenian children rescued from the Armenian genocide and brought to Cedarvale Farm in Georgetown. Their story is often called Canada's Noble Experiment. At that time, admitting non-British orphans was unprecedented. As such, this effort was the first humanitarian resettlement of its kind in Canadian history, setting a precedent for Canadian compassion in guiding policy. On this day, I rise to honor not only the courage of those orphan boys, but also the values we declared then, that Canada can act as a force of hope in the world. Let us recommit ourselves to those values and ensure that the noble experiment begun in Georgetown a century ago continues in our policies in every effort to welcome and in every act of compassion.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. This disease affects over 27,000 men every year in Canada. Earlier this year, I was diagnosed with prostate cancer. Like many men, I wasn't expecting it. It came as a shock. But thanks to early detection, an extraordinary medical team, and the unwavering support of my family, I was able to get effective treatment. Today, I'm in remission. I consider myself extremely lucky, but the fact, Mr. Speaker, is that too many men ignore the signs or avoid seeking medical advice out of embarrassment, fear, or just plain neglectfulness. I urge all men to mark in their calendars to ask their doctor at their next appointment about the importance of screening. It can save lives. It saved mine. During this awareness month, let's think about those who are fighting, those we've lost, and above all, let's undertake to talk openly about men's health. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to highlight the exceptional work of a theatre group in my riding. This group is distinguished. They put on plays free of charge to the public in public places in cooperation with other groups. This makes theatre accessible to everyone all across the Montérégie region. This is a profoundly human approach, and through its workshops, they promote meetings and outreach and reconciliation. I'd like to commend the entire team for the incredible contribution they make to Quebec culture. Thank you.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
A couple years ago, an Angus Reid survey for Cardist asked families the number of children they wanted. The Canadian women surveyed wanted, on average, 2.2 children, coincidentally right around the replacement level. But after that survey, the actual fertility rate in Canada hit an all-time low of 1.26, which means a gap between desire and outcome of almost one child per woman. For the first 15 years of this century, fertility rates in Canada held steady between about 1.5 and 1.6 births per woman, but have dropped precipitously since 2015. Now, the Angus Reid data confirms that people didn't just become less interested in children after 2015. Financial concerns played a major role in their decision to have fewer children than desired. It seems, unsurprisingly, that policies that put jobs and homes out of reach are forcing delayed family formation and leading to fewer kids. One of many consequences of lower fertility rates is greater loneliness for seniors who don't have the same human contact with the shrinking next generation. A shifting population age distribution also makes social programs for the elderly harder to sustain. So, Mr. Speaker, all of us need to work together to rebuild an economy where it's easier for people to have...
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the contributions of Canada's skilled tradespeople who build our homes, our infrastructure, and our future. From ironworkers to welders, from electricians to painters, and all the apprentices starting their careers, they are the backbone of our economy. Through our government's focus on major projects, we're creating more opportunities for Canadians to train, to work, and to build lasting careers in the trades. Our government knows that investing in training is investing in Canadians' future. By investing in apprenticeships and training, we're ensuring young people can enter these professions and experienced workers can keep their skills sharp. These investments are not just strengthening our workforce, they're strengthening our communities and ensuring Canada remains competitive on the world stage. Mr. Speaker, Canada has always been a nation of builders, and with the dedication of our unionized workforce, I'm confident we will continue building a stronger and more prosperous future for all Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I recently got an email from a senior in Cambridge. She told me about her trip to the grocery store. She paid over $47 for a few basic items that would only last a few days. She's not asking for luxuries, just enough to eat and get by. The Prime Minister promised to create the fastest growing economy in the G7, but he delivered the fastest shrinking one instead. There used to be a guarantee in Canada that if you worked hard, saved up, got a good job, you'd be all set. But after 10 years of Liberal government, Canadians are worse off. According to Food Bank Canada, more than a quarter of all Canadians are facing food insecurity. The Prime Minister asked us to judge him on the cost of the grocery store, and Canadians are. With every $100 grocery bill, he gets a failing grade. I have a message for this Prime Minister on behalf of the 5,000 people of Cambridge using a food bank and the thousands more going hungry every day. Stop punishing them with high taxes and high inflation. When will the Prime Minister start giving Canadians full plates instead of empty promises?
The honourable member for Rimouski-Lamaté-Pédia. Mr. Speaker, I warmly congratulate Professor Yves Gingras, historian and sociologist at the University of Quebec in Montreal, and winner of the 2024 Science and Secularism Award, presented in Paris during the 18th ceremony of the Comité Laïcité et République. The award highlights Professor Gingras' commitment to distinguishing between scientific knowledge and beliefs, as illustrated in his book on the impossible dialogue, Science and Religion. As director of the Observatory of Science and Technology, Yves Gingras embodies intellectual rigor and critical thinking. A member of the Order of Quebec and recipient of the prestigious Léon Guérin Prize, he has been defending the separation between knowledge and faith for over 40 years. His fight is vital for science, secularism, and democracy, reminding us that science is universal and transcends borders. On behalf of the Bloc, I offer him our most sincere congratulations.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, some of my fondest childhood memories include Jewish holiday dinners around the table with relatives, laughing, eating traditional foods, and sharing a sense of collective pride in knowing that we were honoring our ancestors and building a stronger community for the future. I can still hear my father's booming voice and the sight of his contagious smile as he eagerly greeted family as they entered our home. These gatherings meant so much to him, as they do to me. Sundown tonight will mark the beginning of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. Although there will be cherished moments together this evening for Jews across our country, the joy of a new year will be accompanied by fear and anxiety, worsened by increasing anti-Semitism that has found an emboldened place in our country. Despite the hate that they continue to face, Jews in Canada will, as we have for thousands of years, continue to persevere. On the eve of this new year, I am proud to stand as a Jew in this chamber to wish the community a Shana Tova. May the upcoming year be filled with peace, joy, and the prospect of a brighter future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is a carnival barker. He promises you can win the prize while he rigs the game. He promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. Instead, he gave us a shrinking economy and the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. He promised affordability, but gave us higher food prices. He promised to get more homes built, but gave us a phony housing announcement in front of fake homes. He promised nation-building projects would be built at impossible speeds, but he hasn't issued a single permit. He promised elbows up, but he tucked his tail in and ran. He said we'd have a deal by July 21st, but all he's done is surrender on every issue. If this was a school, he'd get a failing grade. If this was a business, he'd be fired. But this is the Liberal Party, so he keeps surprise.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Every time we purchase something made, grown, or produced here at home, we're supporting our neighbors, strengthening our communities, and investing in Canada's future. Here in Mississauga, we have so much to be proud of, from the chicken we serve our families, to the chocolate bars we love, to the planes that connect us to the world. Companies like Maple Lodge Farms, Magna, and our aerospace innovators, keeping thousands of local people working. Some sectors are being hard hit by tariffs and trade disruptions. That's why our Liberal government is stepping up to help, making sure that Canadian industries get the backing they need to stay competitive. Canada's government will be Canada's #1 customer with a clear commitment to supporting Canadian businesses. So next time you shop for groceries, furniture, or a vehicle, look for the Maple Leaf. Choose Canadian. Together we can protect jobs, grow our economy, and keep Mississauga and Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ponoka Didsbury.
In the speech from the throne, this so-called new Liberal government claimed that they would tackle crime while protecting the rights of law-abiding gun owners. It was a staggering admission of failure by a government that saw illegal gun crime skyrocket by 130%. Since then, they have shown that they are no different than the last Liberal government. Not only will they spend 4 times as much money to harass legal gun owners and criminals and gangs, but they have doubled down on their promise to finish their gun grab within the year. In an astonishing turn of events, both the Prime Minister and his Public Safety Minister have now said that their gun grab will be voluntary. But now, in a leaked audio clip, the Public Safety Minister was caught saying that Canadians would never get arrested if they didn't turn in their now prohibited guns. Is the minister suggesting that gun owners follow gun laws the same way the last Liberal Prime Minister followed ethics laws? Does the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister realize that it's a crime to counsel people to not follow the law?
L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this first day of Gender Equality Week, it's our duty to face the facts. In Canada, a woman or girl is killed every 48 hours, most often by an intimate partner or ex. These femicides are not isolated incidents. They're the most brutal symptom of an imbalance of power and misogyny that, far from disappearing, is making a strong comeback, sometimes even unapologetically. We thought we had made irreversible progress, yet the setbacks are very real. Gender equality begins with a fundamental right, the right to live without fear. I pay tribute to the survivors, to the frontline organizations, the shelters, and all those who fight against gender-based violence. In the face of this resurgence of hatred, we must name, condemn, and act. Equality cannot be achieved by decree. It must be defended every day.
Ignoring the massacre of 8 Canadians on October 7th, siding with their killers, dehumanizing their families, the hostages still held, and over 1,200 stolen souls is evil. Granting a state to those who practice state terror as statecraft, who pay pensions for murdering Jews, is evil. Not requiring the state to even recognize Israel's right to exist is evil. None of their conditions were met. No election, no release of all hostages, no demilitarization of Hamas. Lying about these intentions is evil. Doing this on the eve of Rosh Hashanah, emboldening mobs and violence upon our Jewish communities, is evil. The fascism once buried in the last World War has risen again as modern terrorism. This isn't diplomacy, it's appeasement, it's betrayal. The Prime Minister has dispensed with human dignity and the rule of law. He's emboldened terror with the state. And, Mr. Speaker, it is evil.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi.
In Brome-Missisquoi, we have the Centre for Innovation, which is the largest microelectronics and semiconductor research facility in the country. And I'd like to give a shout out to the CEO, whose visionary leadership has recently been recognized internationally. She received an award at the largest industrial salon in the world. This distinction reflects her commitment and her ability as an agent of change in an industry that's going through massive change. She's the G7 contact person for semiconductors and has positioned Canada as a key player in this strategic industry. We're very proud that she works in our region and makes Canada shine.
Leader of the Opposition.
The Liberals are setting criminals free. They're wasting money. They are targeting sports shooters and recreational shooters who abide by the law. The Liberals have increased firearm-related crime by 30%. That we already knew. Yet the Minister of Public Safety accidentally revealed the truth and was recorded doing so. He said that confiscating the firearms of law-abiding firearm owners was a waste of money. Does the Prime Minister agree with his minister? Thank you for the question.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday I had a conversation with an individual that I've known for many years who recorded it without my knowledge and had it leaked to a gun lobbyist. In that conversation, Mr. Speaker, the subject of the assault-style firearms buyback compensation program was discussed. In trying to address this issue, Mr. Speaker, the individual's frustration, my comments were misguided. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it's important to have the program in place. This is what Canadians are looking for. And I do want to note that the Leader of the Opposition has voted against every single gun measure.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
By freeing rampant gun criminals and wasting billions of dollars of police and border resources targeting law-abiding, licensed, trained and tested firearms owners, this government has overseen a 130% increase in violent gun crime. But over the weekend, the Minister of Public Safety accidentally told the truth, and he was recorded doing it. He said that the gun grab is not worth the money, that it will go over budget, and it would be better just to lock up the criminals, but that they're going ahead with the bad policy because it's good politics. Does the Prime Minister agree?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's a good thing there's a recording of it so that Canadians can have a look for themselves. Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want responsible gun control. They wanted it in 1989 after a man killed 14 women at École Polytechnique. They wanted it after 6 people were murdered at the Quebec City mosque shooting. And they wanted it after the biggest mass shooting in our history, where a man opened fire and killed 22 people in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, why are the Conservatives against keeping guns off our streets?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the minister said that his gun grab won't work, that it will go over budget, and that it would be better to lock up criminals, as Conservatives have been suggesting, but that they're going ahead with the gun grab anyway because the Prime Minister wants to pursue electoral politics. Electoral politics, Mr. Speaker. When a mother is hit with a stray bullet, or a police officer is murdered by a firearm, or a bullet flies into a child's bedroom as part of an extortion case, we don't have time for politics. So why is this minister caught on tape playing politics with guns?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, in order to have a real conversation about crime, we need to have a real conversation about guns. Canadians want responsible gun control, Mr. Speaker. They wanted it in 1989 after a man killed 14 women at École Polytechnique. They wanted it after 6 people were murdered at the Quebec City mosque shooting, and they wanted it after the biggest mass shooting in our history, where a man opened fire and killed 22 people in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, why are the Conservatives against keeping guns off our streets, and why has this Leader of the Opposition voted against every single gun control measure that he has been in Parliament for?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That minister did have a real conversation about guns. Unfortunately for him, he was caught on tape. Caught on tape, admitting that the gun grab is a waste of money. Caught on tape, admitting it would go over budget. Caught on tape, admitting it would be better just to lock up the gun criminals who are actually doing the crime. Why is it that Liberals only tell the truth when they don't think anyone is listening?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate, it's actually a good thing that this conversation was caught on tape. And in fact, it will counter every single claim that this Leader of the Opposition is making. Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want responsible gun control. We are in a position as a government, we committed to it during the last campaign, Mr. Speaker. Canadians gave us a mandate on April the 28th to ensure that we move forward on this program, and we look forward to its implementation.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, while this government blocks criminal justice reforms that would lock up gun criminals, they want to go ahead and take nearly $1 billion away from border security and police officers to go after licensed, law-abiding, trained and tested hunters and sport shooters, a project that the OPP refuses to enforce. Numerous provincial governments have said they will not go ahead with. They've even had to ask Canada Post to go and collect these firearms. The minister himself has now admitted that it won't work. Why won't they drop the politics and save lives?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, if the member is concerned about advancing legislation that's actually going to keep Canadians safe, he would work across the aisle with us as we seek to table legislation during this legislative sitting to ensure that violent repeat offenders are kept behind bars, to make sure the most serious offenders are actually facing stiffer penalties. But, Mr. Speaker, it is hard to accept criticism when it comes to keeping our community safe from gun violence from a member who, for more than 2 decades, has voted against the very specific measures that are designed to take guns off our streets, and he has voted repeatedly on the measures that will weaken our border to prevent the inflow of guns in the first place.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I and we have voted against policies that have given Canada a 130% increase in gun violence. And speaking of getting things through Parliament, he says seek to introduce. This government has been in place for 10 years. They have softened penalties for repeat offenders. That minister took the summer off and still has not introduced any criminal justice reforms to stop guns. We put forward a 3 strikes you're out law that would lock up the repeat violent offenders. Instead, they're spending $700 million of police resources going after licensed law-abiding people. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I have news for my friend on the other side of the House of Commons. If he believes that I haven't moved forward with legislative efforts this sitting when it comes to criminal justice reform, I would have invited him to have shown up for work on Friday last week where we did that very thing. Mr. Speaker, he should look forward this fall sitting to seeing 2 additional pieces of criminal legislative reform. One on bail and sentencing that will make sure violent repeat offenders are not walking amongst our streets, and a second that will protect those who are at risk of intimate partner violence or at risk of being victimized by sexual offenses. And when it comes to the summer, I was meeting with law enforcement and provincial counterparts. He was fighting for his job.
As the member knows, we cannot suggest that somebody was present or not in the House. I'm assuming he meant it in a very vague way, that it had something to do with, I don't know, something else. But I'll just give that warning to the member. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, with its factum to the Supreme Court against Bill 21, Ottawa is basically bordering on conspiracy theory. By challenging state secularism, the Liberals are creating a slippery slope towards disaster scenarios such as banning places of worship. The Liberals even suggest that Quebec might reinstate slavery or executions. This speaks volumes about how Canadians view Quebec, Mr. Speaker. They say, don't give them too much parliamentary sovereignty. They're crazy enough to reestablish slavery. If the government wanted to tarnish Quebecers' reputation, it couldn't have done so better than through this factum. Will the government withdraw it? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we are working towards the national interest. This matter is in the national interest, so the federal government must protect the Constitution. As the member knows full well, the Supreme Court of Canada is absolutely the right forum for this type of debate. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is attacking much more than secularism at the Supreme Court. They are also attacking Quebec's parliamentary sovereignty by amending the Constitution through the courts without debate. This is a power grab which goes against the purpose itself of the notwithstanding clause, which is to protect democracy from judiciary governance. If the federal government wants to amend the Constitution, that should be debated in our parliament and in the public space, not in court. Will the government withdraw its brief and stop using judges to undermine Quebec's parliamentary sovereignty?
L'honorable ministre de l'Identité.
The Honourable Minister of Identity and Canadian Culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to my colleague, what she's saying is misinformed. The federal government's representations to the Supreme Court will not prevent provinces and territories from continuing to be able to use Section 33 of the Charter and using the notwithstanding clause. The Minister of Justice is sitting right next to me and would be happy to explain to her what we are suggesting as a process. We will always defend the rights and freedoms of Canadians. We are a charter supporting party, always have been, always will be. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals say that they are not attacking secularism before the Supreme Court, it's false. What they should be saying is that they are not only attacking secularism. By attacking the notwithstanding clause, they are also attacking the protection of the French language and signage in French. They're even attacking consensual matters such as protecting children's identities in otherwise public trials, or also attacking the absence of lawyers in small claims courts. They're attacking democracy. They're even attacking Quebec's model. Will they finally withdraw the challenge, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Identity and Canadian Culture. Mr. Speaker, I'm a very proud Quebecer. There are many very proud Quebecers on this side of the House. We have been supporting Quebec for years, for decades, Mr. Speaker. What the member across the way is claiming is untrue. We are the first federal government to have officially acknowledged the decline of the French language. We invested heavily to protect French. We're the first in history to invest in out-of-Quebec immigration targets for Francophone immigration. We increased the percentage. We are supporting and defending the French language. That's what we're doing on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
November for Calgary East.
After
10 years of Liberals, food prices have skyrocketed 40%. This Prime Minister said he'd be different, and he's right. He's even more expensive than Justin Trudeau was. He's doubling the deficit, racking up the federal debt, and blocking anything that would help bring food prices to come down. Liberal inflation is making food prices 75% over the bank's target. Why doesn't this Prime Minister just get out of the way so Conservatives can pass common sense legislation like the Canada Sovereignty Act and actually bring down the cost of groceries?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, in the last election, Canadians had a clear choice between a leader that has economic and business experience versus a leader that has none. We are focused on affordability for Canadians, cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians. We are cutting the consumer carbon tax. We are cutting the GST for first-time home buyers. And we are going to build homes at a scale not seen since the Second World War. I ask the Conservatives to cut the rhetoric and get on board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
In the last election, Canadians were duped by a guy that's committing economic vandalism. This finance minister said he would bring down the cost of groceries Thanksgiving 2023. It's almost Thanksgiving 2025, and the cost of groceries has skyrocketed. It's like the cost of living crisis that they created, their solution to that is to spend even more than Trudeau did. Why doesn't this Prime Minister stop competing with Justin Trudeau for the most expensive Prime Minister in Canadian history and get out of the way so Conservatives can fix everything these guys broke?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, this last summer we crossed the country, went from coast to coast to coast, and the message from Canadians was resoundingly clear. They want us to spend less and invest more in national projects, invest more in building our country, bringing down interprovincial trade barriers, working together, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan to build the strongest economy in the G7. That is exactly what we're going to do. I ask the Conservatives to stop the rhetoric and get on board.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
10 years of Liberal rule, and what do Canadians have to show for it? Soaring food prices, food insecurity, 4 million visits to food banks in Toronto alone last year. A quarter of Canadian households cannot afford to put food on the table. That is 40% higher than the year before. So, when will this Prime Minister stop obstructing Parliament and introduce a budget that lowers food prices?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
You know, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians are facing a hard time, they want a government that will invest in them. And today, as the Canadian Building Trades Unions visit us in Ottawa, celebrating the investments in major projects that are going to create great paying jobs for tradespeople all across this country, with a government that's focused on making sure that we cut taxes for individuals, 22 million Canadians, when making sure that Canadians have what they need. Canadians chose well, and they chose this government, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Canadians want a government that will deal with this affordability crisis. This crisis happened on their watch. This Prime Minister promised Canadians that they could judge him by the price of groceries. Well, the numbers are in. Apples are up 14%. Potatoes are up 16%. Canned food is up 26%. When will this Prime Minister stop obstructing Parliament and introduce a budget that will bring back food affordability to Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are intelligent, and they knew better than to place their vote with the opposition, with Conservatives that were threatening, indeed voting against everything that was making their lives more affordable, whether it was a school food and nutrition program, whether it was the Canada Dental Care Plan, whether it was investment in seniors, increasing supports for seniors, whether it was investments in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Time and time again, Conservatives voted against these measures. Canadians saw with their eyes they could not count on Conservatives to protect them.
The Honourable Member for Parrytown, Muskoka.
After 10 years of Liberals, experts are now warning of up to 100,000 job losses in the housing sector by 2027. Builders are laying off their trained staff, even though the Prime Minister promised to double housing construction. Housing starts have stalled completely in the GTA and the Lower Mainland, where the housing crisis is the worst. In Ajax, housing starts are down 100%.
Builders are praising our common sense plan to remove the GST on all homes under $1.3 million, saying it will restart home building. So why doesn't the Prime Minister want home builders building homes?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, to the member opposite, that's exactly why this government is committed to the most aggressive affordable housing program in our history.
That's excellent.
We need to focus on affordability. Canadians have spoken. Canadians have elected this government to deliver on affordability. With a tax cut, with a focus on affordable housing, we're seeing right out of the gate, Build Canada Homes focused on 4,000 homes in 6 cities across Canada, $1 billion into supportive housing, and 700 units of housing in Nunavut. We need to scale up. We expect their support.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of this Liberal government, inflation is increasing. In fact, according to a Food Banks Canada report, 25.5% of households are struggling to put food on the table. We found out about a senior who has been working hard his whole life and can't even feed himself. I traveled through my riding this summer. I met hundreds of people, good people who work hard every day to put food on the table. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop obstructing Parliament and table a budget that will bring down food prices? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the member across the way knows full well that the budget will be tabled soon. We will be calling on his support for the budget. We have a plan to build Canada up, to create more job opportunities. We want to use our young people to succeed. We want to take advantage of Canada's expertise in aluminum and other sectors. And we will want his support. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. After 10 years of these same old Liberals, requests for food aid are skyrocketing. In Montmorency, Charlevoix, my riding, like elsewhere in the country, food banks are facing an unprecedented increase in demand. There's been a 30% increase in food prices in just a year. Food Banks Canada has given Canada a mark of D for food insecurity. The Prime Minister said we could judge him based on grocery prices. Well, what's his grade? G for groceries or F for failure? The Honourable Government House Leader. The member across the way is new here. He likely hasn't had the opportunity to meet with his party's whip. His party's whip will tell him to vote against all supports for Canadians, to vote against food aid, food programs in schools, to vote against daycare, to vote against support for seniors, to vote against legislation to protect workers in Canada. The whip will tell him to vote against all of that. And the member across the way is going to learn that the hard way, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, there's been a shocking revelation from Radio-Canada. Members of organized crime groups are entering Canada on student permits in order to get rich through fraud, car theft, identity theft, and more. Once again, instead of taking responsibility, the Department of Immigration is burying its head in the sand. In the department's response to the news story, IRCC blamed universities, even though this is exclusively a federal government responsibility to screen people entering Canada, including screening international students. The Department of Immigration is responsible for this. When will it get to work and fight organized crime instead of blaming universities, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians gave us the mandate to restore the international student program and to bring our levels back to reasonable levels, and that's what we are doing. According to the latest numbers, there's been a decrease of 144,000 study permits granted. We want to protect foreign students and protect Canada as well. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, apparently, the minister hasn't heard the Radio-Canada report. It's a matter of international crime. There are bandits profiting and exploiting Canada's laxity to make hundreds of millions of dollars. There are border services. Our border services, they know that the money is being used to strengthen criminal organizations in Côte d'Ivoire and even being used to finance terrorist activities. While Europe cracks down on the network it calls the African Mafia, Ottawa is treating this like a slight problem. It's quite obvious why Canada is a prime target. Will Ottawa finally take some responsibility? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are working to strengthen and reinforce our borders with more sophisticated fraud going on. We need more sophisticated tools to safely handle immigration. Our bill, C2, is before Parliament, and it will guarantee fairness in our immigration system. It will also improve treatment of asylum claims and immigration claims. We must protect the integrity of our system. And I urge all parliamentarians here to support us. Thank you.
Since the minister was appointed, many more people have been abused and defrauded by Canadian immigration consultants who contribute to the chaos in Canada's immigration system while the minister just lets them. Instead of taking advice experts have been giving for years, which is to make immigration consultants report to lawyers, the minister said, "This is fine," this summer, and doubled down on a system that is clearly not working. The Prime Minister chose an incompetent minister to sit in one of the most important files in government. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Prime Minister for choosing me to be the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Very proud of my record when I served as Nova Scotia's Minister of Immigration. Protecting prospective newcomers from those who try to take advantage of them is critically important, and that is why we've established the College of Immigration and Citizenship Consultants to regulate consultants and protect the public, and this is something that we are very serious about, and we will ensure that it gets done.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The minister mentioned her record as immigration minister in a provincial government. During that time, a Nova Scotia auditor found that there were the following issues: no process to determine provincial labour market needs and assess whether those were being addressed by Nova Scotia's provincial nominee program, and none of the 8 recommendations from a 2020 fraud risk assessment had been implemented. So I'll ask the same question. Why did the Prime Minister put an incompetent minister into this position?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the Prime Minister. In fact, I want to thank the people in Halifax West for electing me to this Parliament. I am here to do the best job I possibly can do with my experience, with my expertise, and with my love for Canada and love for Canadians. And we will continue to do that. As for my record as Minister of Immigration from 2013 to 2021, provincially, the record is clear. I would invite parliamentarians to go look at it. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
After 10 years of this Liberal government, our immigration system is in chaos. This summer, illegal border crossers claiming asylum surged by a staggering 277%. Most of them will be bogus. This has put massive pressure on housing, healthcare, and benefits across Canada, especially in Quebec. And what did the immigration minister do? Absolutely nothing. She enjoyed her summer vacation while our borders were left wide open. The Prime Minister promised to be different, but instead of fixing it, he let the situation spiral out of control while Canadians paid the price. Why did the Prime Minister appoint such an incompetent minister to one of the most important jobs who is making the crisis worse every single day?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to thank for that question, but I will answer that question. I've spent my summer, a whole 10, 11 weeks, working 7 days a week without taking one day for vacation. Having said that, this government is intent on ensuring that our immigration system becomes sustainable as well as protecting our borders. That is why we have Bill C2 in front of us in Parliament, which will be an aid for us here, and I urge all parliamentarians to get on board and support it.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
After 10 years of this Liberal government, Canada's immigration system is broken. The Prime Minister promised he'd be different, but nothing has changed. The only way to stop illegal border crossers from abusing our asylum system is to end the incentives that turn it into a backdoor for economic migration. Yet this immigration minister has done nothing, literally nothing all summer. So I ask again, why has the Prime Minister put a minister who is totally out of her depth and making things worse on one of the most important files in Cabinet?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am a little puzzled and a little concerned about the tone coming from the opposition. We do not treat MPs and ministers in this House in this way. That minister is doing a fantastic job and has presented legislation before this Parliament that party needs to respond to that will clean up our immigration system. And while they're at it, they can perhaps answer for why in Cloverdale, Langley City, they are forcing temporary students to come campaign for them in by-election campaigns. Those are the questions the incompetent leader of the opposition and his party need to answer.
The honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, the minister said she worked all summer, and the system is worse.
Whoa.
The Prime Minister promised that he'd be different, but illegal border crossers have been surging into Canada to abuse the asylum system all work, and the minister has done nothing to stop it. She hasn't strengthened the Safe Third Country Agreement. She hasn't reviewed the benefits they receive to put a stop to the ones they come into our country. She's let the asylum seekers become even worse, and the predecessor that she followed. The Prime Minister chose to be incompetent and chose an incompetent minister for the Cabinet. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government is working hard to secure our borders. This morning I had the chance to meet with the president of the CBSA, who advised that border crossings are down 60%, Mr. Speaker. We will strengthen our borders and even investing more resources through security screenings, as well as quickly identifying and removing those who are inadmissible. We will hire 1,000 more RCMP and CBSA officers, Mr. Speaker. We have Bill C-2 in the House right now, Mr. Speaker. If this party opposite is serious about border crossings and immigration, then they should pass it swiftly, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, Hamilton is proud to be Canada's steel city, with a long history of organized labour and skilled trades. Our country's industry, housing and infrastructure, the foundations of our economy, have always been built by workers in the building trades. Could the Secretary of State for Labour update this House on how our government is supporting apprentices and helping workers get the training they need to literally build Canada's future?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Finally, a good question, Mr. Speaker. I've been meeting with workers from Surrey to St. John's, including Canada's building trades unions. We're in town this week, and they all say the same thing. It's time to build. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. From major nation-building projects to building Canadian homes, Mr. Speaker, we're building big with Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, Canadian unionized workers. We're creating thousands of jobs and apprenticeship opportunities through the Union Training Innovation Program. Mr. Speaker, we're investing in training the next generation. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives talk down Canada, we're building Canada up with Canadian workers.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola.
The public safety minister told the truth. It's true. He spoke about how this confiscation buyback is an incredible boondoggle. Now let's actually hear what he had to say. This is the mandate I was given by the Prime Minister to complete this and not revisit this. It sounds like he doesn't even believe in this. So if the public safety minister doesn't believe in this program, why are we spending $742 million taxpayer dollars to keep it going?
Hear, hear. Great.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I've addressed this issue a number of times, but let me just make it very personal, Mr. Speaker. The last 4 months in this role as Minister of Public Safety, I've received a great deal of vitriol from the gun lobby, Mr. Speaker. If you go into my social media accounts, you will see hundreds, if not thousands, of comments of hatred that's coming through the gun lobby, Mr. Speaker. What the party opposite is doing is reinforcing that. We have a serious plan to ensure that guns are off our streets. That's why we will be going forward and implementing this program, Mr. Speaker. I invite the party opposite to come on board and ensure that our streets are safe.
Honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola.
It's always somebody else's fault, Mr. Speaker. What this minister fails to mention is that in Bill C-5, he voted so that people who do drive-by shootings can serve their sentence on house arrest. People who do robberies with guns, house arrest, Mr. Speaker. Nobody wants a part of this program. Canada Post doesn't want a part of it. Local law enforcement doesn't want a part of it. OPP doesn't want a part of this $742 million boondoggle. The minister told us that he just has to put it to an end. So why are they still intent on having this program go forward when all he wants to do is end it?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives constantly want U.S.-style politics here, whether it's the 3 strikes or you're out rule or assault rifles on our streets, which the Conservatives would make legal again.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen these policies fail in the U.S., and they won't work here either. Come up with some comprehensive, meaningful change, like the change that we're going to bring with bail reform and sentencing reform, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal gun grab scam unfairly targets law-abiding Canadians while giving criminals a free pass. This failed scam has been rejected by the police, the provinces, Canada Post, and now even their own public safety minister. In a leaked audio, he says that the Prime Minister pressured him. He admits that this plan won't work, and he even promised to pay his tenant's bail if he's arrested. You can't make this up, Mr. Speaker. What they say in public versus what they say behind closed doors is totally the opposite. So if the minister won't stand behind his own plan, why should Canadians foot the $700 million bill for their scam?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward in a responsible way to make sure that gun ownership in Canada is safe. There is no reason to have assault-style firearms on our streets or in our homes. Mr. Speaker, we're going to be responsible. We're going to make sure that we don't have the gun crisis that we see in the United States just south of us. If Conservatives have their way, they'd make guns free and legal for everyone.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Conservatives have been saying from day one that the gun buyback program is an awful idea. Law-abiding gun owners don't commit gun crime with lawfully purchased guns. Criminals commit gun crime. Gun criminals who terrorize our streets because of the Liberals' failure on law and order. We know that the OPP won't participate in the program. Canada Post won't participate in the program. Local police won't participate in the program. Now we learn that the Minister of Public Safety doesn't want to participate in it either. Why is this minister going ahead with a program that he doesn't want to participate in?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives need to get serious about resolving and coming up with solutions when it comes to crime, when it comes to firearms in our country. When they were in government, Mr. Speaker, they cut funding to the RCMP, to our borders, and they would go back and make assault-style firearms legal in our country. If they cared so much about the safety of our nation, maybe their leaders should get a security clearance.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Leaked audio from the Public Safety Minister revealed the truth. Not even he believes the Liberal gun confiscation program will work. He begged a law-abiding citizen, and I quote, "Don't ask me to explain the logic to you. He knows it's wrong." And he admits the Prime Minister is forcing him to ram this failed policy through, even though he knows it won't fix their soft-on-crime record. So, why is the minister still proceeding with this $742 million boondoggle when even he admits it's a failure?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 35 years ago, I was shot by a legal gun-buying order, and since then, what Canadians want is assault-style firearms to get off our streets, and this is going to happen this year. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Liberal policies for student visas are chaotic in Canada and particularly in Quebec. they allow mafioso-type African criminals to get in, and there are people from Ivory Coast who have scammed Canadians out of money who are allowed to come to this country. What is the Prime Minister doing to fight this scourge of fake students who are criminals? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have given us the mandate to reestablish the international student program at viable levels, and we're doing this. We also have Bill C2 before us in the Parliament, and to get the figures down and avoid spikes in demand, we are trying to strengthen our borders and make them more resilient. So I'd ask all parliamentarians to support this legislation. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Minister did not understand the issue. These were visas given to students, and 200 of them are Africans who are part of the mafia there. They're in Quebec. They are committing crimes, scams, car thefts, etc. This is an international ring that is now in Canada because of laxist Liberal policies on immigration. Can the Minister confirm that they will solve this problem of false student visas? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It's a crime in Canada, regardless of what status they're on, will face consequences.
The IRCC is working with CBSA and all of our partners here to ensure.
Deport somebody, we will. That's CBSA's job. But again, we work with other government departments to ensure that Canadians are protected and that fraud is limited. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, an administrative question for the Prime Minister. I went to check the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website to see what this new state he has announced might look like. There is no map. Can we expect the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs to upload a map of the borders of this so-called state? Could they identify its capital?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I respect the question. However, at this point, what I want to simply say is that there is no military solution to the conflict at hand. There's only a political solution. And in the vein of Lester Pearson, this side of the party will continue to work for peaceful solutions to ensure that Israel and Palestinians have safe and secure borders for each of them so they will live in peace together. That is what this side of the House will work on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
The Palestinian Authority runs a program perpetuating generational genocidal hate with pensions for terrorists who murder Jews. The PA, the PLO, and Fatah all embed terrorism into their institutions. The PLO founded the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, a listed terrorist entity responsible for the attacks on October 7th. If recognition of statehood is to have any real meaning, will the Prime Minister designate this as a state sponsor of terrorism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also state that Canada supports Israel and its right to defend its people every day. Let me also be clear, Hamas is a terrorist group. It must release hostages immediately that have been held cruelly for 2 years. It must disarm, and it will play no role in the future governance of a Palestinian state. We will continue to defend the state of Israel, and we will continue to defend the people of Palestine to ensure we have two states with equal justice and equal rights to prosperity.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, today is the beginning of Gender Equality Week. There has been progress made, and we need to remain firm in our commitment to strengthen gender equality for all Canadians. We want to build the strongest economy in the G7, and we need the total participation and active participation of women. Can the Minister inform us about measures taken by this government to advance gender equality?
The Honourable Minister of Gender Equality.
Thank you very much for this question. We cannot build the strongest economy in the G7 without the participation of women fully. Thanks to our strategy for entrepreneurial women, we've been able to help more than 400,000 women across the country. And with our national action plan, we're taking action to fight feminicide. This week, we recognize the progress accomplished and our commitment to gender equality. Thank you.
The honourable member for Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, in the last 4 months, $54 billion in investment has fled Canada, and that's in addition to nearly $500 billion lost in 10 years under this Liberal government. Now, the Prime Minister promised strength, but all that he's delivered is weakness. His oil and gas production cap is killing Canadian prosperity. Now, Conservatives today are calling for the end of this production cap. Will the Liberals keep their boot on the neck of our energy sector, or will they vote with Conservatives to axe the cap?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians voted to strengthen our economy by growing our energy and natural resources industries while combating climate change. We will support innovation, increase our competitiveness, and attract billions of dollars of investment to get to net zero. Let me share something that the Premier of Alberta said just this weekend. I am more optimistic than ever that the concerns of Albertans are being heard. Perhaps the honourable member on the other side could give up his division and work with us to build Canada strong.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, 10 years of Liberal policies aimed at killing our energy industry have shrunk our economy and driven up unemployment. This Prime Minister promised he'd be different, but instead, it's more of the same. Alberta's energy industry has powered and enriched this nation for decades. But if the production cap stays, there will be no pipelines, and Canada will remain at the mercy of U.S. and other foreign interests. Will the Liberals vote for our Conservative motion to eliminate the Liberal job-killing energy cap, or will they continue obstructing getting Canada built?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we're focused on results that enhance our climate competitiveness. Our government, Alberta, and industry agree. Building a responsible, competitive oil and gas industry is part of the grand bargain. As someone who spent my career making deals, I know you don't get things done by speaking in public. But let me share something with the honourable member. His Premier said this weekend, I'm more optimistic than ever that the concerns of Albertans are being heard. We'd appreciate you getting on board, end the division, get the unity together, and build Canada strong.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Canada's oil and gas emissions cap will continue to devastate jobs in the energy sector and make life more expensive for Canadians. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates that the emissions cap will cut our GDP by about $20.5 billion annually and eliminate 54,000 more jobs by 2032. This Prime Minister promised he would be different, but those promises have been broken, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister support the Conservative motion to repeal the gas and oil emissions cap, or will he and the Liberals continue to be obstructive?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the grand bargain is about taking transformative steps to dramatically reduce our emissions and put new cards in Canada's hand that increase our competitiveness. That has the potential to create thousands of good-paying jobs and careers and create a world-leading clean tech ecosystem that exports our innovation around the world. As I said, the Premier of Alberta said this weekend, I'm more optimistic than ever that the concerns of Albertans are being heard. I would invite the honourable member across the aisle to get with us and build Canada strong.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, for too long, northern communities like those in my own riding of Labrador have had to rely on diesel-generated electricity to keep the lights on at costs that are too high. Can the minister share with this House how our new government is replacing diesel with dependable, clean power in the north? while helping communities build the sustainable future they deserve.
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member Labrador for this question. Mr. Speaker, our new government is supporting Indigenous-led transitions from diesel to dependable clean power. In Yukon, Kluane First Nation wind and battery project provides about half the community's power and saves over 300,000 liters of diesel a year. In Nunavut, the Inuit-led Sanikuluak wind project will replace up to 70% of local diesel use. Project by project, we are delivering cleaner, more affordable power across the north.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go back to last Friday's question. The Liberal government announced it's building 4,000 new homes at the cost of $13 billion. That's $3.2 million per door. With $3.2 million in Beauce, we could build 15 homes, not one. We could build more than 4,000, and with 13,000, we could build 20,000 homes, not 4,000. The math doesn't add up. With the Liberals, it always costs more and more and more.
Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this question.
The Conservatives are already getting the math wrong. That's right. And we need to set this straight. Build Canada Homes will have $13 billion to invest in affordable housing across the country. We have a number of projects to launch that with, 4,000 homes in 6 cities across the country, 700 homes in Nunavut, as I mentioned earlier, and $1 billion into supportive transitional housing. That'll be roughly 5,000 homes for people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. We're going to see tens of thousands of homes across Canada built. That's right. We look for your support on the budget. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, thousands of people across Canada joined Draw the Line protests to send the Prime Minister a very clear message. Enough is enough. Why? Because the Prime Minister and Cabinet are pushing through legislation and measures violating the rights of workers, violating the rights of Indigenous peoples, violating the rights of migrants, while undermining gender equality, civil liberties, disability justice, and environmental protection. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is why is the Liberal government bulldozing over our Constitution to fast-track their corporate agenda?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the question is in all of that, but what I can say is this government was elected, Mr. Speaker, to focus on Canadians, to be pragmatic, to stand up for Canada, to make sure people had great jobs, to make sure that Canadians can count on their government when things are tough. And that's exactly what we're doing day in and day out, Mr. Speaker. We're focused on what Canadians need, what they're telling us they want to invest in. We've got an ambitious plan, Mr. Speaker, and we're acting on it.
That is all the time we have for question period today.
Oui, c'est ça, c'est vrai. Comme il est.
It being 3:07, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Brock relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Brock, seconded by Mr. Mahal, moved that given that the Liberal government has changed the law to allow for house arrest for serious offenders and lets repeat criminals go free within hours of their arrest, which has resulted in a 50% increase in violent crime, the House call on the Liberal government to replace these changes with a 3 strikes you're out law that will stop criminals convicted of 3 serious offenses from getting bail, probation, parole, or house arrest, and keep violent criminals in jail for at least 10 years. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Madet. Kapuskasing Timmins Muskegawuk.
Monsieur Madet, Kapuskasing Timmins Muskegawuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. McLean Calgary Center.
Mr. McLean Calgary Center.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Cobania.
Ms. Cobina.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Monsieur Rollo.
Monsieur Rollo.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Strauss.
Mr. Strauss.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragaskatos.
Mr. Fragaskatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ballinger, Desnathay, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Bellanger. Desanethi, Mississippi Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mrs. Galmasti.
Mrs. Galmasti.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Senate Sook.
Ms. McLean. Esquimalt Senate Sook.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zeratelli.
Mr. Zeratelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Madame Menard.
Madame Menard.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Monsieur Leitao.
Mr. Leitao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Al-Saoud.
Mr. Al-Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Ms. Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Est-ce que le vote électronique est terminé?
Is the electronic vote over?
Non. Attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Informer la Chambre que la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
pas pu voter.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Coteau. Monsieur... Où est-ce que vous voyez Monsieur Coteau? Monsieur Coteau? Monsieur Coteau?
Mr. Koto.
Monsieur Coteau, nay contre.
Est-ce qu'il y en a d'autres?
Are there others?
Le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 139, 139. Nays contre 189, 189.
Je déclare la motion...
I declare the motion defeated.
Oh my goodness.
What did she say?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Order, please. Order, please. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-3. The question, order please, the question is as follows. Ms. Diab, seconded by Ms. DeBruzen, moved that Bill C-3, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2025, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. The 10-minute voting period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Mr. Hodgson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petipa-Taylor.
Madame Petipa-Taylor.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragaskatos.
Mr. Fragaskatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Bellinger, Desnathamus and Iper Churchill River.
Mr. Bellinger, Desnathamus Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mrs. Galmasti.
Mrs. Galmasti.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Senate Sook.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Senate Sook.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Madame Menard.
Madame Menard.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Monsieur Laitao.
Monsieur Laitao.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Auguste. Correction. Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerovitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Madame
Rochefort.
Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Porcoquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Porcoquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Ms. Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Monsieur Watchorn.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la
Will all those opposed to the motion please rise?
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Madet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegawuk.
Monsieur Marat Kapuskakins, Timmins, Muskegawuk.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abutayef.
Mr. Abutayef.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bélanger. Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Cobania.
Ms. Covina.
Mrs. Cody.
Mrs. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Commitch.
Mr. Commitch.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford South Langley.
Monsieur Rollo.
Monsieur Rollo.
Mr. Guglielmine.
Mr. Guglielmine.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Ms. Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Strauss.
Mr. Strauss.
Électronique, pas fini. La Chambre attend maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Si les députés n'ont pas.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Pas de main, hein? Non.
Pas de main.
OK.
Personne se lève.
Parfait. Alors, le bureau va maintenant compiler les.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 189, 189. Nays contre 138, 138.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on citizenship and immigration. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement... No? To inform the House that because of the ministerial statement and the deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 24 minutes. On baisse le volume pas encore. On va poursuivre avec les affaires courantes, mais je vais...
Daily routine of business.
Ils veulent quitter.
But first, I'll give members leaving the House a few moments to leave quickly and quietly.
Okay, I think we're good. We can start with routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Proposed Review of the Conflict of Interest Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities in relation to the motion adopted on Thursday, September the 18th, 2025, regarding youth employment in Canada.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Abul Taif, seconded by Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Establishment and Award of a Living Donor Recognition Medal. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning, but before I proceed to the Honourable Member, I just want to, there are many private members' bills being introduced in the next few minutes. I would just remind the members to be succinct, and that generally means about 60 seconds. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bad news is that today there are 4,700 Canadians awaiting life-saving organ transplant. The good news is most of those on the waiting list could be saved by a living donor. A living donor is someone who donates all or part of an organ to save the life of a fellow Canadian. I'm a living donor. On December 8, 2003, I donated part of my liver to save the life of my son Tyler. But I'm not alone. Across Canada, there are hundreds of people alive today because someone bravely, generously, and selflessly gave a part of their body to another person to save their life. These donors stepped forward, took on risk, and gave the gift of life. To me and those they saved, they are true heroes. Living donors are not paid and not allowed to be compensated for their donations, and this is a good thing. They have freely given what they can to save the life of another. It is a priceless gift. However, as a transplant recipient once said to me, and I quote, "I just don't feel a thank you card is enough. I wish we could do a proper job of recognizing them," end quote. Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm proposing through my private member's bill the creation of a living donor recognition medal. Living donors volunteer to give a part of their body to another person to save their life, and this selfless and altruistic gesture is worthy of significant recognition. We regularly recognize citizens for bravery.
Member, can a member wrap up fairly quickly?
Yes, I'll be done in a minute. We regularly recognize citizens for bravery, selfless acts, and compassion toward their fellow citizen. this should be no different for living donors. This medal would be a way to raise awareness and discussion surrounding living donation. It will save more lives. If we do this, Canada would be the second country in the world to add living donors to their national honor system.
I think we have to move on now because, yeah, okay. Okay, no, I know it's a very important bill, and the member is very sincere about presenting it, but we do have to be succinct. Mr. Abultayev, seconded by Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre, moves that the bill be now read a first time and to be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Kibble, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Increasing Parole Ineligibility. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to table my private member bill today, An Act Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons. I give utmost respect to my colleague, the member from Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, who originally tabled this bill, and I'm honoured that he's here today to second this important act, an act that speaks to the most heinous cases where criminals abduct, sexually assault, and murder their victims. Think Bernardo, or Picton, or Rafferty and McClintock, or Cruz and Moffat. The act will increase parole ineligibility from 25 to 40 years for these types of cases. The act is fair. It doesn't change the outcome. These offenders are unlikely to ever be released. The act is just. The courts and judges retain their discretionary powers based on the circumstances of the case. But most importantly, it is compassionate. It is about sparing the victims' families, the loved ones, from appearing at unnecessary parole hearings year after year. These hearings feed criminals' depraved nature to re-victimize as they describe their heinous crimes in detail. Victims' families are dedicated to attend and advocate and give a voice for their loved ones who can no longer speak for themselves. Families relive the experience and trauma of their loved ones over and over. The bill previously received wide support from the members opposite and was set to pass committee in 2021. However, an early election was called. I look forward to continued broad support from across the House as we look to prevent re-victimization of families of murdered and brutalized persons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Mr. Kibble, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Lloyd, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and Corrections and Conditional Release Act and the Prisons and Reformatories Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to reintroduce McCann's Law in the House today. In 2010, Lyle and Marie McCann of St. Albert were tragically murdered, and to this day, the remains have never been found. The individual responsible has refused to disclose where the remains are, compounding the pain that the McCann family continues to endure to this day. Sadly, their case is not an isolated one. Missing and murdered Indigenous women make up a disproportionate amount of these tragic cases. McCann's Law would empower judges, parole boards, and correctional officers with the tools to hold offenders accountable. It would extend parole ineligibility and ensure that cooperation in recovering victims' remains is a major factor in parole decisions. In Canada, killers can walk free without ever disclosing the location of their victims' remains. Families have a right to know where their loved ones are. They have a right to give them a proper funeral, and those who would deny them these fundamental rights must be held to account.
Mr. Lloyd, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Lloyd, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that the bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When will this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Rowe, seconded by Mr. Small, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Fisheries Act, Atlantic Ground Fish Fisheries. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Terra Nova, the Peninsula.
Mr. Speaker, whether I'm in Trinity Bay, Bonavista Bay, or any other bay in Newfoundland and Labrador, the #1 topic of concern is our food fishery. The collapse of our cod fishery was over 30 years ago. Stocks are up, and even the commercial fishing has begun. Yet me and my family can't go out and get a codfish on a Wednesday afternoon. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are fed up. Other parts of Atlantic Canada can fish any day of the week, and we're restricted to weekends. It's disappointing that the struggling families, the ones that can't afford groceries because of these Liberal policies, they are the ones that can't go out on a Thursday afternoon to get a codfish when the weather is calm. Instead, they got to wait till the weekend, their only weekend off, to risk their lives in high winds and high waves. Mr. Speaker, not only does this bill have mechanisms that will help improve science and data, but at the foundation, this bill will put Newfoundland and Labrador on an even playing field with the rest of Atlantic Canada, allowing us to fish 7 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you. I would note that we're getting better. The time is rapidly...
Takes Newfoundlander to get it right, eh?
I think so. Mr. Rowe, appuyé par Monsieur Small.
Seconded by Mr. Small, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When will this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Lapointe, seconded by Ms. Yip, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Restitution Orders. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Pleased to stand in the House today to present my private member's bill, which is calling for amendments to the Criminal Code in crimes related to drug trafficking and human trafficking. We've all seen the devastating impacts that these crimes have had. These impacts are far-reaching for victims, their families, and also communities, specifically the community agencies that are providing support services, often life-saving services, to the victims. Criminals that are charged with these crimes should be made to pay. They should make restitutions to victims and their families, and certainly to the community agencies. I want to take this opportunity to thank the frontline service support workers who are doing great work at keeping our communities safe and resilient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Lapointe, Sudbury.
Ms. Lapointe, Sunbury.
Moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Dhaliwal, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Health Act, Accountability. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to rise today to introduce my private member's bill, seconded by my esteemed colleague and dear friend, the honourable member from Winnipeg North, an act to amend Canada's Health Act regarding accountability. This bill will ensure that provinces receiving federal health transfers develop their own accountability frameworks, set clear benchmarks for timely access to care, and publish annual reports so Canadians can see the results. It strengthens transparency while respecting provincial jurisdiction. Canadians deserve to know that every federal health dollar is making a difference in reducing wait times and improving access to quality care. I urge all members of this House to support this important bill. Thank you.
Mr. Dhaliwal, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mrs. De Ritter, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code to make related amendments to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. The motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to introduce the Offender Rehabilitation Act, a bill that seeks to address one of the most urgent and heartbreaking crises facing Canadian families, the devastating impact of substance addiction. Canadians see the toll. Lives are lost, families are shattered, and public safety is eroded. Our justice system must do more than punish, it must also heal. It empowers courts to prescribe structured rehabilitation measures, including education, skills training, and treatment programs, to be undertaken during custody. These are not soft on crime measures, they are smart on recovery interventions. The bill strengthens the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, ensuring that rehabilitation objectives are considered during parole decisions. And it amends the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act to treat large-scale fentanyl trafficking as an aggravating factor, reflecting the gravity of harm inflicted in our communities. I look forward to working with all members of this House to restore dignity, health, and hope to those caught in the cycles of addiction. Thank you.
Mrs. DeRitter, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Auguste.
Ms. Auguste, seconded by Mr. Saint-Pierre, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Strategy Respecting Flood and Drought Forecasting. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to reintroduce this bill that proposes a national system to better forecast floods and droughts. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis for his work on this. The government wants to protect our communities, strengthen our climate resiliency, and build a sustainable economy. In Terrebonne, where the river reminds us how fragile our environment is, this bill is very tangible. It wants to protect families, support the local economy, and protect our national heritage. Thank you. Ms. Auguste, seconded by Mr. Saint-Pierre, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Canna, seconded by Mr. Brock, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to introduce my private member's bill, the Jail Not Bail Act. This bill would fix the broken bail system, lock up repeat violent offenders who are terrorizing our communities, and also restore safe streets. We've been lucky and blessed to have the support from all levels of government, from law enforcement, from Crown's defense lawyers, from victim advocacy groups, victims, survivors, and their families. And I look forward to having the support from all members, irrespective of party and affiliation. I think it's time we restore our safe streets and get Canada back on track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yay! Mr. Canna, seconded by Mr. Brock, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Diot, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Parole Review. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to introduce my private member's bill today in honour of Brian Illicik. It would simply amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act so that convicted murderers would no longer be eligible to apply for parole each and every year after they have served their minimum sentences and after their first application for parole is denied. Instead, parole would be reviewed in accordance with statutory timeframes. This would be a common sense approach in recognition of the significant trauma and harm caused to victims, families, by having to be put through repeated parole hearings year after year after year. I look forward to debating this in greater detail when the time comes and having support of colleagues on all sides of the House.
Mr. Diot, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that the bill be now read a first time and to be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? Mr. Weiler, seconded by Mr. Morrissey, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 and the Wrecked, Abandoned and Hazardous Vessels Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise in the House to introduce the Clean Coasts Act. This bill takes two important steps to better protect our coastal environment, boaters, and coastal residents by amending key federal laws. First, it amends the marine dumping provisions of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to clarify that marine dumping is a strict liability offence. This is critical to prevent incidents like the 2015 oil spill in English Bay, when the MV Marathossa leaked oil for nearly 24 hours without consequence. Second, it amends the Wrecked, Abandoned and Hazardous Vessels Act to require pleasure craft owners to take reasonable steps to avoid transferring their vessel to someone who is unable to maintain it, which is often a tactic used to avoid disposal costs. This will help address the growing problem of abandoned and derelict boats along our coasts. Together, these two changes will strengthen accountability and better protect Canada's marine environment and coastal communities from pollution. I urge all members of this House to support this important piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Weiler, seconded by Mr. Morrissey, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House?
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Émanant du Sénat. Motion.
Motion.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, right?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so proud to rise today to table petition E6488 to demand that the Government of Canada appoint a disability commissioner to hold the government accountable when the human rights of persons with disabilities is violated. People with disabilities make up 1 in 4 Canadians, and their rights are affirmed in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and the international treaties such as the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. But, Mr. Speaker, like the petitioners have suggested, all too often these rights, which are enshrined in Canadian and international law, are violated or disregarded. I want to give a special shout out to Jay Woodruff, who took so much time getting this petition together, running a campaign. I encourage everybody to look on the website for this petition. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to present petition E6555, signed by over 1,000 Canadians. The petitioners draw our attention to the prolonged delays in immigration processing for Sudanese refugee claimants and how these delays have humanitarian implications, hindering family reunification, leaving families in limbo and unable to move on with their lives. The petitioners ask the government to prioritize security checks for Sudanese applicants, facilitate timely reunification of families affected by the Sudanese war, consider a policy solution to the age limit for dependents in these cases, and create a special humanitarian pathway for the reunification of extended family members prior to receiving permanent residence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's an honour for me to speak today to present this petition. It is about the transition to renewable energy and green energy that is clean.
Calling on this House to, in looking at the Paris Agreement and the need to transition our economy, not to forget the skills and the needs of oil and gas workers, to ensure that there is a just transition for workers in the fossil fuel sector, and to ensure that working alongside workers in these sectors, Canada puts forward a strong plan based on the Task Force on Just Transition for Canadian Coal Power Workers and Communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Je désire informer la Chambre que...
I wish to inform the House that the clocks will be reset now.
Of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides.
Business of supply, oil and gas emissions cap on the name of Mr. Scheer.
To the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to be able to join today's Opposition Day debate. Really important topic about how we talk projects of importance forward, while also maintaining a climate competitiveness lens to what we do. And I will look forward to getting into that. But, Mr. Speaker, I know you'll permit me just about 60 seconds. You'll notice that today I'm wearing an Acadia University tie. And this morning I was in Wolfville, Nova Scotia, where we made an announcement alongside the provincial government for 104 childcare spaces that is going to be partnered with Acadia University. It's great news for the local community. I give full credit to Minister McGuire and our local MLA in King South. It's a great example of federal and provincial cooperation. And I didn't have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to talk about Ken Dryden, the Honourable Ken Dryden, a great Canadian, as the Prime Minister and many parliamentarians have highlighted in their remarks last week, celebrating his legacy of accomplishment. I can't help but think that Ken Dryden would be proud of that announcement in Wolfville. It matters for affordability for families. It's important for children. And of course, long term, this is sound economic policy to make sure we have a generation of next leaders. So I will get to the debate, but I had to make sure that we had a moment to just talk about how proud of an announcement that is. But we're here today to talk about the Opposition Day motion, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I really thoroughly enjoy being able to debate and bring forward positions, whether of the government or my own, on Opposition Day motions. Today is in relation to the government's emission cap on the oil and gas sector in this country. And I want to start by saying, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is an energy superpower. The Prime Minister has made that clear. We as parliamentarians should take great pride in this country that we have what the world wants, whether or not that is on conventional energy, whether or not that's on renewable energy, critical minerals. The honourable member from Sudbury and I have conversations often about the importance of the mining sector in this country, because at the end of the day, if we are going to get to our clean future, where we are able to reduce emissions, it is going to be critical minerals that are so important to that pathway. They're going to be mined out of places like Sudbury. They're going to be mined out of places in northern Ontario, up north. Tremendous economic potential for our regions of this country. And I want to give credit to the member from Sudbury. She's a great champion in this regard. But it is important to highlight this to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This should be a great source of pride, and it is on our government benches. I am from the province of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't that long ago that I graduated proudly from Hants East Rural High, a rural high school in Hants County, and I'll say about half of my graduating class, amongst particularly the male cohort, who wanted to get into the trades, who wanted to get into skilled labor. This was 2009. Our province was not in great economic shape at the time. Many of them went west or went to the Atlantic offshore in Newfoundland and Labrador to pursue their future through the oil and gas industry. And I do think it is important to recognize, again, Canada is the fourth largest producing country in terms of oil production, fifth on natural gas, and we have the cleanest natural gas in the world. That should be a source of pride for all Canadians. That is something that we should embrace. That is something that we need to make sure we support that sector. And frankly, despite the fact that we hear from the opposition benches that the previous government did nothing on this sector, there was a lot of success in that sector moving forward. That sector does have a bright future because energy, the world needs Canadian energy, and this government and this Prime Minister are hell-bent, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we can make that happen. And that is why you have seen the introduction of legislation like C5, to make sure that we can have major national projects advance, not just in the oil and gas sector, I would note that LNG 2 in British Columbia, when it is fully realized, when it goes through that regulatory process that we are looking to expedite, Mr. Speaker, that will be the second largest LNG facility in the world and the lowest emitting, employing thousands of Canadians in British Columbia, Canadians from all across this country. It's not just British Columbians. Of course, I know that there's great pride in that home province, but this is a Canadian national project. And it is providing energy security around the world. It is Canadian energy, and it is zero emission at its production base. Now, yes, I know there'll be members of Parliament in this place who will talk about the fact that it is a transition fuel, that we have to look and continue to push harder on renewables. Fair. We're going to continue to do that work, but this government is of the view that we have to do both at the same time, that we have to be exploring projects all across this country, whether in conventional energy, whether in renewable energy. We look at hydrogen, great opportunities in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker. This government is focused on building those major projects that are going to drive our economy. Et pourquoi cet enjeu?
So that is why this question is of utmost importance, because right now, Mr. Speaker, the world has fundamentally changed with the American administration and their desire to shift their relations with countries across the world. And in terms of free trade, we are at a point where it is absolutely essential to be resilient in our commercial dealings, and Canada has to have the best of relations across the world. And of course, I do support the work of our minister, who is responsible for international trade. The minister is working hard on building those relationships.
Speaker, in the Prime Minister's pragmatic way in which he approached the G7. Of course, we invited our friends, our long-standing allies of the G7 to have important conversations, but we invited other world leaders that maybe would not always be invited on the margins of the G7 to have these very pragmatic conversations about what the future looks like and how Canada can have these relationships with countries where we may not always agree with every single thing, but we want to be able to find the sandbox of cooperation and where we're able to find partnership in a world that is ever changing. So when you look at the Opposition Day motion today, and I've listened to some of the debate here. I've been in and out of the chamber, Mr. Speaker. Look, we understand, and this government is going to have a pragmatic approach to how we tackle major economic imperatives, such as major projects that matter for regional economies, matter for the national economy. But we are a government that is also focused on climate competitiveness, because this does matter. And I would encourage the opposition, and I was speaking to the honourable member from Winnipeg North just before this debate. In my 6 years in this place, Mr. Speaker, and I hope to be proved wrong by my opposition colleagues when it gets to questions, I don't remember a single time that I've heard the opposition in my 6 years in this House actually advocate for an initiative or a project that pairs economic competitiveness with reducing GHG emissions. And I know right now, Mr. Speaker, that the economic imperative is clear, that we need to be able to move forward, that we need to build up Canada's economic sovereignty. That is clear. But I've never heard it, and I'm going to go through a few examples that I thought were pretty good examples. The member from Alberta, remind me your riding? Lakelands. The member from Lakelands is maybe perhaps going to give me some examples of where that come in. But I want to remind the member from Lakelands that when the last government introduced programs that actually would help individuals who were in energy poverty or in energy insecurity in Atlantic Canada and across this country be able to revert to more eco-friendly options on heating homes, but also reduce energy bills, the Conservatives were against that. In Atlantic Canada, we had 40%, just shy of 40% of the homes in Nova Scotia still use home heating oil. So instead of just railing on about the carbon price, the last government actually removed the carbon price and introduced a program to help people transition, because it was a thoughtful approach of not just dealing with the short-term objective, but thinking about longer-term about energy security. The Conservatives stood against those programs. $20,000 loans to anyone below the provincial median income in Nova Scotia, the Conservative Party said it was a bad policy. single women seniors in my riding, Mr. Speaker, who would call our office and say, without this program, we wouldn't have been able to make the transition to a more affordable way to heat our home. And of course, the environmental impacts were very clear and pronounced. Conservatives were against it. They called it a bad program. I don't understand, there's one clear-cut example that my constituents at home can point to of a program that helped countless individuals, thousands of households, that the Conservatives said no to. How about on biofuel policy in this country, Mr. Speaker? There is a policy where you mix ethanol, which can be sourced from Western Canadian farmers, to help reduce emissions, that helps drive price points, and the Conservatives were against it. And the Conservatives are saying that they introduced the policy in 2008. Well, you don't hear a whole lot of support for it right now, Mr. Speaker. And at the time that our canola farmers, I was just in China with Premier Mo, Mr. Speaker. I was there. We're going to engage with the Chinese to see if there's a pathway forward. We're going to engage with other markets where countries need and want Canadian canola. But there's a domestic policy lever as well, which is our biofuel policy that this government has supported. This government actually has augmented to try to drive more demand at a time that the pricing is extremely important. And the Conservatives just go, we're against that too. That's a policy that could reduce emissions, but also directly support rural businesses and farmers in Western Canada, and they're against it. So when I listen to the leader of the official opposition go on CBC with Catherine Cowan and say that he's quote-unquote an environmentalist, what policies would we point to? And again, I'm not saying that the priority should not be on economic projects. But when do the Conservatives ever have a lens that considers how you can match both, how you can be able to chase both and think long term? And again, the member from Lakelands will stand up proudly, I'm sure, in about 16 minutes and tell me exactly what those policies are. Mr. Speaker, our government believes, particularly on LNG, and this is where it differs. You see the Conservatives trying to paint our new Prime Minister similar to the old one. But this is a different government, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians have picked up on that. This is a Prime Minister that has different priorities. This is a Prime Minister that is going to protect some of the social infrastructure that was introduced, where we would agree, and I would hope all parliamentarians agree. But it is a Prime Minister that is going to be different. In fact, there's a number of constituents in my riding of the progressive Conservative ilk, moderate Conservatives, that actually say a Carney Prime Minister, a government led by this Prime Minister, with the honourable member from Nepean, is more in line with my thinking than the member from Battle River Crowfoot, which represents a different ilk of Conservative. And you notice how the Conservatives are trying to paint, he's just like another Liberal, Mr. Speaker. Yes, he is a Liberal Prime Minister, and we're proud of the work that we are going to do in the days ahead. But this Prime Minister is fundamentally different. For example, we are going to pursue LNG projects in this country. The Prime Minister was in Europe just a couple weeks ago. We are focused on what we can do to get LNG to Europe. I just mentioned LNG Canada in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. These are examples where we're willing to be pragmatic. So when it comes to the emissions cap, we would reject the premise that that cap is a production cap. I know the Conservatives want to make this out to be the case. We believe that there's an ability to partner with the provinces, to be able to partner with industry, to be able to reduce emissions in our oil and gas sector, which absolutely matters to this country, Mr. Speaker, but also to be able to maintain and protect those extremely important jobs that matter not just in Western Canada. They matter in Newfoundland and Labrador. They matter all across this country, including in Kings Hants, as I go back to the example I just gave, which is individuals from my riding who transit back and forth this country proudly supporting that sector. And we support it too, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what it represents. So I will say the government is a pragmatic government, Mr. Speaker. So what I don't see in the Opposition Day motion is any mention of work with the provinces. This is an important element. If you want to have if you're going to just suggest that we're going to throw out a federal policy, what thoughtful public policy would replace it? How are we going to offset the fact that if that policy wasn't there, what are we going to do differently? And again, this is where I go back to the point. Yes, economic imperative, zero lens, zero thought, zero mention of anything to do with emission reduction. And this is a very serious threat, Mr. Speaker. Climate change is real. We've seen the impacts across the country. Do I think that this government is going to be more pragmatic, and do I support that more than the last? Yes, I do. I do, Mr. Speaker. But we are still going to have a lens on the competitiveness around our climate objectives because it matters for trade, it matters for relationships around the world. The European Union wants to see products that are going to be coming from countries that are taking this question seriously. If we were under a Conservative government, they would have no answer to what the European Union would be asking for as it relates to that trade because there's zero thought ever given on the floor of the House of Commons, except maybe if we look to the Conservative platform, which was to actually spend more taxpayers' dollars. Okay, well, we're not going to have any policy that drives and actually encourages the private sector to reduce emissions, to drive their competitiveness. We're just going to plow on more government spending, I guess apparently more than the last government. That's how they would get to their outcome. I would ask the honourable member from Lakelands or any of the other members on that side, where is the conservatism in that? That's not actually Conservative policy because carbon pricing at its core, by its way, industrial policy, that was actually introduced first by Conservative governments in this country. So does it not, it baffles me a little bit, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about policies that are inherently small c Conservative and we have an opposition that either doesn't talk about this at all or when they do talk about it, they talk about pouring on government spending and doing larger government programs. That just seems to run contrary to what Conservative principles ought to play out on this side of the House of Commons. But again, the member from Lakelands, I'm sure, will have an answer, and I look forward to that back and forth. But again, on industrial pricing, Conservatives want to get rid of it. Premiers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, they actually support the idea of having an industrial price. Because what other way, if we're even remotely serious about balancing the economic questions with some form of emission reduction, what are the policies? What are the objectives? And again, it is a huge, massive spot in the agenda of the Conservative Party at this point. That's not to say, again, I believe in what our Prime Minister is doing, meeting the moment right now in terms of big projects that matter to the national interest, understanding that Canada Energy has to be unleashed, and I do believe it's going to be part of our foreign policy. I was listening to the Prime Minister speak at the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. Speaker, on the way up to Ottawa this morning. He's talking about how Canada can deliver not only on food security, which again we should be proud of our farmers in this country, but on energy security and critical minerals that the world needs. So I think our Minister of Foreign Affairs, who I have a close relationship, a good Kentville gal, that's where she grew up, Mr. Speaker, we're proud of her in the Annapolis Valley. When she goes out and has these conversations with her counterparts around the world, she's talking about how Canada can deliver on the energy security that the world needs at a lower emitting dynamic. And that does matter if you have two alternatives. You want certainly on price, it's going to be on security of the source, and if you have a lower emitting, that is going to matter when you're comparing two different places of where you can source that energy. We hear none of that talk from the Conservative Party. None of it in this Opposition Day motion, none of it about working with the provinces, none about keeping any element of public policy that blends the economic imperative of the moment coupled with the need to continue to move down the line towards a more sustainable economy. It's just simply not there. And again, I go back to the point that the Conservative policy to date, and I have to take it, again, I hope the Conservative members will correct me if I'm wrong, that the policy to date is the platform of the Conservative Party of Canada vis-a-vis April 2025, which was the election. That's the foundation that I can go look at. There was actually a lot of policy about spending more government money to be able to reduce emissions, way more. So how does that jive with the questions that I hear from the opposition benches about the need for fiscal discipline, which this government agrees with? This government is going to be working towards balancing the operation spending of the government within the next 3 years. I would expect that the Conservatives would support that. I would hope they would. But how does that jive that the Conservative policy would actually be spend more than the last government on incentives towards emission reduction? It's not Conservative policy, and it's certainly not fiscally responsible in this environment. We do have to have some regulatory policies that help work alongside the private sector to be able to move forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important when we have these conversations to look at what this government is doing. This government is serious about building nation-building infrastructure, to working alongside Indigenous communities, the provinces and the private sector to build in this country. We think that that is extremely important. We are a pragmatic government. This is a new Prime Minister. As much as the opposition wants to pretend that this is, they would love to have the old guy back, wouldn't they? They made a lot of obsession about that. This is a new Prime Minister who's popular in this country, who Canadians across the political spectrum, from the left to the right, are seeing his pragmatic nature and his decorum about how he is bringing the country together, including premiers that do not always agree and had not always agreed with Liberal governments in Ottawa, who were saying we're liking what we're seeing from this Prime Minister. We will continue to take that approach on a case-by-case basis, working alongside the provinces, working alongside industry to make sure that we can be smart about growing the economy at a critical time, building out Canada's economic sovereignty, but looking at our climate competitiveness at the same time. We don't see that level of sophistication from the opposition benches. That's why we're here, and that's why we're going to continue to be here in the days ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard a colleague from across the way speaking so proudly about his fresh, new, shiny new Prime Minister and the required regulatory process that he's so very proud of, the emissions caps. Well, Mr. Speaker, here's what the emissions caps have done. The emissions caps have now pretty much identified Bay du Nord to be our last offshore oil project in Newfoundland and Labrador, because we're getting up against our cap. Furthermore, by 2033, our existing oil fields like Hebron and Hibernia, White Rose, they'll have to reduce their production as these emissions caps tightens. I'd like to ask my colleague, are you proud about persecuting Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore oil and gas industry?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm deeply proud of the men and women who work in Canada's offshore energy sector in Newfoundland and Labrador, and of course all across this country. I'll remind the honourable member that under the Harper government, it was a 900-day process to actually get a regulatory review and approval. This government moved it to 90 days. I'm happy to actually put on the record here in the House of Commons that I'm willing to bait steak dinner, fish dinner, lobster dinner, whatever he wants. We can do it. That there will be projects in Newfoundland's offshore in the days ahead, within the next 6 months. I'm happy to say that I believe in our Canadian offshore industry. We're going to see success because this Prime Minister is sending the right signal that we're going to make sure energy projects get built in this country. He can say what he wants in this place. I'm willing to put money on the line. How about supper? How does that sound, Bay du Nord?
Questions et commentaires. Le député de...
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, it's an interesting debate today, particularly given that we've had 10 years of Liberal government. They approved the Bay du Nord projects. They financed the Trans Mountain oil sands pipeline, which cost $34 billion. But now, ever since Mr. Carney has come to power, they're backing away from the climate. I have to interrupt. We can't use the name of the Prime Minister or any other member. So climate change delays have been accelerating since the arrival of the new Prime Minister, in particularly with the decree on the carbon tax, which he abandoned, Bill C-5, which will bulldoze environmental laws and authorize pipelines. The backtracking, they didn't put back in place incentives for buying electric cars. They're backing away from the obligation to sell more electric cars. And now, ultimately, they're also refusing to commit to meeting the 2030 greenhouse gas emissions targets. So today what we're looking at here is another instance of backtracking. The government is backing away from regulations for oil and gas when it comes to a cap. I need to interrupt the member so that the Parliamentary Secretary can reply. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And listen, our government's position is absolutely clear. We are going to continue to strengthen our economy and our competitiveness with the climate at the same time. Our Prime Minister absolutely understands the importance of facing the challenges of climate change and the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But also, the world has changed. The global free trade environment and the economic threats that we're facing with the impact of the changes to free trade means that the world is different. And that's why the Premier of Quebec has said that he is open to discussions for a pipeline, but also to other projects. I need to interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary. Questions and comments?
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And honourable colleague from King's Hants, in this place, the notion that there are projects in the national interest and to describe LNG Canada as a Canadian project is to have failed to look at the investors. They are almost entirely Asian. PetroChina, a Korean company, a Japanese company, and there is a significant alliance with the Haisla Nation. But this project has been heavily subsidized by the government of British Columbia, and it is a climate-killing project. LNG that's fracked has the same carbon footprint as coal. In any case, to the honourable member, how can this project be described as Canadian when the investors are in Asia?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government would believe that there is an important role for foreign direct investment in this country, that yes, we want to deploy Canadian capital for projects and we want to support Canadian companies, but where there is capital that is global that wants to invest in Canada, who wants to support Canadian workers and provide Canadian energy to the world. And I would remind the honourable member that when you look at the Indo-Pacific right now, coal that is being generated for electricity is actually on the rise. Canada needs to provide its low-emitting LNG to help reduce emissions for countries that don't have available access to other energy sources. LNG Canada is a great example of Indigenous partnership. We're making sure equity is supported in this country. It's a great example of Canadian ingenuity. We're proud to have foreign investors alongside Canadian companies that want to invest in Canada's energy sector right here in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the many words that my colleague has said, and I want to see if he can maybe amplify what it is that our new Prime Minister, a few months ago, we get a new Prime Minister, brings in a Build One Canadian Economy legislation, and then we now have 5 significant projects. You just made reference to LNG. LNG, that project is virtually going to double the production of LNG, which is a positive thing. Canada can be an energy superpower. And this is something as a Liberal caucus we have talked about, and as a Prime Minister has made a commitment to work towards on behalf of Canadians and being the Prime Minister. This is a positive thing both for the economy while at the same time being sensitive to our environment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I would agree with the member from Winnipeg North. The Prime Minister has said this himself. He's a pragmatic individual, and he's putting forward a pragmatic government that is looking to balance those 2 really important metrics. I highlighted, and I think I've made the case to this House and to my honourable colleagues, that now there is an economic imperative. Always is, but I think particularly right now in the global environment we find ourselves. The honourable member will know that we've put the Port of Churchill in his home province of Manitoba on the agenda. He mentioned LNG. There is an opportunity for offshore wind in Atlantic Canada. This government is about building major projects focused on economic development, but also making sure there's a competitive lens on reducing emissions at the same time. It's what Canadians want, and it's what Canadians are going to get.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Vendôme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is talking a lot about the new Prime Minister, and he seems to want to forget the record of the last 10 years. In fact, this member didn't even want to run under the previous Prime Minister. That's how much he wanted to forget the record of the last 10 years, because he was a part of a government that did everything it possibly could to stop the progress and prosperity of this nation. Mr. Speaker, I have a constituent, Belinda, who wrote me, who said, please help Canadians. My husband works a job downtown and I work. We have 3 teenagers. We are not able to afford anything but basic necessities. I've never written to my MP, but feel like the whole country is falling apart. Mental health is being affected. We no longer have the funds to do anything fun. We have to pull our kids out of sports next year, and it's killing me inside. Help us, please. Help it change. What does he have to say to Belinda, and why should she believe him now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I would say to Linda, that's exactly why we introduced a middle-income tax cut to help support 22 million Canadians in the last session of Parliament. That's why we've removed GST on purpose-built homes in this country. That's why we're advancing major national projects that we think are going to stimulate the economy. And I'll correct the honourable member, I was always proud to run under a Liberal banner, because even if I didn't agree with everything with the Right Honourable Prime Minister of the last Parliament, I certainly believed in the Liberal Party as a better vehicle to represent this country than under the official opposition from Battle River Crowfoot. But I am particularly pleased that the Honourable Member from Nepean now sits in the Prime Minister's chair. I believe in his vision. That's exactly why we're going to move forward. Just of note, Mr. Speaker, 40% increase in oil and gas under the last guy, Mr. Trudeau. I don't think it's been a completely terrible day for the oil and gas sector in the country, but we're going to make sure we support our energy.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
We have time for a brief question for the Honourable Member from Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I'll just take a few seconds to wish a happy birthday, a 13th birthday, to a remarkable young woman from my riding, Arielle Courcy. Happy birthday to you. So, listen, there are a lot of criticism heading to the government. The United States is creating an institutional rupture. You know, we have a government that's stepping back when it comes to the environment and is no longer respecting international treaties, including Paris. How can we move forward under that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 20 seconds or less. All right. Well, first of all, a happy birthday to the constituent from my honourable colleague's riding. But listen, the government is very focused on two questions: the importance of moving forward with projects that are in the best interest of the country, but also to make sure that climate change is respected at the same time. I have to interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary. His time is up. Resuming debate.
Piece of débat. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will split my time with the new great member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. In 2023, the Liberals imposed yet another step in their anti-Canadian energy agenda. An oil and gas emissions cap they touted as the first and only kind in the world, designed to limit Canadian oil and gas production that will really cap and kill Canadian jobs, businesses, private sector clean tech, and revenue for all levels of government to provide programs and services Canadians value. Its true intent to limit production of Canadian oil and gas specifically is clear in the words of the current Prime Minister, who was a senior economic and energy advisor to the then Prime Minister Trudeau when he announced it. The current Prime Minister, of course, said, quote, "As much as half of proven oil reserves need to stay in the ground." The Liberals, 20 months and 3 weeks ago, said the Canadian oil and gas cap was, quote, bold climate leadership, but common sense Conservatives saw it for what it was: an unprecedented, arbitrary production cap, the only one of its kind in the entire world, self-harm to Canada by our own federal government. That's right, and let me be extra clear about it. No other country, and importantly, no major oil or gas producing country, has imposed an absolute cap federally on its own production. Not the United States, Canada's biggest energy customer and competitor because of the last anti-development Liberal decade that killed at least 4 Canadian pipelines, dozens of LNG projects, turned the world away from Canada, and drove hundreds of thousands of jobs and billions in major projects out of our country. Not Norway, not Saudi Arabia, not a single OPEC nation made up of hostile, anti-freedom regimes with lower and often non-existent environmental and human rights standards. Now, even though the current Prime Minister is another Liberal, he suddenly claims to want to make Canada an energy superpower and put shovels in the ground on major projects at unimaginable speeds not seen before in generations. But how can Canada be an energy superpower when this Liberal government blocks Canadian energy production and exports with their own laws and policies that are all still on the books? How can Canada lead when the Liberals decided to impose a policy that interferes in provincial jurisdiction that experts, proponents, and Indigenous entrepreneurs all say will kill major projects and thousands of jobs. The layer of the Canadian oil and gas cap on top of other anti-energy laws and policies block the very projects that would create Canadian jobs, reduce emissions, and get Canadian oil and gas out to allies and to global markets. The last lost Liberal decade of domestic policy attacks on Canadian energy has put Canada in a vulnerable, dependent position that was totally preventable. Canada, of course, still sells up to 90% of our oil and gas to the United States at steep discounts because the Liberals killed 2 potential export pipelines outright, one to the West Coast to access growing Asian markets in the most direct, affordable, and safest route, and one west to east pipeline that would have ensured Canadian self-sufficiency with Western oil for Eastern refineries and more competition for customers with exports to Europe. At the same time, both Democrat and Republican administrations turbocharged the American production and exports of their oil and LNG, turned themselves into a leading global supplier, actually the world's leading global supplier, while the Liberals, while watching all this happen, increased their stranglehold on Canadian oil and gas and workers every single step. Various experts estimate those discounts cost Canadians big, about $25 billion every year. Just imagine what infrastructure programs or services that could provide right now and could have contributed during the last decade to benefit Canadians everywhere if the Liberals hadn't spent the last decade killing active private sector pipeline proposals to ensure no new ones would be proposed. The truth is the Liberals announced the Canadian oil and gas cap publicly with little consultation and economic analysis in advance. The Prime Minister was even in another country when he imposed it. The Liberal NDP Bloc Coalition at the time did a short study on it at committee, but Conservatives had to dissent in order to properly highlight the cautions about the wide-ranging and catastrophic impacts of the Canadian oil and gas cap. Witnesses during that committee work did warn them. Dale Swampy of the National Coalition of Chiefs said the government, quote, treats the oil and gas sector like they're the enemy and a problem to be fixed, and that, quote, a cap on emissions will be, in effect, a cap on production, which kills economic reconciliation opportunities for Indigenous communities and businesses who need it most. The Liberals were warned the cap will harm Indigenous, rural, and remote communities the worst, but they didn't care, even though Canadian oil and gas developers spend about $14 billion through procurement from 585 Indigenous-affiliated vendors across 110 municipalities and 45 Indigenous communities. That's real money that makes a real difference for Indigenous people, all threatened by the revenue and job-killing Canadian oil and gas cap. Since then, the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer reports the Liberals' oil and gas cap will kill 54,000 jobs by 2032. So that's almost double the population of the Alberta-Saskatchewan border city of Lloydminster. There are hundreds more cities like that across Canada. That size, that number of jobs to be lost in 6 years because of this cut. Because of this cap, a cut of $21 billion from Canada's GDP. The cap will shrink Alberta's GDP by 4.5% and the rest of Canada's economy by 1%. It'll cause $191 billion in lost activity in Alberta and $91 billion in the rest of Canada. So why should this matter to Canadians in every part of the country? Well, here's why. Because the oil and gas sector contributes 7.7% of Canada's GDP. It's still Canada's top export despite the damage they've done. Over $208 billion every year is what it contributes to Canada's GDP, with $166 billion from direct activity and $42.8 billion from the supply chain. It supports over 446,000 direct and indirect jobs, more than 10,800 Indigenous jobs. Nearly 900,000 Canadians depend on the sector through spin-off or induced job creation. These are also not easily replaceable minimum wage jobs, since the average compensation for an oil and gas worker is nearly twice the national average for goods-producing sectors. Now, Alberta employs 54% of the supply chain workers, but BC, Ontario, and Quebec together account for over a third of those jobs. That means this cap threatens jobs, paychecks, and government revenue from Vancouver to Montreal and everywhere where oil and gas is produced, from Fort St. John to St. John's and St. John. The Conference Board of Canada warns that between 2030 and 2040, the cap could reduce Canada's GDP by up to $1 trillion and strip $151 billion in federal revenues, money that could go to defense or border security, to fight crime or federal programs, and shared with provinces to build hospitals, schools, roads, and provide social services. Proponents across Canada agree the cap is bad policy and disadvantages Canadian businesses and jobs, since growing Canadian oil and gas production and exports is the solution to ensure Canadian energy security and to help lower emissions globally. The Liberals were warned, quote, this could lead to greater global emissions as we see more coal being utilized than natural gas and sources of supply coming from jurisdictions that don't have Canada's high standards. You know, world-class oil and gas operators across Canada point out their ongoing aggressive reductions in both absolute and emissions intensity that, by the way, the Liberals' oil and gas censorship bill precludes them from talking about. And that cap could also have the opposite impact its proponents claim by driving more projects and investment out of Canada and, quote, bring all that action to a halt. The truth remains today that the oil and gas sector, among private sector developers, invests the most annually in clean tech and emissions reductions technology, more than all other sectors in Canada combined. So warnings that the cap will do exactly what the Prime Minister said he wanted, keep oil and gas in the ground, kill businesses, jobs, and government revenue, but will also not even achieve environmental outcomes its proponents claim, well, that should be heeded. The Liberal oil and gas emissions cap is a production cap. The former Environment Minister also admitted that oil and gas production falls under provincial jurisdiction, so this cap also inflames already divided provincial governments and sparks legal challenges, more uncertainty that drives away investment. And while Canada caps production, of course the world is passing Canada by because the Liberals have let them. The EU has signed a $750 billion deal for American energy, and other countries have been forced to sign deals with hostile authoritarian regimes for LNG after these Liberals spent 10 years saying there's no business case. So the Conservative motion today is very clear. We are the only party fighting to repeal this job-killing, economy-killing, emissions reductions-killing cap, full stop. Canadians cannot afford another lost Liberal decade. So the motion is clear. Repeal the cap. Unleash Canadian energy to make a strong, united Canada self-reliant.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, part of the problem for the member opposite is that I was actually here for part of the years of Stephen Harper when he was the Prime Minister and back in 2015. And if we were to be honest, what we would say is that Stephen Harper couldn't even build an inch of pipeline to our coastlines. When she talks about the east-west pipeline proposal, that is something that the economics determined that. That's the reason why Harper couldn't do it. It actually took a different administration to get the Trans Mountain built. It had nothing to do with the Conservatives. Where the Conservatives might get credit is on propaganda, misinformation, and so forth. The question I have for the member is, does she not believe it's a good thing when you got Ottawa and the provinces, in particular of Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba, working closer together to ensure that we can build big projects?
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, it sure is an indictment of his own government and him sitting here, at least for the last decade since I've been elected, that he's just admitted that the federal government hasn't been working with provincial governments cooperatively over the last 10 years. And instead, today, a consequence of the Liberal government is more division in provinces and people pit against each other than ever before. What a shame. Of course, the truth is that under the former Conservative government, 4 pipelines were built, and all of the private sector proposals for both the LNG projects and the pipelines that these guys outright killed. The former Prime Minister vetoed the Northern Gateway pipeline, and these guys interfered in the regulatory process deliberately to put a pin in the west to east pipeline so Canada could not be energy self-sufficient, to have more customers. They're the ones that have a track record of killing pipelines. That's who they truly are, and Conservatives are the only party that has been consistent on behalf of oil and gas workers in every corner of this country.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Le député de Repentigny.
The member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, we've seen some backtracking in the environment since the arrival of the new Prime Minister on the carbon tax, electric vehicles, greenhouse gas emissions reductions throughout the country, and now we're feeling this backtracking on the cap for the oil and gas cap in the country. Clearly, we're basically looking at climate skepticism here. I wonder if my Conservative colleague, I wonder what she thinks of climate change. Is that an established scientific fact?
You know, I certainly couldn't begin to tell the member how Canadians are supposed to decipher the last decade of uncertainty and current uncertainty that these Liberals are causing. He raises a great point for voters in every single part of the country who voted for these Liberals based on their concerns and their support of anti-energy and anti-development policies that the government has imposed over the last 10 years. So the people in this place who have to answer for why they're baiting and switching and flipping and flopping and can stand here shamelessly and take positions that are diametrically opposed to those that they defended for a decade, including just 6 months ago, they're the people who have to answer to Canadians about what their views are and what they're going to achieve.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fort McMurray-Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Lakeland, just to the south of me, for that very passionate speech defending people that work in the energy industry. Because, as she very rightly pointed out, a cap on emissions is a cap on production, which will hurt creating jobs. And so I was just wondering if she could explain why there is so many concerns being raised of people in our ridings and throughout Canada about the constant attack from the Liberals. And while they might appear like they might possibly change their opinions in what they're saying with words, we've seen no actual action. So just wondering if she could give her feelings on that.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, I thank the member for her question and for her comments and for being such a great representative and advocate for the people in her riding, which make an outsized economic contribution to the entire country and directly help contribute to programs and services that are delivered in every province across Canada. I couldn't begin to explain the thinking of these Liberals or the damage that they've done to their own credibility. But what really dismays me after 10 years is all of the lost opportunities and that they did deliberately and that they were warned of. The hundreds of thousands of people who have lost their jobs right across Canada because of this anti-energy policies is unconscionable.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, Climate Change. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, Natural Resources. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford, Small Business. Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, I serve a big riding. I've knocked thousands of doors, and the consensus is clear. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians do not want these emissions caps choking our economy. But these emissions caps don't just affect my riding. They affect the whole world. We have allies all throughout the world who are starving for more energy. Mr. Speaker, our energy is some of the most socially inclusive oil and gas in the world, with the strictest environmental standards, and we should be supplying our allies with this energy so that we can build our economy, reduce emissions, and provide international security. When Russia invaded Ukraine, the message was clear. Europe needed to eliminate their dependence on oil and gas from Russia. Countries affected, like Germany, came to my province of Newfoundland looking for more oil and gas, specifically LNG, liquefied natural gas. Instead of this Liberal government working with Germany and our private investors, they told Germany there was no business case and tried to sell them hydrogen instead. If these Liberal governments had not axed the LNG projects the last Conservative government started, Germany would have already been purchasing our resources rather than funding Russia, giving them more money and more influence in Europe to fund their wars. Wars which our taxpayers send our money to combat. It's an oxymoron. So to recap, we have emission caps, which chokes our industry, allowing for more industries to sell to more opportunities for Russia to sell their energy to fund their wars. While our taxpayer dollars lose billions in royalties, we send our taxpaying dollars to Ukraine to fight that very country. It's a lose-lose. It doesn't even begin to make sense. Why won't this Liberal government remove the emissions caps so that we can produce more for our allies to provide international security to both us and them? Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, providing the world with our oil and gas would enable us to reduce carbon emissions. We don't need to choke our economy to lower global emissions. We can actually lower global emissions by producing more and getting more Canadians back to work. Natural gas produces roughly half the emissions of coal. The Fraser Institute estimates that doubling Canadian gas production and exporting it to Asia could reduce global emissions by as much as 630 million tonnes per year. Wow. Almost 90% of Canada's total amount. Almost 90%. Let that sink in. There is also a significant carbon savings for replacing coal with traditional oil. That is why us as Conservatives are standing for it. It's a win-win. Regardless of what these Liberals fantasize about, as third world countries are rapidly developing, the global demand for energy is skyrocketing. Indeed. I was once asked a question, what year did the world burn the most amount of coal? And I pondered and I thought about it, and I figured it was probably the late 90s or late 80s. But I was shocked to learn that the answer is last year. And it's always been last year, and the answer will continue to be last year for many years in the future. And that is heartbreaking. Last year, the world consumed 90 billion tons of coal. So if the world really wants to eliminate coal consumption, we need to produce an additional 41 billion barrels of oil. And I think we can do it here in Canada. The reality is we cannot miss out on having an opportunity to have a better tomorrow because we're fantasizing about having a perfect tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, where should these nations turn to source this natural oil and gas? While our allies look elsewhere, Canada keeps selling almost all of its oil and gas south of the border. Natural Resources Canada confirms that 98% of our crude goes to the U.S., nearly 4 billion barrels per day, while the Canadian Energy Regulator shows almost all of our gas goes to the U.S. We even sell it at a discount compared to the U.S. benchmarks. It's rumored that for every $1 of crude that we send to the U.S., they export for $3. Talk about the markup. But it gets worse. Visiting a natural gas plant in Alberta, I found out that they are selling to a grid that could be brought down to the Americans for 5 cents a unit. Then the Americans liquefy that and sell it for over $12 a unit. Something is wrong here, Mr. Speaker. And that's why Conservatives believe Canadian energy should be cutting coal abroad instead of being sold off to the Americans for pennies on the dollar.
Hear, hear.
We are in a trade war with a country where Trump yells, drill, baby, drill. And oil companies are investing in the U.S. rather than here in Canada because there isn't enough room under these production caps. These Liberals claim they're trying to fight Trump, build our economy, and they're trying to do this with one arm tied behind our back. We need to build these pipelines. We need to build a nation that is able to export to other countries so that we can truly lower carbon emissions. And yet, this Liberal government was going around claiming they wanted to do that, but they refused to take the first step to eliminate the emission caps. Mr. Speaker, were they intentionally deceiving voters during their election campaign, or were they simply too stubborn to take the first step? The reality is if we as Canadians don't supply this energy, other countries will. And if there's one country in the world that will benefit from selling energy, I propose it's Canada. I propose it's Newfoundland. Newfoundland and Labrador's GDP relies on oil and gas more than any other province. Yes, even more than Alberta. Newfoundland has more offshore oil and gas undiscovered than we do discovered. Yet companies will not invest any further in exploration because of these emission caps. The Bay du Nord project, a project delayed time after time because of these Liberal failures, will be the last project offshore Newfoundland due to these emissions caps. Let me repeat that for the people at home. Bay du Nord, if it goes ahead, will be the last offshore project in Newfoundland and Labrador because of these emission caps. There is simply no more room. It's capped. And not only will it be the last project, but in 2032, the emission caps decrease, and the current offshore industry will have to cut back on production. Yes, cut back. Can our economy really take another hit when unemployment is at a all-time low and people can barely afford groceries? We as Conservatives promised to work with industry to double oil and gas in Newfoundland. That would have added an additional 25% to our provincial GDP. Imagine the roads. that we could have paved. Imagine the doctors we could have hired, even in St. Lawrence. But instead, we have a Liberal government who want to leave the emission caps in place and by effect leave our roads and healthcare system in despair. Mr. Speaker, I've worked in the oil and gas industry, and let me tell you this. Our oil and gas is the most socially and environmentally acceptable oil in the world. In addition to having some of the strictest environmental regulations in the world, we also have the highest safety requirements, protecting workers and prioritizing the quality of life. We have some of the most inclusive oil and gas production in the world. The Canadian energy sector does not discriminate when we hire people of all races, all genders, all sexual orientations. We ensure that our oil and gas benefits everybody in this country. And without naming names, I'm not confident that all these energy-producing countries are offering the same equality that we have here in Canada.
Indeed.
Why is our allies who believe in equality, who believe in safety, and want to see strong environmental regulations keep buying dirty dictator oil? It's because this Liberal government refuses to repeal the emissions cap so that we can meet their supply. So as I stated before, we cannot miss out on our opportunity to have a better tomorrow because we're fantasizing about having a perfect tomorrow. I hope this message will move the Liberal government to work with us Conservatives to repeal these emissions caps so that we can put Canada first for change.
Here. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
You can't trust the Conservative policy. Think about this. The member is saying, and he's being critical because of the United States taking our oil and then making profit off it. Now, I was questioning the critic, and I was saying, well, you haven't built any pipelines. Stephen Harper didn't build any pipelines to the West Coast. The response, well, we built 4. Well, those 4 pipelines went to the States. Now, contrast that to the one pipeline, major pipeline, that we put into place, and that went to the West Coast. Do the member not see the hypocrisy that is there? Not to mention Bill 49, C-49. The Conservatives voted against Bill C-49, which was to the economic advantage of Atlantic Canada. Would the member not acknowledge that the leader of the Conservative Party and his seatmates were wrong to vote against C-49?
The Honourable Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
I'll acknowledge a few things. If it's not one thing on one side of the country, it's another thing on the other. They say that we can't sell our oil and gas because we can't get it to market in Alberta, but Newfoundland, you have no excuse. We're at Tidewater, yet there's emissions caps that keeps us choked. If it's not one thing, it's another. I'm tired of excuses. Canada's tired of the excuses, and the Conservative government will be working together to build this country.
Indeed.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de...
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, since the arrival of this new government, there's been competition between the Conservatives and the Liberals. They're trying to determine who is the most pro-oil and gas. Well, this festival is just ongoing because on both sides, it seems as though they want to just do away with all environmental regulations. My question for the Conservatives is the following. There are investment credits of $5.7 billion for carbon capture and storage to help the oil and gas industry. Are the Conservatives in agreement with billions of dollars handed out to an industry that is already a billionaire's industry?
For Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
The member is saying that Conservatives and Liberals are trying to see who's the most pro-oil and gas. Every province in Canada is happy to take oil money, but not all that happy to play the oil game. Well, Mr. Speaker, you can't have oil money without playing the oil game.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a first-generation Albertan with a mother from St. John's, Newfoundland, I just want to say how happy I am to have this member join us from that great province, from Newfoundland and Labrador, as an advocate for energy workers, for resource development there right across the country. But speaking of that, given that we both know the generations of young Atlantic Canadians who have had to leave to find work in other places, and also knowing that there have been massive job losses since this Prime Minister came to office, specifically in natural resources, hundreds of thousands of job losses, in fact, year over year in May, June, and August in forestry, mining, fishing, quarrying, oil and gas. That's the reality of their record and also the future. What does he have to say to the people he represents and all Canadians about that?
The honourable member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Newfoundland and Labrador has some of the highest unemployment rates in the country. And next to Newfoundland and Labrador, not far behind, is Alberta. And that's because this Liberal government has brought in emissions caps and been choking our economy. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians have been traveling back and forth to Alberta and other provinces for years. And my member from Fort McMurray is in agreement because she understands, she sees that. And us as Newfoundland and Labrador, our economy is not just in our offshore industry, but also in Alberta. And when the West does better, all of Canada does better, including the East Coast, including Newfoundland. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Newfoundland for his amazing impassioned speech. One of the things he so rightfully pointed out is that for the last 10 years, we've seen a government here in Ottawa telling the energy industry that it shouldn't exist, that it should transition away from something else, and that they were ashamed of it. Now they're sitting there trying to say that they're different, but they haven't really done anything different. They haven't got rid of the anti-energy laws. All they have done is created a new framework so they can bypass their own bad policies.
I have to interrupt the member to give the chance for a member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, to respond in 20 seconds or less.
Yeah, we've got an interconnected economy, and we just want to thank Fort McMurray and Newfoundland and Labrador for all of it's done, all the work it's provided in Newfoundland and Labrador, and we look forward to working with Alberta to build the best country that we can for a change.
Before we go to resuming debate, I just want to remind members, when the previous member was speaking during his speaking time, there was a member who crossed in front of him. It's at Standing Order 16.2 that you cannot cross between the speaker and the member who is speaking. The guideline is not the TV screens here. It's whether the speaker is in the chair and the member is speaking. So just a reminder, so this doesn't happen to the Parliamentary Secretary. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be sharing my time with the member from Carleton. Mr. Speaker, today we are highlighting the concrete progress the greenhouse gas emission limits are making across this country. This policy measure is not just an abstract goal. It transforms the way we build our homes, transport our goods, produce our energy, and manufacture essential materials such as concrete. Through these goals, we are seeing tangible results for the environment, public health, and the Canadian economy. Every ton of GHGs avoided contributes to cleaner air, a more stable climate, and more resilient communities. With respect to housing, the residential and commercial sector accounts for a significant share of national emissions. The limits encourage the adoption of stricter energy standards for new and renovated buildings, the optimization of heating and cooling systems, and the integration of renewable energy sources. Canadians benefit from the efficient homes with lower energy bills and increased comfort. These improvements are not only good for the environment, but also generate jobs in construction, engineering, and energy-efficient retrofit services. Transportation is one of the sectors where limits have a direct impact. Policies that accompany the limits, such as the clean fuel regulations, stimulate the use of low-carbon fuels and support the transition to electric and hybrid vehicles. By reducing the carbon intensity of fuels and encouraging the adoption of cleaner technologies, we are improving air quality in our cities and helping to prevent respiratory and cardiovascular disease. Canadians benefit from a healthier environment while seeing new economic opportunities emerge in the transportation and sustainable mobility sector. In the industrial sector, the limits encourage innovation and process modernization. Industries such as cement, steel, and chemicals are investing in carbon capture and storage, energy optimization, and reducing fugitive emissions. These initiatives not only reduce the carbon footprint, but also position Canada as a leader in the production of low-emission industrial goods that can compete in an increasingly sustainable global market. The concrete and building materials sector is particularly energy-intensive and responsible for a significant share of industrial emissions. Thanks to the limits and complementary policies, we are seeing the increasing adoption of low-carbon formulations, alternative cements, and carbon capture technologies. These advances reduce the carbon intensity of construction while maintaining the quality and durability of materials. They are a perfect example of how emission limits encourage innovation and create economic opportunities in traditional sectors. Essential element of this progress is the reduction of methane emissions. Methane is a potent gas responsible for nearly 30% of global warming to date and hundreds of thousands of premature deaths each year to air pollution. Canada is a co-lead of the comprehensive methane arrangement alongside the European Union. This includes measures in the oil and gas sector as well as in landfills. These actions not only reduce emissions but also improve air quality, public health, and the competitiveness of Canadian products in the global marketplace. Reducing GHG emissions and air pollutants such as volatile organic compounds directly improves the health of Canadians. Volatile organic compound regulations in oil and gas facilities reduce exposure to harmful substances such as benzene. Each reduction in emissions helps prevent respiratory diseases, premature deaths, and health costs estimated at more than $146 billion annually. This shows that emissions reductions are not only good for the climate, but essential for the well-being of communities. So the success of the boundaries depends on the collaboration with provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities. Each region has its own priorities and solutions to reduce these emissions. The government is working in partnership to align policies, maximize reductions, and support communities in their energy transition. Indigenous communities are actively involved in the design of clean energy projects right across the country, contributing to local solutions while benefiting from sustainable economic opportunities. Emissions reductions drive innovation across all sectors. Companies are investing in clean technology, energy efficiency, and carbon capture, creating low-emission products and services that meet the growing demand of international markets. At the same time, programs like the Biofuels Incentive Program support the domestic production of renewable fuels, creating jobs and economic opportunities for regions right across the country. So the goal of reducing emissions has already produced concrete results. Fugitive methane emissions from the oil and gas sector decreased by 33% between 2013 and 2023. The concrete, steel, and clean fuel industries are adopting innovative technologies to reduce carbon intensity. Buildings and transportation are experiencing energy efficiency gains and increased adoption of low-emission solutions. This program illustrates the emission limits are not an abstract idea, but an effective tool to achieve tangible results for both the environment and the economy. Mr. Speaker, limits on emissions are making a real difference in the lives of all Canadians. In housing, transportation, industry, and even the concrete sector, we see measurable improvements in energy efficiency, emissions reduction, and air quality. Combined with methane reduction and Canadian leadership on the international stage, these measures position our country as a global leader in climate and clean energy. They show that it is possible to reconcile economic growth, public health, and environmental responsibility. The national emissions cap is not just a policy. It is a roadmap to a cleaner, safer, and more prosperous future for all Canadians. Today, tomorrow, my children's generation and my grandchildren's generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hey.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Tecumseh Gwillimbury.
New Tecumseh Gwillimbury. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the speech. You know, I've never heard so much fluff, and I really don't even know where to start. You know, I would say to the member, first of all, if he could comment, my riding, Mr. Speaker, did not receive the rural top-up under the carbon tax that this government defended for 10 years. He talks about the retrofit program. Federal government just pulls plug on home retrofit loan program. Thirdly, my riding, Mr. Speaker, he talks about the transition. I have the northern part of my riding on propane. We've been pleading for 10 years for natural gas line. We can't even get natural gas line. We've got old phase 1 hydro infrastructure. And this is what frustrates the people in my riding. When they send money overseas, they're on the outside looking in saying, what about us?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. That's why, you know, we're investing in the LNG2. We're investing in new technologies to ensure that we have the future of this country safe, secure for future generations. We'll continue to do that today, tomorrow, and for the future. I want to ensure that my kids, my grandkids are in the future where they can live, play, and recreate just the way I did on the mouth of the Fraser River.
Right on.
Questions et commentaires, le député de Repentigny.
Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, experts from Canada Climate Institute were very clear last week. Canada will not meet its gas emission targets for 2030, and that's because of oil and gas production. And we are looking at 83% increase from 1980 to 2022. Last year, it went up even more, and the government will it undertake to install an emissions cap in the oil and gas sector so that finally Alberta undertakes these efforts?
Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Yeah, the Canadians expect and deserve a clean, low-carbon, and resilient future. That's why we'll continue to work hard, making sure that we make bold decisions for all Canadians right across this country, trying to reach our targets as strong as possible. And that is what this side of the House will continue to do. That's what I will continue to do as the Parliamentary Secretary for Environment, Climate Change Canada, working and hopefully on both sides of the aisle.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a diversity of views and perspectives, and it's essential that we do grow the economy. And people in the riding of Waterloo share that. But I also hear from many constituents who are saying it's important that we take the environment seriously. They've been noticing that premiers from coast to coast to coast are really on side with this new government's vision and recognizing the importance of getting it right to ensure that there is safety and security and energy security for generations to come. And I know this government stands with energy workers. I would like to hear the members' comments in regards to the importance of ensuring that the environment is considered as we grow the economy, as we secure and procure Canadian energy spaces for Canadians and around the world. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. You know, there was a saying from one of my elders when I was growing up is that you can't have an economy without the environment. And the environment is a key player in making sure that we have a great economy today, but we also need to preserve it for the future. And we don't have to have one without the other. We can have them together. And I think that's what we're doing is investing, ensuring that we have technologies that are going to build this country going forward greener and cleaner. And that's what I'm proud of to stand here and tell my children.
Right on.
Comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that opportunity. Thank you to the member for the speech. A friend of mine who works in the energy sector just came back from West Africa, and he discovered that the U.S. government takes our oil and sells it to this nation at 3 times the price that they pay us. The question he had was, when is the Canadian government going to do something about this and keep that money in our country as opposed to giving all that money to the U.S.? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. You know, fighting climate change is not only a moral imperative, but also an economic imperative. By embedding climate considerations into our economy, we are driving innovation, unlocking new markets, and positioning Canadian businesses to lead globally 5, 10, 15 years down the road. Appreciate it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We meet here today on unceded territory of the Algonquin, Anishinaabe, and we do so at a moment that calls for both courage and clarity from all of us who serve Canadians. As this is my first speech in this chamber, I want to take a moment to thank the constituency of Carleton, my volunteers, my campaign team, my EDA, but also especially my family. My wife, Donna, who was a remarkable support throughout this process. My children, Adrian and Ben, who I am determined to leave a strong, sustainable world for them and for their children. But also my father, Emery, and my mother, Nan, who are not here to witness this moment, but who for years and decades prepared me for this moment. So I see you. From the earliest days of Confederation, this country's story has been one of resilience, ingenuity, and overcoming extraordinary challenges together. Today, as the world faces a period of transition in global trade, in energy markets, and climate action, Canadians are once again choosing to meet this challenge with ambition. In the energy sector, the ambition is clear. Our allies are looking to Canada for energy they can trust, energy that is reliable, secure, and increasingly lower in emissions. The world's need for secure, responsibly produced energy has never been greater, and neither has our opportunity to shape what it means for decades to come. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been unequivocal. Our goal is to secure Canada's place as an energy superpower, drawing on our resources, our people, and our capacity for innovation to meet the future head-on. This means not just maintaining our leadership in energy production, but leading in sustainability, technology, and responsible climate action. Creating energy security is a responsibility, as is climate action. The goal before us is net zero by 2050. It's a shared objective among industry and provinces. Forward-looking Canadian energy companies are already advancing innovative pathways to reach net zero, including Pathways Plus, Carbon Capture and Storage Initiative, which the Major Projects Office is looking at now. What unites us from government to industry, from coast to coast to coast, is a shared determination to ensure Canada remains a leader as the world transforms. Net zero by 2050 is not just a target. It is a commitment to future generations of workers, to local communities, and to our partners and allies who want climate responsibility alongside energy security. We know, as the Prime Minister himself emphasized recently, that the path to net zero means investing in technologies and solutions that reduce emissions while supporting jobs and prosperity right across the country. Canada is preparing to advance this with a climate competitiveness strategy to ensure that our climate action is ambitious, effective, and benefits Canadian jobs and competitiveness. A key lesson of recent years is that top-down approaches can only go so far. This government is committed to working in close partnership with industry, provinces, Indigenous peoples, and communities, not imposing solutions, but enabling the innovation and investment already underway across Canada's energy sector. The Prime Minister has been clear. We are stronger when we work with industry, not against it. Canadians have made it clear they want a pragmatic, effective approach that ensures both environmental progress and economic opportunity. The message is already guiding the work of our new Major Projects Office, launched to help unlock the potential of major investments in next-generation energy, infrastructure, and innovation. By streamlining assessments and fostering partnerships, this office will make Canada a global destination for responsible resource investment, including the clean technologies that are reshaping the sector. We are advancing a stable, predictable framework, not by building more barriers, but by providing clarity and speed. Together, the Major Projects Office and our climate policies create an environment where industry, investors, Indigenous peoples, and indeed all Canadians can innovate for the long haul. Our focus is not static limits, but on enabling pathways for companies and communities to reduce emissions while growing prosperity. We believe the best way forward is one that draws on Canadian strengths, world-class expertise, advanced technologies, and meaningful collaboration. As we prepare to release a new climate competitiveness strategy, Canadians can expect an approach that supports industries and workers as partners on a path to net zero. That's not just climate leadership, it's a competitive advantage as international buyers increasingly seek out cleaner energy. The world is shifting. Allies are looking for energy partners who can deliver reliability and security, but also demonstrate real progress on emissions. Canada is one of a small number of countries with the credibility and capability to deliver both. Recent investments such as LNG Canada and major new infrastructure projects prove that with the right frameworks, Canada can attract billions of dollars in investment, create thousands of good jobs, and deliver some of the cleanest energy on the planet. Canada's path to energy leadership also depends on reconciliation and inclusion. That's why our government has established the Indigenous Advisory Council for Major Projects to ensure that Indigenous peoples are partners at every stage, from planning to ownership, and that major projects deliver real, lasting benefits for our communities. We cannot and will not meet our energy and climate goals without meaningfully including Indigenous voices and respecting their rights. This is both a moral duty and a source of strength for Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know how we will turn today's opportunities into progress and shared prosperity. They want to know how we can provide energy security for our own families and for our allies, especially in an era of global uncertainty. The answer is not to pit prosperity against climate responsibility, but to insist, as the Prime Minister has, that Canada can and must lead on both fronts. That means investing in our workers, accelerating innovation, reducing emissions sector by sector, and forging partnerships at home and abroad. As we prepare to bring forward the climate competitiveness strategy, our message is clear. Canada's ambition is to be the partner of choice. We will deliver energy that our allies can count on. This is the Canadian way, building on our strengths and solving problems together and aiming higher. Let's show the world that Canada's energy future is one of progress, partnership, and pride. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome the member to new member from Carleton to this House. And so he talked a lot about the allies looking to us, and the Liberal government has basically given our allies and partners the bum's rush. Germany came to us, Japan came to us, wanting export, wanting LNG, and the Prime Minister said, well, we'll see if there's a business case. Well, it's basically he was saying there is no basic business case. The whole cap and trade, their whole policy here is actually causing investment to just pour down south, tens of billions of dollars. And just to bring it home here to Ottawa, my cab driver today was saying how difficult it is for him. He said he used to have to work 5 days a week. Now it's 7 days a week, 10 hours a day, and it's gotten very hard. Does the member not recognize that their policies against oil and gas, how it is...
I have to give a chance to the member for Carleton to respond.
Yes, thank you to the member for his question. Time and time again, the Liberal government has supported ordinary Canadians and is making life more affordable. we are in an energy transition. It's happening around the world, and it is in the interests of Canadians and Canadian industry that we not be laggards on this energy transition. Being laggards will cost us more, and it will mean that we miss out on the economic opportunities that are right before us.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Le député de...
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, since the arrival of the new Prime Minister, we can say that the mantra is drill, baby, drill. Canada is back in oil and gas. Recently, there was the approval of an LNG project that is going to double Canada's exports of natural gas, which is produced by fracking, the same technique which has been banned in Quebec because it's damaging for the environment. The Prime Minister says he's open to a pipeline. He's promoting the oil sands, and now we see the government is backtracking the idea of putting a cap on emissions in the oil and gas sector. Can the government please explain to me how it's going to respect the Paris Agreement if it doesn't force the main sector that emits greenhouse gas emissions in Canada to reduce its emissions?
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you to the Honourable Member. I enjoy working with him on the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee, and I assure him that this new government is absolutely committed to our international obligations. We are in a period of transition. We need to make sure that the economy supports Canadians, but Canadians also need a sustainable environment, and we're absolutely committed to that.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll add my words of welcome to the Honourable Member for Carleton to this place. One of the areas that's very difficult is when people who generally should agree, like people who want climate action, end up repeating things that aren't the case. So in the case of liquefied natural gas coming from British Columbia, where liquefied natural gas comes from fracking which threatens our water supplies, fracking which causes earthquakes, and which releases vast quantities of methane, which according to energy experts means the carbon footprint of fracked gas is the same as coal. So I wonder if the Honourable Member for Carleton has any comments or questions in relation to that reality.
Carleton.
Thank you to the Honourable Member. One of the things that I respect about this government is that it has a vision for the future that includes sustainable development and clean energy. But we realize that we are where we are today, and we need to power the economy. We need economic activity sufficient to support programs that Canadians depend on right now. LNG is a fossil fuel, yes, but it's better than some, and we're going to continue the work to get to even cleaner forms.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from Malpak, Tobic, Mactaquac. And before I begin, I just want to acknowledge the previous Conservative colleague from Terra Nova, the Peninsula, is also a new MP who had so much passion in what he was speaking about, and I share that passion. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be back in this House after spending the summer in my riding and serving the incredible people of Long Range Mountains. It gives me great privilege to rise today and support our Conservative motion to call on the Prime Minister to immediately repeal the oil and gas emissions cap. And let's be clear, this is a production cap. Despite repeated attempts by this Liberal government today at the Environment Committee to frame this policy as merely an emissions cap and not a production cap, the reality is that it will directly cut production, kill jobs, and weaken our economy. Mr. Speaker, this issue gets right to the heart of something that matters a lot to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador.
good jobs in our offshore oil and gas sector, investment in our communities, and the ability to provide for our families with powerful paychecks. This is not just a provincial resource, it is a national asset, one of the few resources with direct access to tidewater. Therefore, it has the potential to strengthen Canada's trade diversification, supply our allies with responsibly produced energy, and secure prosperity for generations to come. But instead of unleashing that potential, this Liberal government, with the support of Mark Carney, is imposing an emissions cap that functions as a production...
Order for the member for Waterloo.
I recognize that the member is newer, but I think it's important that we maintain the standing orders in this place, and the member should not be referring to the Prime Minister or any member by their name. Thank you.
I thank the member for Waterloo. That is a great reminder. We cannot use the first or last names of any member, including the Prime Minister or the Cabinet Ministers in the chamber. The member for Long Range Mountain.
I have a point of order as well, Mr. Speaker. During my colleague's speech earlier, the member from Waterloo called him just an excuse.
For the member, it's not a debate. It's just that's the rule. We cannot use the rule.
Read the rules.
So I will recognize the member for Long Range Mountain to continue her speech.
The Prime Minister is imposing an emissions cap that functions as a production cap, creating uncertainty, driving away investment, and threatening the livelihoods of thousands of workers across our province. Offshore oil and gas requires high upfront capital costs and long timelines to production. Without certainty, there will be no investment. That is why this cap must be repealed to give investors the confidence they need to develop our resources and create powerful paychecks for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in Newfoundland and Labrador, we have a saying. If you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, it means you're saying one thing while your actions show the opposite. The Prime Minister came to our province and talked a big game about supporting our offshore oil and gas, but he has refused to repeal the production cap. Now it's his chance to prove he's not talking out of both sides of his mouth by backing up his words with action and supporting our motion. The truth is, this policy carries devastating real-world consequences. Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore sector employs tens of thousands of Canadians and significantly contributes to our GDP each year. By continuing to impose a cap, the government threatens thousands of jobs for the next generation. Mr. Speaker, every year families leave Newfoundland and Labrador in search of good-paying jobs elsewhere in Canada. These are not just numbers, these are our neighbours, our friends, and our children forced to relocate because opportunities in their own province are being stifled. The offshore oil and gas sector has the potential to create these high-paying jobs right here at home, keeping families together and communities thriving. The stakes are national. Instead of strengthening our economy and supporting workers, the Prime Minister's emissions cap will devastate jobs in the energy sector and drive up costs, making life more expensive for Canadian families. The Parliamentary Budget Officer laid this out plainly back in March. This cap will slash oil and gas production by nearly 5%, wipe out $20.5 billion from our GDP annually, and destroy 54,000 full-time jobs by 2032. It's not a theory, it's facts. These are numbers verified by the Parliament's own budget watchdog. And yet, despite all this, the government presses on with its ideological crusade against Canadian energy. But what does this mean in practice? It means shutting down opportunity for Canadians while forcing our allies to buy more oil and gas from dictators. The world is crying out for more secure, responsibly produced energy, and no country does it better, cleaner, or safer than Canada. But instead of backing our workers, this government doubles down on policies that drive away investment. From May to September of this year alone, $54 billion of investment fled Canada. That is on top of the $500 billion lost during the Liberals' first 3 terms. And what do we have to show for it? No new pipelines, no new mines, no new nuclear plants, and now a proposed shadow carbon tax on top of the industrial carbon tax. The Prime Minister promised strength, he's delivered weakness. He promised results, he's delivered rhetoric. He promised to stand up for workers, but instead he stands up for ideology. Mr. Speaker, this matters deeply to my province. This sector has the potential to be a cornerstone of Canada's trade diversification strategy because offshore oil is one of the few Canadian resources with direct access to tidewater, allowing us to sell to markets beyond the United States. Under this government, the story of Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore is one of decline. Since 2016, offshore capital spending has dropped by 60%. This year, in 2025, not a single new exploration well has been drilled. Meanwhile, other offshore jurisdictions like Norway and Brazil are attracting billions in new investment. Why? Because their governments provide certainty, clarity, and confidence for investors. Here in Canada, we provide confusion, delays, and regulatory paralysis. I have spoken directly with proponents in this sector, including Oilco, the provincial crown corporation responsible for managing our offshore. Oilco CEO Jim Keating calls the federal government's emissions cap an investment killer. That's what Keating told reporters at the Energy NL conference in St. John's. This policy creates deep uncertainty in investment decisions because companies cannot and will not commit billions of dollars when they do not know if Ottawa will allow them to produce the energy that Canada and the world needs. Mr. Speaker, the facts are undeniable. The Liberal government has imposed policies that stifle investment, drive away capital, and threaten the livelihoods of thousands of hardworking Canadians. Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore oil and gas sector represents a unique opportunity. High-paying jobs, billions in GDP, access to tidewaters, and a direct contribution to Canada's trade diversification. Yet, instead of supporting this potential, the government has layered on regulatory uncertainty and maintained an emissions cap that functions as a productions cap. Families will continue to leave our communities in search of opportunity, and investors are forced to look elsewhere. Repealing the cap is not just a policy choice, it's a chance to signal that Canada values its workers, its province, and its energy future. This motion is a clear step towards restoring certainty, growth, and prosperity for Newfoundland and Labrador and the country as a whole. The government needs to answer this. Is the emissions cap still your policy, or are you finally willing to scrap it in favor of measures that will actually attract investment instead of driving it away? Mr. Speaker, Canadians know what's at stake. Nearly 1 million people across this country rely on the energy sector for good-paying jobs. Communities in Newfoundland and Labrador, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia depend on this sector for opportunity and growth. Our energy industry is also the single largest private sector investor in clean technology, driving innovation, cutting emissions, and doing so while upholding the highest standards of environmental protection. And yet, after 10 years of Liberal government and anti-growth policies, what do Canadians face? Lost jobs, lost investment, lost opportunities, and a government more interested in ideology than results. Only Conservatives will stand up for our workers, our energy, and our country. This is the Prime Minister's moment to put words into action. By voting with Conservatives on this motion, he can finally demonstrate that he truly supports Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore industry, a sector with direct access to tidewaters that aligns perfectly with his mandate to diversify Canada's trade. He can stand behind Canadian workers, secure investment, and deliver prosperity for our province. The people of Newfoundland and Labrador are watching. Now is the time to act.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, Victoria, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite for her comments. Representing ridings on opposite sides of the country, there's a lot of space between Newfoundland and Vancouver Island in my riding of Victoria. I understand that the member may be not entirely familiar with what we've lived through in British Columbia over the last 10 years. So let me share that we have seen a huge amount of economic development, growth, and resource extraction in our province. We have seen the government support not only the construction of a new pipeline to Tidewater, but new LNG projects in our province. We have seen investments in mines and infrastructure. We have seen a 400% increase in the number of oil tankers that pass my riding of Victoria every day from the Port of Burnaby, where the TMX pipeline ends. I invite the member to actually come to British Columbia and see that this narrative that the Conservative Party is propagating is incorrect.
Member for Long Range Mountains.
I thank the honourable colleague for his comments. The reality is it's not about investment, it's about removing the emissions cap. This is signaling to investors that once Beta Nord project goes through, there's no more space. We've got all kinds of potential. This government wants to leave it in the ground. They don't want to develop this resource. And so it's fine to say that this is happening over on your side of the country. I'm happy that you're seeing that development, but this emissions cap is crucial to our industry on my side of the province. That's who I represent, that's who I'll stand up for, and that's who I speak for. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, sorry, not Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, there is a report that was published today, an international report that shows very clearly that right now the oil and gas production levels continue to rise, and in 2030 they'll be twice as high as they should be if we want to respect our Paris Agreement targets. And Canada is one of the worst countries in the world when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. Can the government please explain to me how we can respect the Paris Agreement if the government keeps backtracking on capping emissions in the oil and gas sector, which is an essential policy?
Member for Long Range Mountains.
I thank the colleague for his question. I'm not sure if he was directing it at me. He addressed the government. But in any case, I'd just like to say to his point that regardless of, sorry. Next question.
Questions et commentaires the Honourable Member for Fort Murray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her amazing speech and her support of Beta Nord and the importance that that means in Newfoundland. I know that it's something that's quite important, and I've had many people that I grew up with that have actually moved back home to Newfoundland as a direct result of the investment they've seen. But they are concerned that that's going to be a one-and-done project, because if this emissions cap stays in place, it tells investors, don't worry, we're closed, we don't want any more. And we currently are importing 500,000 barrels, or 500 million barrels, 500 million barrels of oil every single day into this country, because we can't get our oil from the East Coast to the West Coast and from the West Coast to the East Coast, because we don't have these things called pipelines that go from those two places. And so I was wondering if the member could speak to what she sees in her riding of Newfoundland.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable colleague. We share a lot of commonalities. I think a lot of people from Newfoundland and Labrador end up over in Alberta, and she is exactly right. Regardless of the commentary or the narrative that gets spun around these conversations, the reality is proponents tell us time and time again that this is the problem. This is why this sector is not growing. The emissions cap needs to be scrapped in order to signal that there's investment opportunity in this offshore sector, and that's exactly what needs to happen for us to prosper in this space. So thank you for that question.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. The former American President Barack Obama said we were the first generation to feel the effects of climate change and the last to be able to do something about it. Is the honourable colleague in agreement with that statement? And if so, what would she suggest be done aside from removing that emissions cap? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that the oil and gas sector is an area that is constantly creating technology and innovation to reduce emissions. And so they're leaders in this industry. They're leaders in this sector. And so let's allow them to thrive and move forward in this space. And that's how we can reduce emissions in this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an absolute honour to rise in the People's House yet again and to have the opportunity to speak to this, our motion on eliminating, obviously, the caps on oil and gas and energy emissions, which has been to the great detriment of Canada's unbelievable and incredible potential that's yet to be fully realized. Today, I couldn't help, in preparation for these remarks, reflecting upon a film that was somewhat before my time. I was but an infant when it was first released, but it got re-released, I think, in the 1990s when I was in my teen years in high school, and it was a movie entitled When a Stranger Calls. And there was one particular line in that movie that seemed to go viral, as it were, before viral was even a word known. But it went quite far and wide, and it still echoes to today. And that phrase was this: a young lady was receiving call after call after call of a threatening nature, and she was afraid and paranoid and absolutely terrified. She was on the run and hoping to get help, and of course the calls kept coming. She managed to get a call through to the police, and finally the police returned her call and said, "Ma'am, the call is coming from within your own house." I couldn't help but think, Madam Speaker, that perhaps the greatest threats that we face are not from without, but those calls and those threats are coming from within. Through bad legislation, misplaced priorities, and putting the boot on the proverbial neck of our producers, our workers, our energy, oil and gas sector. I think it's time we deal with the call that's coming from within the House. And we can do that by passing our motion, which calls for the elimination of the caps on oil and gas emissions. This and production. This type of policy has done more to sabotage Canada's future than any threat coming from without. If we only got out of our own way and unleashed our own potential by allowing our workers to do what they do best, Canada could come out of the economic malaise in far better shape than we could have imagined, and we could stand on our own 2 feet with fortitude and confidence and face any other challenge that comes from without if we got our house in order from within. Madam Speaker, there are many, many people in our country who recognize the potential that Canada has to step into the vacuum and the void that's being created internationally. The world wants Canadian energy, they want Canadian oil, and they want Canadian gas. We have the best regulatory regime for those sectors, but we also have the best workers for those sectors, and we can have the best, most reliable, dependable energy supply to give to a vulnerable, energy-hungry world that we could ever imagine. But we've got to get out of our own way. And this opposition motion is a great first step to doing that, and I hope the government will join us in passing this. It's time to unleash Canada's potential. Our greatest threats are those that have been self-inflicted, whether it's interprovincial trade barriers or emissions caps. And I think what Canadians are demanding is for us to get our own house in order. Time for us to realize our potential. We got to get beyond the era of empty promises and grand announcements. This government have become masters at making great announcements. And it's wonderful. I love seeing all the happy talk. It's great. We have meeting after meeting and lots of happy talk, but really when you bore down through all the noise, there's been no really substantive moves to develop the infrastructure necessary to get our resources to market. There's not been one new pipeline agreed to be built since all the promises of becoming an energy superpower. There's not been the removal of the tanker ban so that we could export our resources to global markets. There has not been putting in place of the infrastructure necessary to get liquefied natural gas to the markets. So the frustration of Canadians is getting high. They are wanting to know, when will this government deliver on all these promises that they're making in meeting after meeting? The best way we can deliver on those promises is to make sure we start by passing this bill, this opposition motion, and get our resources unleashed so that it can supply a world that wants Canadian energy. The PBO came out with a report just recently in March of 2025 and talks about these threats within. Because of this oil and gas production emission caps, it says that our oil and gas production would fall by nearly 5%. It says that the national GDP would shrink by $20.5 billion every single year. And it said by 2032, 54,400 full-time jobs would disappear. Madam Speaker, these are not abstract figures. These are people's livelihoods. This is the subsistence for many families living throughout this country, in all parts of our country, whether it's in Alberta and Saskatchewan or whether it's in Newfoundland, and the spin-offs that affect the rest of the country. And when you shut down oil and gas production, you also shut down transfer payments. And I speak as an Atlantic Canadian in a province that has been a benefactor of those transfer payments that have come to our province and helped us meet our budgets and helped us keep our schools open and keep our hospitals open and help keep our economies going through economically challenging times. You know what? As a New Brunswicker, I'm thankful for Western energy production. I'm thankful for the oil and gas sector in Newfoundland. I'm thankful for the oil and gas sector that has kept Canada rolling and kept us and our schools and our services functioning in difficult economic times. And if you want to have national unity and unleash Canada's potential and pull us together as a country, stand on the side of energy, Canadian energy, that is responsibly developed and responsibly sourced. It's a good news story, and we need to stand on the side of Canadian producers. These types of policies have a devastating impact on rural Canada. Much of our natural resource and energy sectors are based in rural Canada, along with our agriculture. And it's those two sectors that have helped build this country, and it will be those two sectors that are key to our country's comeback. It's time we stop the anti-rural Canadian approach to governance and recognize it was rural Canada that built this country, and it will be rural Canada that is key to our country's comeback. And we can do that through unleashing our natural resource and energy sectors and getting off their backs and lifting off these punitive measures that keep our resources in the ground while allowing other countries that don't have near the regulation nor the human rights to advance their economies at our expense. It's time to get our own house in order. The globe is calling for it. How many missed opportunities have we had as a country? Japan wanted our natural gas. We said there's no business case. So guess what? They signed a $550 billion liquefied natural gas contract with the U.S. Europe wanted to do business and buy Canadian energy. We said, oh, there's no business case for that. We're moving beyond those old sources of energy. And guess what? They signed a $750 billion contract with the United States. Germany came here, wanted to do business with us, wanted to sign contracts, but we said, under the previous government, and which is current government still, there's no case for that. Well, I'm sorry, there's a great case for that, and we've watched over $1 trillion worth of economic productivity and opportunity slip through our fingers because we have been putting the boot on the very sectors that could lead to our prosperity. Madam Speaker, I can't help but think of a famous old story as I was preparing for this. It's an ancient story, and I know I'm down to 1 minute, so I got to do it quick. There was a lady who was in real trouble in ancient times. Her husband had died. She was left with 2 sons, and the collectors were coming and saying, we're going to take your 2 sons and put them in slavery to pay off your debts. She said, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know where I'm going to turn. So she went to a wise elder in the community, and the wise elder said, what do you have left? She said, I have just a little bit of oil, sir. She said, well, you go back, close the door, get your sons to borrow all the vessels they can, and use that little bit of oil, pour it out. And they kept pouring out the oil into the empty vessels, and guess what? They kept filling and filling and filling those vessels. She came back, the wise man, and said, we've filled all the vessels. He said, now go sell that oil and take care of your debts, and it will take care of your family. Madam Speaker, I think there's a truth in that ancient story. It's time we released the oil and allowed it to get us out of the economic malaise we're in. The answer's in the House. We just got to release it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
You know, Madam Speaker, I listened to the member from Victoria, where he talked about what he witnesses in terms of oil exports going out of Burnaby as a result of a pipeline that was actually built by the former government, the Trudeau government. And that's a very strong, positive thing. The Conservatives opposed it. Then I take a look in terms of Bill C-49. The member, I'm sure, is familiar with the Bill C-49. It was to allow for additional energy development in Newfoundland, Labrador, along with Nova Scotia. Both premiers were on side, yet the Conservatives voted against that also. It seems to me the Conservatives are good at talking. But when it comes time to actually do things, to support good ideas, to vote for things that are going to help the industries that he feels that we're falling short on, the Conservatives have been found wanting.
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks, my honourable colleague. Always good to see him. He's a workhorse here in the House. But I must say, I think he's sorely misled on this matter, because the only idea that they think is a successful project when it comes to oil and gas is ones that they'll drag out over 10 years, regulate and strangle to death, pump billions of dollars of taxpayer funds in, and not really incorporate the private sector, because the private sector long has left the scene because they realize Canada is not a secure place in which to invest for energy purposes under the current regime. They want stability and predictability. We believe on this side of the House, government needs to get out of the way, stop over-regulating, and allow them to come in and actually do what they do best. Let's partner with the private sector, and the Conservatives have done that in the past 4 times under the previous administration, and we built 4 pipelines.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I've been listening to this debate since this afternoon. On the one hand, you have Liberals that are voluntarily hypocritical, and on the other side, the Conservatives doing something quite similar. We've been saying the same thing for 30 years. We've been seeing that people seem to be focusing on economic factors over the environment. When we think of the issue relating to climate change, our forests are burning up, our soil is facing droughts, our farmers are having a hard time growing their products. Climate change is having an effect on the cost of living. But it seems as though they're willing to turn a blind eye when it comes to the environment.
Merci, Madame Présidente, and merci à ma collègue.
Thank you very much to my colleague for Quebec, Madam Speaker.
To answer that question, I just answer it with this question. Sometimes it's better to answer a question with a question, and that is this. Would my honourable colleague, because they feel that oil and gas and energy development is dirty and it's bad for the planet and not good for the environment, are they willing to turn down all future transfer payments that come from oil and gas sector and say we don't want that dirty oil and dirty gas money anymore, and they want that all reallocated so we can put that money into better forest management practices and purchasing water bombers to help with forest fires? Maybe that would be a productive use of the energy of this House, is reallocating the transfer payments to provinces that appreciate the oil and gas sector. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what I heard from my colleague tonight is that words really matter, and I think this government plays a great deal on words. Example very quickly, some young people told me, he said into the camera, he will build homes we can afford. I said, that's an open-ended sentence. Did you hear homes you can afford to buy or homes you can only afford to rent? We're going to make Canada the wealthiest in the G7. Government investment? What is government investment? It's taking our tax dollars and depleting them. What is private investment? It's creating more tax dollars. What is an emissions cap? Oh, get rid of oil. But really, it's a production cap, correct? So what is the difference in the use of these words in regard to this topic of emissions versus production?
And second answer from the Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you to the my honourable colleague from Yorkton Melville. Great question. And look, I think Canadians are demanding a whole lot less talk and a whole lot more action. And it's time that we end the era of Canadian self-sabotage, get out of our way, and start to unleash the potential. And we have unlimited potential in this country. We've just got to unleash.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this motion submitted by the member for Battle River Crowfoot. To succeed in a more competitive world, Canada must define and invest in its competitive strengths. This includes our energy sector, which remains a major driver of our economy and jobs across the country. In 2023, oil and gas accounted for 7.7% of Canada's GDP and $160 billion in exports. We also have proven reserves of over 1.7 billion barrels of oil, most of which are found in Canada's oil sands. At the same time, for Canada to prosper, we must find ways to reduce emissions from oil and gas and lay the foundation for a low-carbon economy. Building a competitive, low-carbon economy is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic one. The global energy system is changing, Madam Speaker, at an unprecedented speed, and countries that can produce energy while driving down emissions will be the ones that succeed in the decades ahead. While Canada's energy resources have helped support our economic prosperity, oil and gas production accounts for 30% of our overall greenhouse gas emissions as a nation. While Canada's emissions across the economy have fallen by 8.5% since 2005, emissions from oil and gas have increased by nearly 7% over the same period of time. This contrast underscores the scale of this challenge. If other sectors are doing their part, Canada's biggest emitting industry must do so as well. The good news is that Canadian companies are stepping up, with innovative, clean technology companies working with the energy sector through initiatives like the Clean Resource Innovation Network that received $227 million from the Strategic Innovation Fund. These collaborations help make our energy sector more sustainable by decreasing emissions. Clean technologies will be central to that effort, providing solutions that reduce environmental impact, boost resource efficiency, and support economic growth. Adopting clean technology is a strategic choice that, when commercialized and adopted at scale, will enable our industries to support the achievement of Canada's climate targets. No single solution will deliver all the reductions we need, but taken together, they can lower emissions, improve efficiency, and support good jobs. Madam Speaker, Canada is a world leader in clean tech and is home to several companies developing innovative clean technology solutions that are important for decreasing emissions from the oil and gas sector. This includes methane detection and measurement, nuclear fusion, geothermal energy, long-duration energy storage, and carbon capture and storage. These and other technologies have the potential to better manage our resources while working to eliminate Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. Canada's strengths position us to lead in developing, deploying, and exporting the solutions needed to reduce emissions, not just from oil and gas, but across all heavy industries. The government is committed to becoming a world leader in carbon removal and sequestration technology. But industry itself recognizes what's at stake and has committed to developing carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies as a key tool for reducing the environmental impacts of the energy sector and meeting their obligations. Madam Speaker, the Pathways Alliance was recently identified by the government as being on track for consideration as a project of national interest. This industry group represents 95% of Canada's oil sands production and has proposed a vast carbon transportation and storage network to cut its emissions by 22 million tons per year by 2030. This reflects the scale of change required and represents an opportunity to lower emissions and grow Canada's clean tech sector. Another area in which the oil and gas sector must curb its emissions is with respect to methane. In 2023, 45% of Canada's total methane emissions originated from the oil and gas sector. Methane mitigation is one of the fastest, most cost-effective ways to reduce emissions. Canadian companies are already global leaders in this space. From designing sensors and satellites to detect emissions, developing the software and analytical methods to process the data, providing the service to repair leaks, and designing and manufacturing the equipment to reduce or capture vented and flared gas. Many of these reductions can generate revenues that help fund GHG mitigation efforts. This creates good jobs at home and gives us an edge in international markets from Europe to Asia that demand cleaner energy. Failure to meet these evolving international standards could severely restrict Canada's access to these crucial markets in future. By acting swiftly and effectively to reduce methane emissions, Canada's energy industry can enhance its competitiveness, secure access to global markets, and diversify its energy exports from traditional reliance on the United States. This strategic shift is vital from both an economic and an environmental perspective. This government is committed to helping the oil and gas sector succeed in its commitments to decarbonize. Our actions include methane regulations implemented by the federal and provincial governments, which have spurred an internationally recognized ecosystem of innovation and a robust methane mitigation industry here at home. Leading Canadian clean technology firms have gained international success because of our government's efforts on methane. Federal, provincial, and territorial carbon pricing systems for industry play a key role in driving clean technology investments. The government is committed to improving the federal system and actively working with provincial and territorial governments to ensure carbon markets continue to function well and ensure they establish a long-term signal to lock in future investments. The Canada Growth Fund plays a pivotal role in accelerating emissions reduction in Canada's oil and gas sector by addressing one of the main barriers to large-scale investment: market and policy uncertainty around future carbon prices through carbon contracts for difference. The clean technology, clean hydrogen, clean electricity and carbon capture, utilization and storage investment tax credits implemented by our government will play an important role driving investments, including in the oil and gas sector. To further support this goal, the government will ensure that the full value of the CCUS investment tax credit is extended to 2035. In short, Madam Speaker, clean tech is the key to unlocking emissions reduction in the oil and gas sector. It will allow us to reconcile two vital imperatives: cutting our emissions and sustaining our prosperity. Our government will continue to work with industry, provinces, territories, Indigenous partners, and communities to drive down emissions, foster innovation, and build a low-carbon economy that is competitive, resilient, and sustainable. Canada can position itself as a global leader in responsible energy production and clean technology development. We can and we must. This is not just about reducing emissions. It is about building the economy of the future, one that sustains prosperity, meets our climate commitments, and ensures that Canadian workers, communities, and businesses have the tools they need to thrive.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Newtecumseh-Gwillimbury.
You got it perfect. You got it perfect, Madam Speaker. You know, I was always in trouble at school all the time, and I was sent to the office so many times, and I knew where the office was. It was unbelievable. And I listened to the member from Carleton earlier. He said the major projects office 14 times. The major project office was brought up. that this supposed new government has underway, that they're going to move at lightning speed, unprecedented, Madam Speaker. You know, I just Googled it, and I'll ask my colleague a simple question. If he could give me the address, telephone number, and the email for the Major Process Office, how many employees they have in the budget. Because I've Googled that. There is no address, there is no telephone number. If he could help us out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure that the honourable member directed a question to me in his remarks there that I really commented on. No, he referred to the member for Carleton. But, as a former principal, Madam Speaker, was an excellent student and never spent any time in the principal's office. And so I will defer to my honourable colleague for his time in detention, which undoubtedly exceeds my own. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, over the past month, we've seen it with this government that it's drill, baby, drill. It's opening for new pipelines. It is the oil sands. But that is the main environmental problem in Canada. Emissions from the oil sands sector is almost equal to the entirety of emissions from Quebec. Now, given the government is taking a step back on that front, can the member explain how they will force oil and gas companies to reduce their emissions if they let go of the cap that is the only tool that would help rein in this industry?
And to the honourable colleague for his question. Merci, monsieur, pour votre question.
Thank you for the question.
Number of tools that the Government of Canada has introduced to ensure that business and industry have the signals and the regulatory framework necessary to drive down their emissions. One of the most important tools, Madam Speaker, is the industrial price on carbon. This is the cornerstone of how it is that heavy emitters in this country, very much including the oil and gas sector, will have the price incentive to clean up their business model, to reduce how much pollution they produce in the course of their operations, because this government has committed and the Prime Minister has committed to maintaining and strengthening the industrial price on carbon alongside new measures that will be introduced in the coming session.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Coastal Bay Central, yes. I have to go to this side, yes. Coastal Bay Central, yes. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened intently to my colleague across the way as he gave his speech, and I wonder if he realizes that his own province exports a tremendous amount of metallurgical coal. In fact, it's the largest export for British Columbia, and all experts agree that converting coal burning to using natural gas reduces emissions by 50%. So in Newfoundland and Labrador, we're up against our emissions cap, which means we're going to leave all that clean natural gas sitting under the Grand Banks. Does he agree with stranding resources that are able to cut emissions in half, or does he agree with pumping out more coal?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question from the honourable member. As the member for Carleton said earlier in his remarks, the world is in the midst of a clean energy transition. This is a revolution in the way in which human beings produce the energy that we need to live our lives, and it is well underway across this planet. When I hear concerns about stranded assets, when I hear concerns about making poor investments, what my mind goes to and what the conversation in my province of British Columbia goes to is the risk of sinking billions and billions of dollars of investment into what is ultimately the 20th century's form of energy that will not be profitable over the long term in this century. So when the government is supporting major projects or other projects, it is doing so not with a vision to the energy future of the past, but with its eyes clearly set on the horizon of the clean energy future of tomorrow.
During debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I begin by thanking my honourable friend and from the neighboring riding of Victoria and welcome him to this place as a new Member of Parliament. I'm going to start actually by answering a question that was directed to the Honourable Member for Victoria just moments ago, and that's to clear up some misconceptions. As a matter of fact, having been in the House all day through the debates, I'd like to dedicate the time I have to cleaning up some misconceptions. So first one is British Columbia's exports of coal. 95% of the coal produced in British Columbia, which is 95% of the exports, is metallurgical coal. So it is designed for purposes that do not include direct burning, do not produce electricity, and have a different kind of greenhouse gas footprint entirely from thermal coal. But it is an interesting story about thermal coal exports because although they're relatively minor, I think it's off the top of my head, $12 billion in exports in metallurgical coal to $2 billion exports of thermal coal. The thermal coal exported from BC is kind of an interesting story. It comes from the United States. It's shipped up through and over the roadways through, I think the Honourable Member, it would be through South Surrey, White Rock, and over to the Port of Vancouver, where there's tremendous concern locally because the coal dust contaminates the air and is an air pollution problem and a health issue. For those and other reasons, I suppose it was, that the Liberal Party platform in 2021 promised to end the exports of thermal coal through the Port of Vancouver. So you might have wondered, as I explained the situation, why it is that thermal coal comes by road up from the U.S. just to go to the Port of Vancouver for export. And that's because all down the western coast of the United States, shipping thermal coal to Asia has been banned for climate reasons. But Canada is very accommodating, takes the thermal coal from across the United States, takes it to the Port of Vancouver, and ships it to China. We did have a bill before this place, Bill C-33, which was at the point of third reading when it died on the order paper January 6th, that would have lived up to the Liberal election promise of 2021 to ban the export of thermal coal from the Port of Vancouver. I hope to see this bill reintroduced at some point. It had a lot of other measures that were important for coastal communities in British Columbia, as well as for rail safety. Again, that's Bill C-33, as it stood ready to be passed at third reading, would have ended this practice of bringing U.S. coal for purposes of burning for electricity, which is the place where, as a number of speakers have mentioned, it would be best not to burn any thermal coal for electricity anywhere on the planet. It still, until recently, was the cheapest, certainly is the cheapest of the fossil fuels. It used to be the cheapest way to produce electricity, but that's no longer the case. Solar panels produce energy far more cheaply, produce electricity more cheaply than coal, and without the side effects of global warming and immediate health effects. As a matter of fact, the reason that the province of Ontario took the steps years ago to ban burning coal for electricity was for reasons of human health, to reduce hospital visits for people who suffered from asthma and hospital spikes that occurred during smog days. Another area to clear up a misconception, and this one's more complicated, is what's the difference between exporting natural gas when found in pockets, pools of actual natural gas, versus fracking for unconventional natural gas. It's kind of like the difference again, when we go unconventional, there are more emissions. So if you had, like in the old days of, imagine the Beverly Hillbillies for a moment and the shooting up of oil out of the ground and how happy Jed Clampett was. We don't have oil like that anymore. It's harder to get to oil, so there's that return on investment on oil that has to do with energy invested to get the oil, and we're down to the place of diminishing returns. So by the time you get to bitumen, you have to put a tremendous amount of effort into getting the bitumen out of the ground, and that's been done in the oil sands. Unconventional oil, another place where we see unconventional oil, is what blew up in Lac Mégantic, which was getting crude oil out of Bakken shale. Again, once you have to get fossil fuels out of layers of geological formation, it takes more energy to get it, it costs more, it involves more pollution. Back to natural gas. In British Columbia, our natural gas comes from fracking. Fracking has been now found in the areas where there's fracking we do have earthquakes caused by the fracking. We also do have water contamination. The composition of the water that's injected deep into breaking up the fractured gas that occurs in areas of British Columbia as well as other areas where fracking produces natural gas, but not the same impact on climate as the natural gas that was found in pooled natural gas. Fracked natural gas, because it's fracturing different layers geologically, has a tremendous volume of what are called fugitive emissions, methane emissions. And methane is a far more powerful greenhouse gas unit for unit than carbon dioxide. So fracking natural gas, while some people here, and well-meaning I know, have referred to it as a transition fuel, conventional natural gas could be called a transition fuel. Unconventional natural gas, as in fracked gas, is not a transition fuel when examined by experts like David Hughes and others in looking at what is the carbon footprint for the whole cycle of producing fracked natural gas. That has the same carbon footprint as coal through its whole life cycle because of the fugitive emissions, because of the methane released in the fracking. So the liquefied natural gas project that the Prime Minister has announced is on their short list for a project of national significance. As other members have pointed out, it was already through all stages of approval, so you can hardly say it's being fast-tracked, but you can't say it's Canadian either. It's a consortium of a number of companies from around the world. Petrobras of Malaysia, PetroChina, the People's Republic of China, one company from Japan, one company from Korea, and again, a very progressive alliance with the Haisla nation, but it's not Canadian. Back to other misconceptions. There's always been great talk of the East-West pipeline, and if only that had gone ahead. The difficulty there is that an East-West pipeline for dilbit would only succeed, and dilbit being diluted bitumen, because bitumen is a solid. When you dilute the bitumen, the only reason you're doing that is to get it to flow through a pipeline. And another misconception, I mentioned the explosion at Lac Mégantic. That was Bakken shale that blew up. It's appalling how negligent the shippers were, that nobody even realized when putting it on board a train that Bakken shale, if it blew up, would blow up and create a fireball and kill so many people. Bitumen put on a train is 100% safe. Solid bitumen, when loaded into a train car, could fall off a high cliff and crash on the cliff below. It would lie there like a lump. You couldn't set it on fire with a blowtorch because it's a solid. It's a tar. So now that we've built the pipeline, which the Canadian public paid for, $34 billion and counting, there was this great argument, speaking of misconceptions, that if we could only get our bitumen to Tidewater, we could get rid of this price differential because it was so unfair. It was because the bitumen was landlocked, so the story went, that we couldn't get a fair price for our bitumen compared to Western Texas Intermediate. If anyone's looked lately at the price, you'll find, having gotten bitumen to Tidewater, we're not getting paid more for it. That's because bitumen isn't even syncrude. It's not synthetic crude. It can't go right into a refinery. So wherever the shipped dilbit goes, when it gets to its destination, they have to remove the diluent. That's the dill part. Remove the diluent, which is fossil fuel condensates like naphthalene or even benzene. You have to remove that. Then you've got the solid lump of tar again. Then you have to put that through an upgrader. Once you put that through an upgrader, then you can refine it. East-West Pipeline, the Irving Refinery in St. John, New Brunswick, made it very clear they had no intention of ever building an upgrader. So at its endpoint destination, when that project was a live one and had a private sector proponent, it was to go on to tankers and leave the port of St. John, New Brunswick to go somewhere else. So what's happening now that we have the port at what was the Kinder Morgan pipeline? We now have the port of Burnaby shipping out dilbit. And some of it is going to China. An astonishing reality is, as I said, it's a solid. One of the reasons we don't get more money for it now that it reaches Tidewater is it's still a product of inherently low value while it's very expensive to produce. So you get it all the way over to China. About a third of what gets...
I've been trying to signal the honourable member, but time is up. Well, I wish I could. The honourable member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the member from the Green Party, does she know what her own carbon footprint is in travelling from British Columbia to this place in a year, Madam Speaker? And how much of that could she save? Would you consider doing horseback or even walking from British Columbia to here, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'm very aware of my carbon footprint. That's why I buy carbon offsets, and I have not flown on a vacation or traveled on an airplane for any personal reason for the last 15 years. It's grievous to me, but I find that I'm able to be more effective as an MP and not stay home on Zoom. But thank you for raising the point.
Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank our colleague from the Green Party for her speech, and I am aware of her expertise in this area. I'd like to hear her thoughts on one aspect. If we continue, if we say, yes, fine, we'll get rid of the greenhouse gas emissions cap, if we just let things go, we have the same situation we've had in previous years, and we set aside the Paris targets. If we do all that, what's going to happen? In her opinion, what will be the consequences for all Quebecers and Canadians if we give up the way the Liberals are suggesting we should? I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois from Rivière-du-Nord. The consequences would be truly serious. UN scientists are clear and united in their opinion. There is a threat that human civilization could end if all humans and all countries around the world ignore this threat. We need to act. Time is running out, but it's not too late.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm interested in getting the Leader of the Green Party's opinion on two things. One is she's talked in the past about the decommissioning of pipelines, and the second one is with respect to the consequences of Canada not having oil or pipelines, the impact, not only in terms of the current ones, but ones that may come in the future. And I'm thinking specifically on the issue of jobs and government revenues, whether it's federal or provincial.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader. I'm not certain of the question, but I'll say this. We know that we're facing something that's not easy. It's time to stop sugarcoating it. Whenever I hear someone say the economy and the environment go together, I heard over the years many Liberals say this, and I always had the picture of the people of the economy and environment going together like Thelma and Louise with their hands clasped over the edge of the cliff. The decisions we need to make now are not easy, and the longer we procrastinate, the harder those decisions get. As a result, we need to figure out how to decarbonize quickly, but while building those sections of our economy that stand to benefit. New technologies, the ability to have a 100% renewable energy electricity grid, east-west, north-south, will drive a lot of economic growth in this country. It is possible. But it doesn't happen without making some very tough choices, like keeping in place the emissions cap.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's hard to know where to begin with the speech that was just delivered by the member from the Green Party, who took her entire time to just spread a lot of misinformation and untruths about Canada's driving industry. Canada has an abundant series of natural resources. We have an opportunity right now where we can either choose to continue developing our natural resources or we can leave it in the ground. We know that her opinion is she wants to leave it in the ground. The challenge is Canada is importing 500 million barrels of oil every day. So the choice is, do we want Canadian oil or do we want dirty dictator oil? So what would the member prefer?
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Well, my honourable friend for Fort Murray Cold Lake, I don't think I said a single thing that represented misinformation, but the position of the Green Party is we should not import any foreign oil. We should use only Canadian oil and only Canadian fossil fuels as we conduct a phase out and a phase down. That only makes sense. By the way, dictator oil, people point to Saudi Arabia. The only refinery in Canada that uses Saudi oil is, again, the Irving refinery I mentioned earlier.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure for me to rise in this House on behalf of the people of Calgary, Midnapore.
In this House, on behalf of the good people of Calgary, Midnapore. Madam Speaker, the motion that we have before us today is that the House call on the Prime Minister to immediately repeal the oil and gas emissions cap, which is in effect a production cap. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are standing here today talking about the emissions cap, but what we're really talking about isn't just the emissions cap. We are talking about the future of a nation. So, Madam Speaker, here, failure is not an option. Failure is not an option because hundreds of thousands of jobs are on the line. Failure is not an option because seniors are starving and are going to food banks. They're on fixed incomes. They don't know where they're going to find their next meal. Failure is not an option because we have record youth unemployment. This is an epidemic in our country. Failure is not an option because housing costs are through the roof, and failure is not an option because investment is fleeing this country. So, because when we're talking about the emissions cap, we're talking about the obstacles that this government created for over a decade, obstacles that prevented Canada from becoming a prosperous nation, a nation today that has created a system of dependence and a culture of desperation, one that could have been avoided by investing in our natural resources sector. The Prime Minister won his mandate for one reason, and one reason only. Canadians, for better or for worse, put their trust in him to do what he said he was going to do: build a prosperous Canada. Now, we gracefully supported C5 in the spring. We want to see this government succeed in their major projects. We did everything we could to give license to this government. We wanted to give the Prime Minister everything he needed to begin these major projects, to fulfill his promise to Canadians. Yet, we have yet to see one new project announced and one shovel in the ground. Relative to today's motion, we have yet to see him commit to taking the first steps to achieving these major projects, of which eliminating the production cap is only one step. We have offered the following suggestions to him and the Liberal government several times, on which they refuse to act. Repeal C-69. Repeal C-48. And C-69, as you remember, is the No More Pipelines, the bill that prohibits any type of infrastructure, genuine infrastructure, being built in this country that allows for our prosperity. C-48, the No More Tankers ban that does not permit Canada to export its natural resources abroad. Eliminate the industrial carbon tax. This government likes to say that they have eliminated the carbon tax. We know that this isn't true. There is still the industrial carbon tax that exists, and this is another step that the Prime Minister needs to take, in addition to finally immediately repealing the oil and gas emissions cap. So until the government takes these steps, they have yet to prove to us, the official opposition, and to Canadians, that they are serious
that they are serious about digging us out of this hole that they created and restoring the lives and the quality of life to Canadians, because Canadians are suffering. This government just received an F from Food Banks Canada on food security. An F. You can't get a worse grade than an F. Canadians earning less than $75,000 are spending 57.3% on groceries, utilities, and transportation. Food inflation is rising 70% faster than the government's inflation target. For all of these reasons, Canadians are suffering. For all of these reasons, the Prime Minister needs to keep his promise of restoring Canada's prosperity. What hope has the Prime Minister given the official opposition? What hope has the Prime Minister given Canadians? Well, his record before he arrived in the House of Commons is not encouraging. And we all know the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. So let's take a look at the past behavior of the Prime Minister. When asked by the leader of the official opposition at Industry Committee if he supported Justin Trudeau's decision to veto the Northern Gateway pipeline, the Prime Minister replied, "Given both the environmental and commercial reasons, I think it's the right decision." Interesting. Sounds like a 180 compared to his position today. Then, just 6 months later, at COP26, the Prime Minister also said, "We have both far, far too many fossil fuels in the world, and as much as half of oil reserves, proven oil reserves, need to stay in the ground." These words from a Prime Minister who is trying to convince us that he wants to restore the promise of Canada, restore the prosperity of Canada. How can Canadians be encouraged by these words or believe his sincerity to do something? Let's look at his record since he got here. Also an indicator that his actions match his words. Everyone knows the right thing to do when you're preparing to do something is to under-promise and over-deliver. Well, let's see if this Prime Minister has in fact done this. This is the most basic of lessons for anyone, whether it's in Dale Carnegie or for school children. It's you under-promise and over-deliver. All major projects that have been announced to date were projects that were previously announced. No oil pipeline made that list of major projects. Without introducing a budget, the Prime Minister has doubled the deficit, which is expected to be the largest non-pandemic budget in Canadian history, giving us the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 after he promised the fastest growth, home building dropping like a rock, where he promised to double home building, and a record $54 billion that has fled the country in investment. The Prime Minister won the election on his message of elbows up, that he was the person to handle Donald Trump with threats of tariffs and annexation. But today, the tariffs remain in place, with 50% on steel, on aluminum, and 25% on autos. And can I point out the obvious fact? There is no trade deal signed. For all of these reasons, we must question his sincerity and his ability to deliver on what he said that he would do. The next thing we have to look at is the team that the Prime Minister has surrounded himself with. We look at the present Minister of Culture and Canadian Identity, who stated, COP28 calls for groundbreaking goals to triple renewable energy, double energy efficiency, and for the first time ever, we reached a historic consensus to move away from fossil fuels in energy systems. He also went on to say, "The atmosphere and our climate certainly don't need them, and many of us believe we cannot build pipelines and meet our international climate commitments at the same time. And with the world working around the clock to avoid the worst effects of climate change, it makes no sense from an ethical and moral perspective to produce and ship more of a substance that is causing problems that disrupts the future of our children and our grandchildren." This from a close minister to the Prime Minister. In addition, we have the words of the Alberta Premier. She said, "I am very concerned that the Prime Minister has appointed what appears to be yet another anti-oil and gas environment minister. Not only is she a self-proclaimed architect of the designation of plastics as toxic, but she is a staunch advocate against oil sands expansion and proponent of phasing out oil and gas." The Premier also said she was put off by the minister's close ties to longtime thorn in her side, the Minister of Culture and Identity, with whom the current Minister of Environment served as Parliamentary Secretary for 4 years. So, Madam Speaker, when we look at the motion that is presented here today, it is clear the Prime Minister is not sincere. As a young woman in university, I was to meet my sister to show her around the university, but I didn't meet her. Instead, I spent time with my friends, and when I got home, I got a lecture from my father. He told me, "Sincerity is doing what you say you're going to do. It's time for this Prime Minister to keep his promise to Canadians that he said to win the election and do what he said he was going to do, and that starts with eliminating the production camp." Mary, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Way to go. Way to go, It being 6:39, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est la...
The question is as follows. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Falk, moved that the House call on the Prime Minister to immediately repeal the oil and gas emissions cap, which in effect is a production cap.
If a member participating in person wishes to, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
I suspect if you were to canvass the House at this time, you'd find willingness to call it 6:54 so that we could begin.
Agreed.
Late show.
Agreed.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Keeping close eye on my clock as I begin 4 minutes to pursue a question that I asked in question period. It was on the 30th of May of this year that I put to the Minister of Environment at the time as we were in the midst of wildfires, unprecedented wildfires through the prairies, and the state of emergency as it existed in several prairie provinces. And I pointed out that we were now only, at the last count, 7% below 2005 levels, with a due date for our emissions reductions to 40 to 45% by 2030. The response from the Honourable Minister of Environment was not to answer the question that I'd asked, which was, when will the government present a plan? We've certainly, by that time, we knew that the new government under the new Prime Minister was canceling plans put in place by the previous government. So my question was very pressing. We know we're not close to meeting our target at May 30th, that's due in 5 years. But when will the government replace the things that are being cut that deal with emissions reduction so that we have a chance to ensure a livable world for our children? The minister didn't actually answer the question as to when we'd see a plan, but she did confirm that, quote, we will make sure we reduce our emissions, fight climate change, and keep Canadians safe. Well, here we are, and it's some months later, and we now have the very clear and devastating report from the Canadian Climate Institute that takes us forward and says what we can now expect in terms of emissions reductions from Canada. The legally binding targets that we file that are called nationally determined contributions, once filed with the United Nations under the terms of the Paris Agreement, which I have to say Canada took a lead role in negotiating that, just as we did back in 1992 with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, we were the first industrialized country to both sign and ratify that treaty. It's legally binding, and through it, our Paris Agreement targets are legally binding. So our commitment to reduce our emissions 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030, we knew we were falling short when I asked the question in May. Now we know from the Canadian Climate Institute report of a few days ago that this is how far we're behind. We can expect at this point we're on track to reduce our emissions by 20 to 25% below 2005 levels. Now, these numbers make people's eyes glaze over. What does it mean? Well, it means we're on track for, when people speak of drought in the prairies in a particularly bad year, it's a trend that may well be unstoppable of not drought as individual episodes, but of aridification as a process that will dry out areas that are breadbaskets and make it very, very difficult for prairie farmers to survive. When we look at what's happening across the country, we're seeing wildfire after wildfire, extreme flood events, extreme heat dome events, and around the world, we're seeing people dying from the effects of climate crisis, and we know what must be done. We understand what must be done, and yet we fail to do it. Is it cognitive dissonance? Is it opportunism and political strategies that come ahead of saving the lives of our own children? I ask the Minister, when will we see a plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are living through the climate crisis in real time. Fires, floods, droughts, and storms are happening with a frequency and severity we have never seen before. I have family and friends who have lived through these events. The impacts on lives, livelihoods, and communities are clear. The costs are growing each year. That is why climate action is not optional. It is essential to protecting Canadians, strengthening our economy, and preparing for the future. Canada does have a plan. We are committed to fighting climate change and are working to launch a climate competitiveness strategy soon to advance that commitment and to position Canada to lead in a global economy that increasingly wants decarbonized goods, services, technology, and know-how. Achieving this requires a coordinated mix of measures that both cuts emissions and builds resilience against climate risks. Since 2015, Canada has made significant progress. Back then, projections showed emissions rising 9% above 2005 levels by 2030. Today, we have bent that curve downward. Greenhouse gas emissions in 2024 were 7% below 2005 levels, even as the population and economy grew. Canada's economy is now over 30% less carbon intensive than it was in 2005. A key part of this progress is reducing methane, a potent greenhouse gas responsible for about 30% of observed global warming to date. Between 2013 and 2023, fugitive methane emissions in Canada's oil and gas sector decreased by 33%. Canada is now a co-convener of the Global Methane Pledge, leading international efforts to cut methane emissions by at least 30% by 2030. At home, we are on track to exceed that goal with more than a 30% reduction expected. These actions deliver multiple benefits: cleaner air, fewer health impacts, and a competitive advantage for Canadian energy and technologies in a world increasingly focused on low-carbon solutions. At the same time, Canada is investing in resilience. The National Adaptation Strategy was developed in collaboration with provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous partners, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, adaptation experts, and youth. Its goal is to guide actions across 5 key areas, including disaster preparedness, health and well-being, nature and biodiversity, infrastructure, and the economy and workers. The Government of Canada Adaptation Action Plan was released alongside this strategy. It outlines over 70 actions to guide federal contributions to achieving Canada's adaptation goals. Canada's National Adaptation Strategy sets out a vision for safer communities, stronger infrastructure, and a more resilient economy. Madam Speaker, the government's plan is clear. We are cutting emissions, investing in clean industries, and building resilience. These steps are credible, measurable, and designed to protect Canadians while growing a strong, sustainable economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Another opportunity to welcome a new member to this place representing Vancouver Quadra, and I do believe, I hope, in the language of Musqueam people, which I think is Halkaminam, Haishka Siem. Unfortunately, there wasn't an answer there for when we would see the new programs that replace eliminating the consumer carbon price. There's not an answer there for what we're going to do if there's a pause on electric vehicles. With my 30 seconds left, I'll only ask this question of the honourable member. How do we explain to our grandchildren that we let them down so badly, that we failed to take the steps that we could take when we still had time to ensure a viable biosphere and a livable human civilization for them? The scientists are clear. Why do the politicians fail the children?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, and in my language, Halkaminam Nametqua. Canadians expect climate action that is practical, science-based, and effective. That is what is underway. Our plan combines emission reductions, particularly in methane, with investments in clean energy and resilience tools that help communities prepare for the risks that we already face. Progress is real. Emissions are declining. The economy is becoming less carbon intensive, and Canadian innovations are helping lead the global transition. Meeting our Paris targets requires steady work and collaboration with provinces, territories, Indigenous communities, and industry. Canada is committed to this path because a safe, clean, and competitive future depends on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Luma.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to be here this evening to maybe get some more answers on the question I asked in question period before we rose last summer. And we had an election and an election campaign, and there was a lot of commitments made by the Liberal Party in building infrastructure. There was a lot of talk about pipelines during the campaign, but not a lot of action after. This Prime Minister has been in office for 6 months now, and he finally announced his major projects office. And the big breathless announcement that the Liberals ran out to make were 5 projects that were already being looked at and already halfway down the way of getting some regulatory improvements. I can think of one, foreign mining in Saskatchewan up by Crichton. I have a friend that works for foreign mining. They've been working on this project for 4 years now. So I would say that is a new project. But the one question I asked in question period was about building pipelines and the hardworking men and women at Evraz Steel in Regina, where at the peak when there were projects being built, pipelines being built, there was 1,100, 1,200 people working at the steel plant in Regina. Now they're down to about half or even less than half of that many employees. And that's hardworking families that depended on those good jobs at Evraz Steel to make ends meet. And those guys, men and women, are now struggling to get by paycheck to paycheck. And I really do wonder if there will be a pipeline project in the next tranche of major projects that would be announced or perhaps more projects will be re-announced, because in Canada we are blessed with an abundance of natural resources, and I think there has been, I've seen polling done through provinces, there is a desire to get major projects built in this country once again and get people back to work in those industries like steel making and pipeline building, and a lot of good, hard-working unionized employees in the building and trades are looking to see if this government's actions will follow the talk. Are they going to talk or actually walk it, is what people in Regina are asking about this Liberal government. And there were a lot of promises made to saying, I know from the slogans, build back better, to there's been a lot of slogans by this Liberal government over the last 10 years, and I've been here since 2019, and I haven't seen a lot of projects being built. And I'd end with one last comment is, some projects were being built. The issue is the dumping of cheap steel. They're not using Canadian steel in some of the projects that have moved forward. Dumping of cheap steel from China, from India, other countries that are flooding the market with cheap steel that isn't as environmentally friendly and isn't as good quality as what is being built in my city of Regina and Hamilton and in Canada. So I would love to have a response from whoever is going to take the question is, when will projects be built? When will new projects be announced, not old projects re-announced? And I would love to make sure that these projects that do get built are getting to use good, environmentally sustainable Canadian steel.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Absolutely. Madam Speaker, thank you to the member opposite for a very good question. At this moment of challenge, Canadians have always come together to seize new opportunities and set path for future generations, and at this moment of challenge, you will see the same. Canadians can find consensus even when it seemed previously unattainable. Our government has said repeatedly that it is prepared to work towards building new energy infrastructure in many forms, and that includes interprovincial electricity transmission. It extends to pipeline projects where that consensus exists, and if proponents come forward. But, there's an important principle guiding this openness. Clean technology must also be put in place so that we can meaningfully reduce associated emissions. Our ambition as a country is nothing short of being a clean and conventional energy superpower, and increasingly, our customers are demanding oil and gas developed to high social and environmental standards. And as mentioned, steel, for example, is built to those high environmental standards. In a changing climate and in an uncertain world, it is a sentiment Canadians share. So we're committed to a future where Canadian energy projects lead in both economic value for our workers and communities and in climate responsibility and innovation. That's the better way, and better is going to take all of us. That's why we work with the provinces, work with stakeholders from across sectors and interests, and work always with Indigenous rights holders. That's why we established the Major Projects Office, an initiative that acts as a single point of contact to prioritize and help streamline transformative major projects in Canada that, under the Building Canada Act, are intended to strengthen Canada's autonomy, resilience, and security, provide economic or other benefits to Canada, have a high likelihood of being successfully executed, advance the interests of Indigenous peoples, and contribute to clean growth and meeting Canada's climate change objectives. Through this office, we support proposals that meet the environmental standards Canadians demand, embrace the latest technological innovations, and respond to the needs of Indigenous peoples, local communities, and Canadian businesses. Now, on that list, as it was announced recently, some needed a nudge, some a big lift, but all will benefit from the help, and all needed assistance getting over the finish line. Projects like LNG Canada Phase 2 and Pathways Plus, the plus is a pipeline or other types of egress, now under consideration by the office, demonstrate that resolve. Many projects will require Canadian steel to be built. As mentioned, it is the cleanest, most environmentally friendly steel. Madam Speaker, without any hesitation, I can tell you today that our government will stand firmly behind Canadian workers and the use of Canadian materials, including Canadian steel, for infrastructure projects that move forward. Our commitment to Canadian steel workers is resolute, as affirmed by Prime Minister when he announced new measures to protect and strengthen Canada's steel industry and the communities who rely on it for goods and good sustainable jobs. As he announced in July, we will ensure Canadian steel and other Canadian materials are prioritized in construction. And we are also changing federal procurement processes so that companies contracting with the federal government are required to source their steel from Canadian companies. This is more than just economic policy. It is an expression of support for the many families who depend on the steel industry for income. It is an expression of firm belief in Canada. This spirit can also be found in the new Build Canada Homes initiative. Through Build Canada Homes, the government is executing large-scale procurement from Canadian sources to accelerate the adoption of modern methods of construction. By focusing on Canadian workers and materials for these developments in public lands, Build Canada Homes is helping fill critical market gaps. In all of this, our government remains pragmatic and forward-looking. We are driven by the conviction that the future belongs to those who innovate, cooperate, and build with purpose. By working together across governments, industries, communities, and even, dare I hope, across the aisle, we can and will build Canada strong.
Excellent. Member for Regina Lavon.
Well, I appreciate that kind of sort of answer-ish. Lots of words out there. Heard Build Back Better again. So I always say, instead of Build Back Better, I'd love it if you guys put it back the way you found it. But one thing one question I would have to the minister, the member across the way is, like, we just brought in a new bill for the Major's office to get things fast-tracked, but we could have just repealed Bill C-48 and Bill C-69. Like, Bill C-69, and I haven't heard much conversation on this, was ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. And this government has never even talked about that or tried to make that Bill 69 better. They need to repeal it, because without repealing 48 and 69 and getting rid of the industrial carbon tax, it is virtually impossible to convince proponents to come forward to build these major projects. And we heard that from a letter written by, signed off by 100 CEOs about how hard it is to find proponents because of that legislation.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's not a major pipeline project in the last 15 years that I wasn't involved in some way, shape, or form. And I do just want to say, while these seem like easy, quick solutions, just make it easier to build things. What we know in Canadian history is quite different. It actually makes it more difficult and it puts these projects at risk. You find all of a sudden the courts are weighing in and saying duty was not done. And certainly with Indigenous rights holders, we have seen that happen time and again. So as we wrap up debate, I just want to share with you a quote from my honourable colleague, the Minister of Industry and the Minister responsible for Canadian economic development for Quebec regions. She said, quote, "Protecting Canada's steel industry means defending Canadian jobs, securing our economic sovereignty, and building the future right here at home. Canada's steel workers are critical to building a strong Canadian economy. Protecting their jobs is protecting Canada's economic future." Another way we protect Canada's economic future is through strong regulatory environments that can sustain core challenges and that work with Indigenous peoples to make sure that the benefit is broadly shared. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's the end of my remarks.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this spring, I rose in the House to highlight how small businesses are struggling under the weight of red tape, particularly through, at that time, the customs program at CBSA that were supposed to help businesses but have instead caused confusion, delay, and unnecessary cost. In 2024, the average small business owner lost the equivalent of 32 business days, an entire month of productivity, just dealing with red tape. The cost of regulation across all three levels of government now stands at $51.5 billion. Over one-third of that, almost $18 billion, is wasted on pure red tape. Altogether, businesses spent 768 million hours filling out forms, waiting on approvals, and complying with overlapping rules. That is the equivalent of nearly 394,000 full-time jobs tied up in paperwork instead of producing goods and the services Canadians want to see from Canadian businesses. For example, last week I met with Food and Beverage BC and Bimbo Canada, and I heard firsthand how much they are spending on the government's plastics registry alone. Business owners are required to report every year on the quantity and types of plastics they produce or use, creating a heavy administrative burden. And it's not just one regulation that makes this difficult, it's the cumulative effect of three levels of government, all demanding time and money from our businesses. This red tape takes away time from running the business, hiring workers, and growing our economy. At the same time, our country faces one of the lowest rates of productivity growth in the OECD. Projections show Canada will see the weakest GDP per capita growth amongst advanced economies in the year ahead. Now, Madam Speaker, the solutions aren't easy, but in this month, the President of the Treasury Board outlined that the Government of Canada would start a red tape review. So in some respects, the government does agree with what I'm saying here today. So tonight, on behalf of the 46.5% of private sector workers in Canada, on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of small businesses, what is the government going to do? What can they signal to Canadians that they're going to do to help businesses, not in a government program, but by reducing the overall weight of government on small businesses in our country? I look forward to the government's response. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from British Columbia. And thanks for this opportunity to inform the House about some of the work carried out each day between Canada Border Service agencies and commercial importers. A little known fact is I was a Canada Border agent during the summers when I was young, so I know exactly what they do day in and day out. They ensure the free flow of legitimate trade, and that it's important because it's part of the agency's mandate. I want to clarify for my honourable colleague opposite that in order to eliminate time-consuming paper-based processes, the CBSA replaced its aging system for collecting duties and taxes on imported goods. I am, of course, talking about the Canada Border Services Agency Assessment and Revenue Management System, known as CARM. The CBSA fully launched CARM last October. When it comes to the release prior to payment program specifically, for years, importers complied with regulations by using the financial security of customs brokers. This system did indeed help move goods into our country, but it didn't allow the CBSA to properly secure debts owing to the Crown. This is because the agency could not claim against a custom broker's financial security to cover an importer's bad debt. The result was significant debt write-offs. And what do I mean by this, Madam Speaker? First, let me remind honourable members that each year the CBSA manages $40 billion in duties and taxes. Before CARM was introduced, the debt write-off averaged $13 million annually. To address such losses, the CBSA's CARM system now requires importers to post financial security so that they can benefit from the release of their imported goods at the border without having to immediately pay duties and taxes. When implementing CARM, last fall, the government included a 7-month transition period to give commercial importers the additional time they needed to post their financial security electronically while continuing to benefit from the release prior to payment program. It was this transition period that ended on May 20th. That was what my honourable colleague was referring to in his question, Madam Speaker. This was not a surprise move. The CBSA has introduced the first version of the CARM client portal in 2021. The CBSA conducted years of outreach to help importers and other stakeholders familiarize themselves with the new system. The changes for enrolling in the release prior to payment program and its enabling regulations came into force in October 2024. Madam Speaker, the work on that front continues. That's because helping with the importation of legitimate goods with minimal interruption is an important part of the CBSA's responsibility, which it takes seriously and does very well. Border wait times for processing commercial shipments remains within service standards. As of May 2025, over 157,000 businesses have registered to the CARM client portal. Importers who have already posted financial security to obtain release prior to payment represents over 97% of the total volume. In the event of any disruptions at ports of entry, the agency is ready to deploy mitigation strategies to keep legitimate goods flowing across the border without interruption. The CBSA continues to work diligently with importers and others involved in the entry of goods into our country. That includes local stakeholders, including bridge and tunnel operators, airport authorities, and trade industry groups. As I said earlier, outreach efforts with the trade chain partners have been successfully continuing for years. The goal remains to spread awareness about the process for importers to enroll in release prior to payment and post financial security before coming to the border. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I appreciate the Coles Notes versions of CARM, which I think is welcomed by many businesses, my question actually was referencing the tariff notices put forward by CBSA. And when we had a government that said we were at economic war with the United States, small businesses that export, many in the region where we live, were looking at the notices put forward and had great difficulty managing what they had to report to the CBSA for the purposes of tariffs and what actually was covered under the tariff notices with the United States and in conjunction with CUSMA. So it wasn't the CARM program I was referencing, it was the notices and the bureaucratic headache that caused for so many businesses that were only trying to do the right thing, Madam Speaker. So I'll pose my initial question again. What is the government going to do? What are they going to signal to small businesses about reducing red tape and the overall administrative burden put on them by the Government of Canada? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks again, Madam Speaker. I want to address part of the Honourable colleague's question that has to do with border operations. The CBSA actively monitors commercial volumes and wait times. It does this to allocate resources and adjust staffing levels to minimize how long it takes to process goods and to keep unnecessary delays in our ports of entry to a minimum. Madam Speaker, these are some of the measures the agency takes. It can adjust and augment staffing levels to manage processing and streamline operations. It can prioritize time-sensitive or perishable goods for release at commercial offices. It can add resources on the CBSA Client Support Help Desk to assist importers in using that portal, enrolling in RPP, or posting financial security. And it maintains communication with warehouse operators to identify an overflow plan for the storage of unreleased goods. Madam Speaker, these warehouses play an important role in supporting the continued flow of commercial shipments at the border. Bonded carriers can transport goods to an accredited warehouse. An importer can either post the financial security required so they can benefit from the release prior to the payment program or submit a commercial accounting declaration.
And we are done. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.